RNG 反了，往里面进3人怎么办？
没
回
办法
RNG
最后的2下，我们恭喜RNG。
看下闪光这一下，哇，小五拿到了，哇，无形第4发。SKT 今年的 MSI 还有很多精彩的比赛，我们再次恭喜 RNG。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to date number 4 of our first week of the regular split 2016. Regular split, second split of the LPL here. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn-Iberi. Hey, man, how you doing so far?
Yeah, not bad. Happy to be back here for summer. First time casting with you this split, Atlas. I know it's been a while, actually.
Oh, yeah, a long time since I believe we're in a different country.
We were in Shanghai when we did it last time. But, you know, it's good to be here. And I think that this week has proven that the LPL is going to be a very interesting summer split because teams are a little bit all over the shop right now. Game talents are doing incredibly well.
Yeah.
Teams like Snake are faltering pretty hard at the moment. And it's good to see that the unpredictability remains in the Chinese LPL.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And sort of in amongst all of this unpredictability, Spawn, have you sort of found any trends here in the 6.10? What are you, sort of your findings so far after 3 days?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. The first thing that we kind of discovered yesterday is that Maokai, unless you're going to lane swap with him, just is exploitable in a laning phase. We've seen 3 different counters now. The Trundle up against him. The Fiora was also pulled out by Zatai. And then the Swain was taken back into the top lane by V. And all did incredibly well in these extended laning phases. And because it is about the dragon, it is about getting to the 35-minute mark at the moment. If you don't lane swap, teams are laning for an extended period of time. So I think that that's something that we'll see continue to evolve. If you take Maokai, you need to get that deep vision level 1 and try and get away from that one-on-one lane because they are going to try and counterpick you.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of these teams as well now that are starting to focus this dragon a whole lot more. We saw Newbie yesterday actually falling behind a little bit in the laning phases, especially there in the mid lane. Rookie's still an absolute beast, but you know, Swift getting around there, making sure he picks up all of the dragons. Do you think that sort of laning phase is somewhere where we're not going to see as much emphasis?
Yeah, maybe. I think that Swift with the dragon was kind of unique because he was always the strong person on the team. He was picking up Kindred. He had a lot of neutral control. And I think it's just going to be like, you know, if you're on something like the Graves or the Nidalee, you're going to be able to pick up dragons as well as the Kindred. That's why they're S tier at the moment. Whereas if he was on something like the Rek'Sai, it probably would have been a little bit more gang-centric, a little bit more hard farming. So I think it depends what your composition is built to do. In saying that, Kindred right now is incredibly strong. Her team fighting prowess is just fantastic the later the game goes, and the ability to secure these neutral objectives on the first clear. I mean, we've seen Kindred's doing Dragon at the 4-minute mark with supports alone. It just gives you flexibility to be able to play around these lane swap scenarios.
Yeah. It's fantastic. The other sort of lane that I do want to look at here is the mid lane because, of course, you know, Ryze, Azir, Victor, still very, very strong. Haven't seen so much of a change there. Are you expecting anything to come into that mid lane? I mean, Kassadin has been poking his head in. There's been some fizz we may not want to mention.
It's the thing that as long as Victor's in the meta, Kassadin is the Chinese counter. Like, it's just the rest of the world hasn't kind of agreed with us. Rookie showed why yesterday because Dade got punished very
like 50
excessively.
CS hole in 11 minutes.
For picking up that specific matchup. But if you're a great Kassadin player, you can go toe-to-toe with a great Victor player. So that's why Kassadin's back. I also think that the CDR changes helped out Assassins a lot. No longer do you have to go for a Morello Nomicon. You can go towards your Abyssal, use Zonya's Hourglass, and your Boots and pick up the 40% through that. So melee Assassins definitely do have a spot in the current meta. But in saying that, Victor is there, still king. To counter that, we'll see things like long-range poke coming back into the meta. I mean, a couple of cheeky assassins to try and see if you can shut it down, something like a LeBlanc. But otherwise, those 2 control mages are just beasts at the moment. They do everything that you want out of any role. Like, you could literally play Azir as an AD carry right now, I reckon, and get away with it. He's ridiculously strong.
And actually does AoE damage there as well, which is quite handy. I want to actually start things off, of course. Our first matchup today from Group B is going to be LGD taking on IMA. IMA, of course, a new team. But LGD, it's going to be the first time that we're going to see them in the LPL. And there's been a lot of changes, Spawn. I sort of don't want to wait until we go over the lineup, which we will certainly do. But sort of what's happened here? The team just doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel the same because it's not. I mean, they've started changing out multiple members of the team. So LGD, I guess, famously last year, when you go back, 2015, made it into the spring playoffs. They took EDG to 5 games. I mean, Deft had the legendary pentakill.
Yep.
EDG then went on and won MSI. So there was a good case for LGD being a very strong world team at that stage. Then they come into summer. They have a slower start, but then they ramp up into playoffs, as LGD tend to do. They win it all this time, go to Worlds as a first seed for China, absolutely collapse.
Yep.
They come into the first split this year. So they come into spring again, 2016. They have Mara, and it's an outright upgrade. They've got rid of TBQ. They pick up Amy. This team's starting to evolve. You can see the track that they want to go on. Have a shocking early.
Oh, it was so bad.
Like, it was a abysmal early season. So the fact that now they've come into summer again and they've got a new lineup, it's going to be interesting.
It most certainly will. We are going to have a look at the standings, though. Starting with Group A, there is EDG and GT. Well and truly at the top, newbie 1-1. The only team that has actually sort of drawn so far. The rest of the teams trailing. Something unexpected is the position of Snake Esports there, but I don't think we want to bring that one up again. A little bit of a depressing story.
Depends who you ask. I actually think Snake's been on a steady decline for a while. Newbie were also slightly unlucky. They got EDG game 1, and no one really expected them to win that in the new lineup.
Very good point. But Group B so far, we've only had 2 best-of-3 series so far. IMA, of course, a team that we are going to see today, in fact, in this matchup right here, did manage to come away with the victory. We'll see whether they are going to be able to do so again here with a newly revamped LGD. Of course, those changes are PYL moving out. Of course, Wayless there as well, or Godby no longer there in the mid lane. Will be interesting to see how it is going to work. But RNG versus Vici, very interesting matchup there. MLXG versus Dandy. Very exciting one there in the jungle. As WE taking on OMG to round us out, 2 of our oldest organizations here in the LPL.
Yeah, but in 2 very different spectrums. I think WE are making a case to be 1 or 2 in their group right now behind RNG, who of course still look dominant. However, OMG not playing Icon, still sticking with Cool. I actually respect the decision this time around now that TBQ's chosen to not play in the LPL. Shiyong's still quite young for a top laner. They need some shot calling and leadership on that lineup.
They most certainly do. Well, today we are going to be starting with LGD versus IMA. So this is the LGD roster. Marin, Amy, Punished, Imp, and Yu. Punished, of course, formerly Apollo, and did play for Unlimited Potential, much like Amy. So the jungle mid synergy will certainly be there, but no PYL. Yu stepping into the support position, but speaks Korean, Spawn.
Yeah, he certainly does. So Yu was formerly their jungler, and they brought him in because he had good synergy with Marin. Now they're trying to translate that with Imp as well. Amy and Punish, we already mentioned, they should be no strangers. Hart, of course, is their coach, so knows the players well, played with them on Unlimited Potential.
Yep.
What this really is about is the fact that Marin, Amy, and Imp need to put on carry pants. If these 3 players do not step up this split, LGD will be back to League's greatest disappointment, because they are, getting rid of Wayless, getting rid of PYL. That's all the leadership of the team gone from a Chinese point of view. The Koreans really need to step up.
Yeah, it's really true. And actually, PYL, of course, always known for being able to direct his team around the map very well, back sort of in his heyday. Unfortunately, sort of faltering a little bit towards the end of his time with LGD. We'll see exactly what Yu is going to be able to bring to the table here now in the support position. You can see smile on the face, so feeling okay so far.
Yeah, and everything I've heard from the LGD camp is they're actually feeling pretty good. So we'll see whether this roster swap is for the best, because of course bringing Marin in, bringing Amy in didn't really necessarily bear the fruits that they wanted to straight away. So hopefully this time around it's a little bit more successful.
Yeah, we are going to go over the other side of the rift here as well, as IMA once again going to be stepping out. Had a fantastic preliminary performance against OMG as Amazing J, Midi, Bamey, Jinjiao, and Road are going to be hitting the rift. Of course, the team that we saw in game number 2 with their 2-0 victory against OMG. And Midi, of course, formerly Fire Lolly.
Yeah,
EDG.
So a lot of EDG secondary players here. Of course, Amazing J played Worlds with him. Fire Lolly played the start of Spring with him as well. Bamey was on the lineup, as was Athena. Jinjiao saw play in 2015. Road never saw play, but was actually the support that when they first brought on Deft was pretty much his exclusive duo queue partner. So this is a team that was deeply ingrained into EDG's, I guess, lifestyle.
Yeah.
Now splitting away into IMA after being successful in their auto-promotion as EDE. This is a team that no one has a gauge on. They auto-promoted him. We didn't get to see them play any LSPL teams. The other LSPL teams failed pretty hard coming through, so we don't know the relative strength of LSPL right now, as opposed to someone like EDG or HYG, EPA or HYG that we saw beat them. And EDE were a good team, don't get me wrong. but they also had a very poor scrim record against their sister team. They've changed the organization right now. They're playing a 7-man roster, which is very risky in my opinion. Changing one player, I can agree with. Changing mid-jungle every single game, I think is going to get you in a little bit of trouble, especially when Athena and Bamey play the exact same champions, Atlas. There is no difference between these two mid laners. So I'm still up in the air about IMA. They could be great. Don't get me wrong. On paper, they look like a great team. But once again, you have to be able to bring it together on Summoner's Rift. And there is a very big lack of experience on this team, apart from Fire Lolly.
Yeah, I think we may need a little bit more of like the sample size in order to figure out exactly what IMA are capable of. However, their first game against OMG was impressive.
Very exciting.
And the early pressure that they are able to put on, especially with Road on the Bard, if he is able to pick that one up, is really, really fun to watch. So we'll see whether they are going to be able to continue that sort of style, because if they can do it, keeping control, I have a feeling they might be able to take some great things into the LPL.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think they're a fast-paced team. I think that they play like a fantastic brand of League of Legends. Amazing J, especially in a carry top lane meta, is always going to be a threat. I mean, that's why EDG took him into Worlds. Like, this is a guy that's played a lot of League of Legends now.
I thought you were going to say Garen.
Yeah, well, that too. But, you know, there's just questions still around it. Like, Midi, formerly Fire Lolly, had a shocker.
Oh, God,
There's a reason that EDG didn't play him again. Amazing J failed at Worlds. I mean, the person that he's about to go up against bodied him. There's a reason that Koro came back for the group stages of Worlds, because Amazing J wasn't playing well. Road never lived up to the hype that they thought he was going to be, and that's why they went with Mako. So these are second-tier players of a great team in EDG.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong.
Yeah, like this, you've got cream of the crop, or this team, and it's like, oh, it still could be pretty good.
Still could be great, but we just don't have the read on it. So I think they're going to be exciting.
Yeah.
They're going to play fast-paced League of Legends. They can all team fight like unbelievably well, and they have integrated good team fighting Koreans into their lineup as well. So watch out for them. And I think that this is going to be a huge test for LGD, because this is another team that we don't know the strength of. And if anything has rattled LGD in the past, it's fast-paced games. LGD like to set up lanes, like to farm up, get Myron and Imp to big carry positions to be able to take over games. They used to do it with Wayless as well. I don't think IMA is going to give them that opportunity today, and it's about whether LGD can be flexible and adapt.
Yeah, and it's sort of like LGD love to get into that sort of solo situation in these lanes, and potentially duo there as well. Utilize Imp's ability to lane so beautifully, especially when he was paired up with PYL there. And they have been happy with this guy in the support position, so we'll see whether he's going to be able to do the same thing. But Marin as well, fantastic ability to play out a laning phase, but it is slower. And we'll see whether IMA can actually find some other way in. The other thing as well is that IMA look to have really unlocked the potential of these sort of, I guess, EDG former players. Like Amazing J seemed to be able to play his brand of League of Legends. Athena as well really came into his own in the mid lane in the first match that they had against OMG. Do you think there's something to be said about unlocking, I guess, their own brand of League of Legends?
I think Jinja is much more self-sufficient than Deft. I think that Deft likes to win lane now, and that's when they play it on EDG. They do focus a lot around there. That's why Koro kind of doesn't get many resources, and Mouse hasn't either at this point. I'm kind of two minds about it, because Amazing J doesn't get a pass in my book. They played around top lane at Worlds, and he just outright sucked.
Oh, yeah. There are a lot of people that outright sucked.
Yeah, so he wasn't great then. So Athena in my book, who's not playing this game, Bamey is, of course. Bamey played well when Pawn was injured. Athena didn't play so well. They had to rush Pawn back into the lineup very famously. That's why Pawn's not playing this split. He does need some time to recover. So I think that Athena is someone that, you know, he's a young player. He played on EVA over in Korean Challenger League. So I think that Athena is someone that the more time goes on, the better he will get within Chinese League of Legends. Yeah, and well, while we're sort of looking at these subs as well, I mean, what did you make of Voidless versus Firelolly / Midi now, of course? I actually think, so I have a strong opinion on this one. I think a Voidless is a better jungle. Like, I'll just go out there and say it. I think that Midi had an okay performance, and, you know, they fell behind very far, however, in that game, and it was really Road and, I guess, the Victor play that came out of Bamey that did claw them back. But I think that Firelolly can be a great player. We have seen him perform in multiple roles when he's had to fill in, but he's proven that he's not yet a full-timer. So this is a big step for Midi to take. He needs to be able to prove to everyone that he can take the pressure of being a full-time jungler, because Clearlove was very outspoken about this. In scrims, Firelolly pushed him. Midi was someone that he was able to play against, learn some things. He has great jungle pathing, but in on-stage performances, was pretty famous for not being able to rise to the occasion. So now he has to be able to take that next step on IMA and prove that he is a starter.
Yeah, and it was sort of the breakout of a lot of these carry-style junglers as well, I believe, when Firelolly did start off for EDG. So Graves sort of launched his way back into the meta here, and things like the Kindred were coming out, and Italy was making a resurgence. And do we think that maybe, now that we are seeing these tank junglers slowly moving their way back in, of course, the 6.9 changes really helping out with the Cinderhulk, do we think that Firelolly's style might actually be helped out there?
Well, he played the Graves.
I know,
mean,
this
it was
is the thing that was really frustrating, right?
So they kind of swapped champion pools. Yes and no. I think that's, without going too deep into IMA, although it does seem that we have some time, my biggest question for them is, are they patch resilient? Because my gut feeling is no, they're not. That right now the patch suits them a lot, as you said, you know, a little bit more carry style. You can play the Trundle, the Fiora, where I'm waiting on Na to come back into the top lane and start shutting down the likes of the Maokai. They're definitely big picks right now. Black Cleaver just got outright buffed. I mean, it got its cost reduced so much, and it's much easier to pick up. So I think that Black Cleaver change, you know, when you look at the tank changes it's gone through, we keep touching Grasp of the Undying and bringing that down into line. You know, Cinderhulk's back. Oh, okay, now we can run a Rek'Sai. Range supports are back. So I think that this right now is a fantastic patch where Jin Jiao Road are going to be able to bully on their duo lanes, and they're going to set up Amazing J for a split pushing success. But when that meta starts shifting away from that, if we go back to the tanks in the top lane, if we go back to Alistar, how does this team really perform on different patches? Because, as I said, right now, IMA, they look solid against OMG. OMG is a decent team. They were 5th, I think, in their group last time around, so just outside of playoffs, but avoided relegation. But there are big questions still. Yeah, and I was sort of actually going to go back to the top lane here as well to talk about the fact that, you know, we can see a few more of these carry top laners come back in. We saw the Fiora quite successful out of Zatai yesterday, able to build the Hydra into the new Black Cleaver, made it look fantastic. They actually ran a tankless comp then as well and ran over the top of Newbie in game number 2. And I was about to say, oh, look, Amazing J could possibly pick that one up. But then we remember the fact that Marin plays carry top lane roles incredibly well at the same time. Do we think that this game is going to revolve around that matchup? Yeah, I think that whoever wins out of a Marin and Amazing J right now will actually go a long way into winning their team the games, because I think that Marin, for my likes, we saw him play both ends of the Riven Fiora matchup at Worlds. He's a fantastic Rumble, very famous for going second item death cap on Rumble and, you know, being able to run over the top of people. So I think that Marin has been buffed in a huge way. Unlocking the top laner of LGD is something that they need to be successful as a team. And Amy has already shown that he likes to stick around that top side of the map. So I think that this is a cool matchup right now for LGD. We'll see the relative strengths of both of the teams. Well, we'll see exactly what happens as we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. LGD starting off on our blue side, as IMA are going to be on the red, but immediately banned away from Road, which makes a lot of sense. And Rumble, the respect ban to Marin there towards the top side of the map. We haven't even seen Rumble picked, and he gets banned against Marin. Yeah. And it's an interesting world we live in, Atlas. Dash Cannon Rumble, man. Scary thing. Of course, Hextech Proto Belt, if you want to have the one with all the syllables. I still don't buy it. So this is a thing. No, I've heard a lot about Dash Cannon Rumble, as you want to call it. I'm still more of a Haunting Guy Sword Boots kind of dude, but Dash Cannon certainly does have a place in the meta, apparently. Apparently, you know, early. Build it early, or don't build it at all. But we are going to have bans coming through thick and fast here, as the Ryze and Azir have also been banned away on the side of LGD. And Kindred taken away from IMA. Is the Nidalee going to be banned? Is Amy going to be able to pick that one up? We'll see what IMA do want to take away next, as Swain's going to be the one removed. So they are worried about Marin getting a bully champion up in the top lane. They have left Victor open for Punished, however. Huge Victor player on unlimited potential. Kind of played it before it was cool. And both sides of that Victor Cassidy matchup as well. Some of his famous games were on the Cassidy into the Victor. It's like they're the ones that he really worries about. But you're exactly right, going to be locked in straight away. And that really doesn't surprise me. I think that LGD actually, one thing that I do stress about is champion pool depth. And especially for Amy and Punish. So the fact that they're able to get such a core pickup straight away is going to be good. Well, you can see they were hovering the Trundle Nidalee, which would have made a heck of a lot of sense. Now moving their options around. See what IMA do decide to go with. Trundle makes a lot of sense in my mind. But we shall see what they do. Of course, Trundle still has some weird matchups as well. I mean, you can take Fiora into Trundle. You can take Gnar into Trundle. Yeah. And bully him around in the earlier stages of the game. So as the champion pools open up in the top lane, it's not like anything is without counter. I mean, Echo was seen as the strongest, but we've even seen Tank Fizz come into popularity and try and shut this guy down. So there is just such a ocean of champions up there, which is why it's so strange to ban out 2 immediately.
Well, actually, Midi is going to pick up the Rek'Sai, so it's going to be his turn on the burrowing Void Lady. And Civ are going to be picked up and handed over to Jin Zhao. We'll see how he goes. Civ has seen actually a fair bit of success here in the LPL so far, but it has left Lucian open, and Civ doesn't see a lot of success in that matchup if they go into standard lanes generally.
Yeah, certainly not, especially if you grab a bully support, something like a Karma to go along with your Lucian. There was a quick hover of Gragas. Want to touch on him. He was seen primarily as a top laner throughout the end of last split, but with the return of Rek'Sai, Gragas always did well in the matchup.
And it's Amy's champion as well, if we remember.
It certainly is. So, especially with control mages coming back, Cinderhulk being buffed, if you're willing to blind pick Rek'Sai, I think that Gragas will see niche play in the jungle role. I use niche like very heavily, guys. I'm not saying he's still S tier. I'm just saying.
Are you ready to reveal your build idea?
The Warmogs. No, I'll save that one.
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys.
Until
we have
a bit of a taste
test. Bit of a taste test.
Until it happens.
But Lucian and Elise are going to be locked away here for LGD. There's Imp on Lucian. That is a terrifying thought for anyone that is an IMA fan. A new IMA fan, most likely.
Yeah, definitely.
Braum
But they are
currently being hovered.
They are picking up momentum, the old IMA. I think people jumped the gun a little bit with
I'm getting way too overexcited. I'm not going to lie to you.
Lots of people
I've jumped on the bandwagon straight away. I'm like, oh, take me there. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Strap me in.
I think that when the Colorcasters did their power ranking, they'll anywhere from second last to third in the group. So and there's a wide spectrum of what people expect out of this team.
Very, very true. And at the moment, looks like they actually don't quite know what they want to be picking up. There's Maokai currently being hovered.
So Civ and Maokai has always been popular. It just means that you can just run at people and track them down. And also is a very good lane swapping team as well. So we'll see whether they go for it. Actually just move away from it. Now it looks like they want standard lanes because of the Echo.
Yeah, and they're still hovering this Nautilus as well. And that's going to be locked in. Potentially for Road on support.
Like
unless they
flex.
run, like mid lane Echo, top lane Nautilus. Mid Nautilus, top
Echo.
Echo. Who knows what's going on?
No
top
one.
lane Rek'Sai, jungle Nautilus.
If I've talked up Myron this much and he locks in Maokai, I'll be incredibly disappointed.
Well, you actually thinking about hopping on the cow. Of course, with such a bully AD carry and Imp playing him, definitely get through a laning phase with that champion at the moment.
So officially disappointed.
Still got 27 seconds spawn. We'll be fine. We've seen a lot of this, though. Like, Victor Maokai just seems to be a combination that people like running.
Definitely. Maokai is still, in my opinion, the best top laner in the meta. It has been swapped away from now, especially if you can guarantee lane swaps, open up the map early and get that deep vision that he just thrives off.
Yeah.
But it just seems that if you ever get stuck in standard lanes with him at the moment, there are counter picks.
Well, right now it is going to be Trundle opted for. I do like this. Make sure you can shred some of that super tankiness away from especially Nautilus. He's going to get into the back line or even anywhere near the front line. Like, it's just a frustrating champion to deal with. We'll see whether Marin is going to be able to navigate it effectively, depending on who he's going to be against. So right now we actually have no idea.
They also have really cool gank paths. I mean, Elise Alistar, of course, going to open up a lot in the duo lane, but Pillar with Elise is very, very potent.
Yeah.
I mean, Cocoon into any of Victor's damage is just going to kill someone. He doesn't even need to give CC into that mix. So I think that right now LGD has a pretty well-rounded composition. Might lack hard engage as the game goes on. Really are relying on a flash headbutt pulverize out of you there and first-time support. That is a risk.
Yep.
Looks like they're willing to take it.
Well, Road is currently looking at LeBlanc for Bamey, meaning that we will be seeing potential Nautilus support. Has been locked in here, so Road going to be taking the anchor man towards the bottom side of the map. And it is going to be the Echo top for Amazing J.
Cool. So one thing I will say is that Lucian is a slippery little sucker at the moment. And kind of in the same vein that Kalista and Vayne, when they were seeing a lot of popularity, Nautilus support was huge.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, you just press R on him and he gets launched into the air and hope one of your teammates kill him. So I actually really enjoyed watching Nautilus support when all these very highly mobile AD carries are dashing around Summoner's Rift. Because he is the ultimate... Like, just shut up, stand still, and let someone hit you for a little bit. And Nautilus brings truckloads of CC to that table.
In fact, one of these champions that has CC in his passive, which is just silly. But these are going to be our lineups. Trundle into Echo as it's the Elise opted for. Nidalee, remember, went all the way through the draft, which is very interesting. Punish is going to be taking the Victor blind, of course, and answered by the LeBlanc from Bamey. See how he goes. Of course, have only seen his Victor so far. It's this bottom lane that I'm quite frightened about. Imp on Lucian is just always a scary prospect if you're ever cheering for the team on the other side of the rift.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's going up against Sivert Nautilus, something that we haven't seen in quite some time. So we'll see if Jin Jiao and Road can make it work. Imp and Myron need to have massive games. We've hit on it a couple of times, but they've even given them the carries on this. The rest of the team comp is just control.
That's exactly right. But coaches are going to shake hands. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our first game of the day. I cannot get enough of those intros. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, LGD taking on IMA. We'll see, of course, LGD's debut for Split 2 2016. See whether Summer will treat them a little bit better than Spring this time around. Of course, with a whole bunch of change-ups. We'll see how Punish goes as we do have a look at the mid lane straight away.
Just a 5-point defense from both teams, so no proactive gameplay. Of course, not really a punishable lane from either side. I'm sure they would both be happy with standard lanes. Although Myron is chilling out down the bottom with Blution.
Well, we'll see exactly what is going to happen here. Because what we sort of opened up with was the fact that I may like to play this fast game.
Both teams blind swap away. This is hilarious. So LGD is 100% responding to this because they already had Trundle down there. IMA thought, you know what? We're not going to play this game. Trundle certainly does a number on Echo in the earlier stages until he gets some points in that Time Winder. Let's just swap away from it. You know, open up the map like we like to do with Civic compositions. Not going to happen this time around, unfortunately.
And you can see LGD actually not going towards the Grump. You can see the fact that IMA are looking to try and go in and contest something here. And it looks like LGD have decided that they want to actually answer. Setting up a little bit of a surprise. Yeah, the Pulverize is going to be there as the face check comes in. He gets the double. So much damage out of you already as Jinjao down to about 100 health. He's burning to death. Imp flashes forward. The heal has to be used. And now Road might just be eaten as a consolation prize. Nice Riptide comes in and he's actually going to survive as well. Very lucky, but there are no summoner spells left for Aime.
Yeah, only the aggressive Ignite. They do get back into lane, however, for some experience early. IMA, so that is a good news story. Imp was slightly later, but with both junglers starting on the bottom side of the rift, expect at level 3 for fireworks to continue.
Yeah, this has already started off exactly as expected, especially in this duo lane.
So that was actually just really smart out of LGD. What they did is they walked the long way around, as you mentioned, because they didn't know where there was a ward there, and they ensured that the face check was guaranteed. And it actually looks like IMA want nothing to do with it. They're going to swap away.
Yep. They're like, well, we survived, but maybe not for long. Let's just avoid this for as long as possible. You can see Amazing J and Marin just smacking each other in the head down here towards the bottom side of the map.
Not a bad lane to swap away from, all things considered, because Echo can push in early, and you see that he has been able to pick up some CS and get his level 2, so they should be able to continue to shove this one in. Although it looks like now Elise wants to get down there, see if he can help defend the turret.
And we are going to have backs coming in here for LGD towards the top side of the map as well. So Amazing J has eaten enough of his potion in order to get himself back to healthy. And he'll go back to base and then possibly teleport there towards the top side.
Such an LGD game right now. They're actually going to chase them around the Rift Atlas. They've got the 8 CS advantage, and there's only 6 available here. Myron is no danger of getting turret, though, because there's only 2 members down here. He's going to be able to pick up all the CS that he would like to, teleport back to that top lane with AJ after he gets a quick shot pin, and LGD come out massively ahead.
Yeah. Amy actually looking for a cocoon, finds it there under Road, almost max range, but takes a boomerang for it. No follow-up quite available just yet. You can see mid lane is trading blows here. But you're right, it just feels like LGD are a step in front of IMA at this stage.
And Myron's not even going to burn the teleport, so they keep that important cooldown. Important to note, Bamey is running one, so it is nice for Myron to be able to keep it. Double teleport going to be in effect for IMA as this game progresses.
You can see IMA actually moving towards the jungle here as Midi wants to get a 3-buff start onto Amy. He's over the other side of the rift on the Grom, so this steal will be able to come in.
Maybe, yep, got it.
And doesn't even get to steal any experience or anything like that. Which you don't do if your opponent kills the camp, but never mind.
It's alright, I knew where you were going with your jungle changes.
Yeah. Got excited about talking about new stuff. It just didn't make any sense. Amy, though, still continues his rampage. Decides he doesn't really worry about his blue side of the map too much. Still will get enough experience and gold without picking up that blue buff. And those stats not as important. But you can see there's a massive pulverize out of you. This Alistair play is actually very impressive so far. Admittedly, the first one was a bit of just a face check.
That was a gimme, as we call it. But yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And they're up 12 CS and pressuring under this turret. Looks like Myron will be ganked from behind his turret. That's one thing that you do have to note with Rek'Sai. Has very unique gank pathing. Yeah.
And of course, the Tremor Sense, very, very handy in making sure you know exactly what's going on. Midi is going to find his way in there to the brush, but Myron has just got very good Spidey senses.
He's an amazing feel for the game, Myron. And what happened there was Amazing J didn't want to leave his big creep wave, so as soon as Midi wanted to go over that wall, Amazing J called him back. You saw that he waited for a little while. Myron disappeared into Fog of War. Wasn't really much point going for the gank. Then when the wave was trimmed enough for Amazing J to make it happen, Myron had just left, so that's not good.
No, it certainly isn't. You're just going to headbutt this big old Nautilus around. Well, thankfully, it does have that
Flashbulb missed onto Jin Jiao.
Ah.
And then, yeah, got a couple of creeps and just headbutted Road for the sake of it.
Well, with frustration, you know, you just got to make sure you do something with that distance that you managed to cover. Imp, though, hitting some fantastic piercing lights, keeping Jin Jiao at low health. Of course, Spell Shield, very annoying with piercing light. It's that one ability that's just really, really hard to Spell Shield for some reason.
Yeah, if it's cast directly onto you, definitely. If it's cast onto a creep, you can kind of just walk into it and I guess where it's going to be. Although now Amazing J is in trouble. Yeah,
a whole host of trouble here as Z-Drive Resonance will get him out, but Myron has pushed him out of the lane. Now, freely able to farm up underneath this turret. And when a Trundle is bullying you, it's a very, very frightening thing.
Yeah, good job from Amazing J, however, to have that CS advantage so he can go back. Just ulti back into lane, of course. One of the good things about the Echo there, so he won't miss out on anything at all. And kind of now he has a dominant position in the lane because he's full health and full mana. So it doesn't really look like Myron got that memo.
No. In fact, King's Tribute helping him out a lot there as well as he clears out a lot of minions. But Midi's going to make his way back in. Myron in so much trouble. Stun not even needed, and First Blood goes down to Firewall.
So that's actually really greedy out of Myron. We said that he should be the one backing away. What he wanted to do was actually just try and burn as many of the potions as he could before he gets into that position. So instead, he falls down for First Blood. It's going to be an 1,100 gold lead for IMA already. They're winning out mid lane quite significantly. Bottom lane's a wash in favor of LGD, but now top lane also in IMA's favor.
We'll see whether they can actually recover from this. The dangerous part is the lane that we're not actually talking about at all. It sort of has been a bit of this farm fest, some zoning going on from Bamey especially, but the mid lane well and truly in favor, and this is the teleport lane out of IMA. So we'll see what Bamey can actually do as he's gone in. There's the Mimic Distortion. Lots of damage down, but not enough buttons left over. He's punished. Death Ray is going to go wide. He may have to go back.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's got like 10 seconds left in this lane before that ultimate is back available. You can see that he wants to clean out another wave because it is just way too much creep score to let go over. But yeah, completely agree with you. Punish starting to fall behind in this lane, especially as a control mage, is not a good news story for the LGD lineup.
21 CS. Blue buff is now going to be picked up as well from Bamey. We'll see what he can actually get done around the rest of the map because we know, you know, LeBlanc, lane bully, sort of has always been a thing, but can he move around? Can he influence the rest of the map with his power? There's the flash forward, though. Mimic Distortion comes in, punished! Just going to get solo killed, and that's another LGD member hanging around a little bit too long.
Yeah, he just gets greedy one more time, and Bamey cheats towards the bottom side of the map. Imp and you had already left, so good heads-up awareness out of them. Comes back mid, flashes on top of the mid laner, and Punish actually wastes both summoner spells there. There was no way he was living. And that means first Dragon will go over to Aime.
Yeah, Midi here in complete control of this pit. You can see the Elise on the other side of the map, so Amy not going to be able to steal this one away, and it will be an Infernal Drake going towards Aime. What do you think about early Infernal Drake spawn? I know Frostgren likes him.
They're just
not so much
into the late game. Like before 25 minutes, I think Ocean's the best. You don't really hit neutrals early on in the game, so like Mountain Drake is good at like 14 to 25 minutes, and of course beyond there. But then Infernal Drake takes over in popularity in my mind because you do have the stats to go towards scaling. But like the way I say it is, 8% right now of a BF sword is like another long sword. So like, sure, it's good.
Yeah,
but it's not.
It's
everything.
It's about a kill's worth of good.
Ocean
you're able
Drake,
to buy straight
you
away.
never have to go back to base as a jungler. That means that you can 100% have uptime on every single person on the map.
Also gives you the ability to, siege a lane, take damage, then move to the next lane. Once you've got there, you've got full health again. Just do the same thing again.
Yeah, and it's really the mana as well for junglers. It means that you can clear incredibly quickly. Some junglers, like Elise is a good example, will go straight away into Spider form at a lot of camps if she has Spiderlings up to just ensure that she has full mana. I mean, once she has the upgraded jungle item, it doesn't really matter. But if you're able to get a quick Ocean Drake, you can just spam buttons. Like, you do everything. Kindred, another good example of like a surprisingly mana-thirsty jungler.
Yeah. Dance around those camps a little bit faster.
Bamey is destroying Punished.
Yeah.
Rookie asking how he's holding the wave. I mean, Rusty is somewhere upstairs enjoying this matchup incredibly.
Would have enjoyed yesterday as well. If you want lessons on laning phase mid lane, Rookie was certainly able to let us all know. All three of the games. Didn't matter that IG didn't take victories in all of them, because Rookie just played outstandingly well. But can Bamey do what Dade was able to do and translate, into the late game where he team fights incredibly well?
Midi one more time, looking top lane as well. Marin's in trouble.
Yeah, in he goes. So that's the tunnel through. Marin immediately tries to get out of the way, but look at this. There's a lot of damage. Flash comes down. Parallel convergence. Not going to quite get there, but does give the slow into Amazing J. He really wants this kill. Marin is eating it up, and Midi's going to get it swapped over. Turret, of course, not going to stop any of that damage, but not enough available. And another gank onto the Trundle.
Actually, incredibly well played out of IMA's top laner and junglers. Now, Punish turns around some damage onto Bamey, although Bamey...
Yeah, there it is. Double distortion comes in as Bamey trying to kite this one around. He wants more buttons. The chain's going to miss, though. And there's the barrier. Punished is going to save his own life. Bamey made sure he used all of his mana to get that summoner spell.
Bamey missed like 3 spells in that exchange as well. That should once again be another solo kill over onto the mid laner of Aime, but not able to get it done this time around. Still has a 22 CS lead as well as that kill. Marin falling down twice has meant that there's a 20 CS discrepancy in the top lane as well. Really is only Imp. Yeah. And we've said this so many times, Atlas. The last bastion of hope for all of LGD is their 80 carry.
Look, he's solo carried before Spawn. We'll see whether he can do it again. He's on a very, very strong champion in the Lucian, but
he honestly has the hardest job in the world.
Yeah.
Like,
oh,
Imp
God.
should be getting paid overtime for the last 2 splits of what LGD have been going to.
I'm pretty sure his salary's relatively high.
Yeah, needs to be more. Because honestly, he is carrying a lot of members right now.
Well, you can see Amazing J able to have his way with this creep wave. Pushing towards him here as well, so Marin heading down, grabbing himself a Gromp.
But this is good for Jinjiao and Road, because all of a sudden, if you're 20 CS down and the whole map is even, you're starting to sweat bullets. You're like, Imp's going to take over. If you're 20 CS down and everyone else is winning, you're like, oh, well, I'll press R.
We're scaling, boys. We're scaling.
It doesn't really matter. I'll just rock up into a team fight, ricochet some people, and we'll get an ace.
Well, Chain is going to proc the Sigil. But, of course, it was a Mimic Distortion used just to close distance, so Bamey can have to wait about 17 seconds to do that all again. Which is a terrifying and frustrating thought. Does actually have Lucidity Boots there as well, so 20% CDR now.
Amazing J wants it on this mid lane.
Yeah, there's the flash out of Punished as well. It's exactly what they wanted. Teleport comes in. Marin wants to try and cut off Amazing J, but he's not going to be able to. No one towards the top side of the map. He could have gone anywhere. As in goes Bamey one more time. Just playing with that creep wave, playing with Punished's feelings.
Get some damage down onto Punished as well, and you can see that he's gone with the Corrupting Potion, so he's more than happy to continue to trade like this because he's the one that has the superior health pool. Punish has to go back one more time, gets another upgrade into the Hex Core. Something that you and Rusty were talking about a little bit. I mean, if you fall behind as Victor, it is nice to just get towards perfect as quick as possible.
Yeah.
You know, speed up the Chaos Storm, make sure they can stay in what little damage you have straight away.
With the fact that, you know, the ticks are more damage as well, feels more important.
All right, all of a sudden, IMA has just placed a ward behind the tower, and there are 2 teleports available versus none.
Oh, if this isn't projected, I have no idea what is. As Punish is going to move towards the blue buff, this could be the time. As there are pings everywhere. Amazing J probably wants to be able to get back towards that top side of the map.
Here goes Midi.
Yeah,
Teleport's coming out.
Yeah, that is Amazing J making his way in. There's the Pulverize used, trying to get them out of there. Dredgeline max range from Road, and Imp just evaporates. You, Unbreakable Will, but he's getting slowed down and slowly but surely destroyed. Amazing J grabs a double, and he already had an Iceborne Gauntlet. This Echo was already huge.
And Imp kind of just smiles to himself. He was like, oh, well, you know. I was at my tier 2. I don't know about how much further back I can go.
What more do you want from me, team?
Yeah, so in the end, it is going to be a double kill going over to Amazing J. And as I said, Xin Zhao, I don't even know if he auto-attacked someone, but he blew the donkey whistle and he gets the...
10 out of 10 for the donkey whistle. But you're exactly right about Road using that depth charge as well. Imp, he had to just watch it chase after him.
So you can see that they're just confident they can take through with that one. Amazing J gets both of them. That was just a really well-coordinated dive. It's going to secure them the Ocean Drake now. Actually, that's the air.
Yeah, that is Cloud Drake.
I'm really bad. I look at the symbols. I can't tell the difference of the colors at all.
Well, that was an Infernal Drake that's coming up next.
Yeah, it certainly was. That's just going to be a further hole that they have to climb out of right now. You can see that it's really not even the bottom lane that gets the big benefactor of that. It really is Amazing J, who picked up the double, goes back, nearly has a Sunfire picked up for himself right now.
Yeah, and I think that, honestly, a lot of this has come from just how powerful Bamey has been throughout this entire laning phase. Because I'm just thinking, you know, if Punish was in a position where he could have taken teleport, if he could have actually helped Marin at any stage, if they could have answered any of this aggression, something else may have been able to be gained from LGD. But at the moment, I'm a 2.2 thousand gold lead.
The 0-0-0 score line of Amy is also quite telling at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, play towards the bottom part of the map is Imp probably going to fall down one more time.
Yeah, Zero Drive Resonance is in there. Parallel Convergence is going to stun him out of the way. You not going to get there in time, and they want the cow here as well. Bamey teleported in. Just says, I'll have steak for dinner. Damn right I will. And he's able to pick up the kill at the same time. 7-0 now for IMA.
Yeah, and it's only a 3,000 gold lead, but IMA are just comprehensively beating LGD everywhere on the map, and they have 2 dragons to go with it. See whether they're able to get a push up in the mid lane or catch anyone else. No. So LGD just going to be content, stuck farming, and IMA continue to grow this gold lead.
Yeah, Bamey continuing to clear out minions there as Punish is going to move well and truly behind his outer turret. You can see Amazing J, this is where this man feels comfortable. When he can just, you know, dry hump your inner turret at 18 minutes in the game.
Yep, that's one way to put it.
Yeah. But another gank to come in from Midi. Has knocked up Punished. In goes Bamey, and it's just all too easy. He's got so much damage.
Yeah, and Midi has actually just taken over this map. 6 out of 8 kill participation has been absolutely massive. They're going to take out another turret in the mid lane now. And have a look at the man.
He's been everywhere.
He's just all over the map.
That is ridiculous. And we mentioned the fact that, you know, when Fire Lolly started for EDG, now Midi, of course, but when he started, maybe the meta changed. But here's a team fight. Road actually taking a lot of damage. Imp tries to get the culling across, but it's just not doing the damage necessary. Marin has picked up one as Road falls down, but you now out of position. Bamey, just an auto attack will be enough to do it as Amazing Jace is going to take that one out. 4 kills in a row here for the Echo. And Xin Zhao says, all right, you guys can grab some kills. I'll grab a red buff.
So LGD don't want to go through a game without getting a kill, so they go into a team fight. As you can see, none of them, all of them together don't do as much damage as Bamey right now, however, which is kind of a scary prospect.
Yeah. Bamey, in fact, doing more damage than both the Sivir and Rek'Sai combined in that team fight.
I think he does more damage than everyone.
Yeah.
1,500. Yeah, he does equivalent damage of everyone on the...
On LGD.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's gone for the second item Void Staff here as well. Bit of a snowballed Void Staff option. Pairing it up with the Abyssal Scepter actually makes a lot of sense now. Sort of reminds me of the early Talon builds that you used to do with the Brutalizer into Last Whisper, something like that. Or just fully snowball, wreck people based on those resistances. Seems like a very old style though, not gonna lie to you. As Spawn sort of looks on, trying to ignore what Atlas is saying.
I didn't used to build that on Talon.
Didn't you?
No.
I thought it was like the Korean Talon build. Something like that.
I'm
I'm talking a very long time ago.
I used to go Hydra always.
Yeah.
Tiamat was like the build. Otherwise you had to use Mana to wave clear and it sucked.
The more buttons Talon build. Anyway, LGD trying their very best to turtle this one out. Nice headbutt Pulv comes down onto Road. Titan's Wrath is popped. Has to use the flash. Zhu is going to take a boomerang, but nothing to be found there from LGD. Maybe I'd actually grab themselves this blue buff though.
The last positive thing that actually happened for LGD as a team, as Amazing J even denies that, was at about minute number 2 when IMA face checked that brush.
Yeah.
Ever since then, it's just been all IMA.
Oh my goodness.
He got it.
How? Amy had... Okay, never mind. Amazing J just playing with LGD this stage. Inner turret, of course, did fall down. Marin takes a big burst of damage from Bamey. That QW combination. Still very far ahead is this LeBlanc. Subjugate is going to be used. Chains land, though. Bamey does have to get out of the way. He goes again. But Marin, Subjugate helping him, so he will be okay for now. Clearing out minions where he can.
It's a big ultimate to burn just to clear out that one minion wave, however. So Bamey going to be able to continue to pressure this. And it looks like they're sticking to these lane assignments, which I don't agree with, because Victor's gone up to go answer Amazing J. So Punish might just outright die here.
You can see Amy was sort of trying to wait in the wings. As Imp's going to head towards the mid lane. Possibly try and grab himself some farm. As Jinjao clears out the whole wave. Punish, like you said, could be in a whole host of trouble. Lots of movement speed now for the Echo, as he could just throw down the ultimate here. There it is! And he turns it all around. Nice shield to come in here as Chaos Storm's doing some work, but Amazing J is so strong. Not strong enough. As Punished was able to grab it in the end.
And it's plays like that that actually cost Amazing J his spot on the EDG lineup. There's no reason to go for the kill there. Just back away. You've already got rid of the summoning spells. You knew that he was going to go for it. And sure, if he gets it, it's a highlight reel play. But that's not how you win games of League of Legends. They're still 6,000 gold up. But that's a little bit of a worry for IMA, because all of a sudden they've lost control over a dragon area. And maybe LGD look to fight.
We'll see whether they can get something done. Of course, the Dark Seal was there for Amazing J, and he just lost a whole heck of a lot of stacks. As Amy lands a decent cocoon. Nice headbutt. Pulverize comes in. If they manage to lock down Bamey here, it could be a big deal. But, of course, LeBlanc relatively able to get themselves to safety.
Yeah, they wanted nothing to do with Bamey there. Even once the CC had been laid, Amy still didn't throw out
It was
spells.
like a hot potato type situation, wasn't it? It's like, no, take it away, take it away. Right, next Dragon is going to pop up here. This is going to be third, if I may grab it. Second Infernal Drake. That is a lot of added stats.
And it's one of those times where you kind of have to let it go, but you really don't want to if you are LGD. The other thing that it's really important to note is that bonus AD is fantastic, sure, but really it's only your AD carry that builds it. Like, for example, right now, Amazing J with the bonus AD and AP actually gets very minimal from it.
Oh, no, it does still multiply your base AD.
Stats. Yeah, no, definitely. So you get 16% more base AD.
Yeah, so it's probably still not great. Yep.
Yeah, so it's still not a huge thing. This is like one of the, they're big numbers, don't get me wrong, and all of it helps. But for example, Trundle would use an Infernal Drake much better than an Echo at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
So there are certain compositions that Infernal Drake are much better on, is what I'm trying to say. It's never bad, Atlas. Free things is always good.
Free things is good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Life has taught me that free things is good. But there are some free things that are better than other free things.
There is a scale of free things. It's an excellent way to put it. But at the moment, it is honestly just IMA saying, well, that's an objective. We can take basically anything we want. And they are going to be able to grab that one away. Clear out the mid lane here as well. We'll see whether they actually look towards the Baron at any stage. It has only been alive for 4 minutes. They are very, very strong. 2 items now on Jin Jiao. He can clear out minion waves almost instantly here with the Shiv. He has managed to pick up. It's maybe just being frustrating. And you're right about Midi. I mean, he just looks like a different jungler on sort of these more tanky picks.
Yeah, it certainly looks more comfortable. I mean, when he subbed for LGD in 2015, he was playing pretty much primarily Rek'Sai. I think he played 3 games and all of them were Rek'Sai.
I think so too.
But didn't look the same in spring of 2015. Now looks like he's back in good form. Much more comfortable on this lineup, as we keep mentioning. It's important to note that this is a IMA team that has played together. It's not like they're subbing in for a sister team and a lot of pressure on them. This is just them going about trying to build their own legacy. They certainly have started off the LPL season relatively well so far.
Yeah, of course, very similar to Game Talents here as well, a team that has sort of rocketed into the LPL, somehow managing to pick themselves up 2 victories that you wouldn't have sort of predicted moving into this.
EPA, who Game Talents bought the spot of, won 3, I think, best of 3s, the whole LPL.
Yeah.
So having 2 in the first week.
M3 didn't do very well either.
Is
That's
a
sort
marked
of 40%
improvement.
Of the team.
So
very impressive. That being said, LGD, I mean, they haven't lost any base turrets just yet.
Oh, they're stalling out actually surprisingly well, especially when there's a LeBlanc running around that can torch anyone at any given moment. Of course, 15% AP on the blue buff going to help it do that even more. Yeah, the fact that they've been able to stall this successfully, I think is, like, it's one of those backhanded compliments, but it is a credit to LGD and how they're playing out this game.
Yeah, like, nice work. We haven't lost yet. Now, I'm going to start off the Baron, though. Jin Jiao with a fair bit of damage. Midi tanking up for as long as he possibly can. Road going to make his way in, utilizing that shield to help out.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, teleport for Amazing J as well. Everyone from LGD is congregating on the area, but look at Amy. He's so far away. And this Baron is well and truly dead. No Mountain Drakes required.
2 really mistimed backs there, actually. I mean, Punish gets forced out, and Amy follows him into base for no apparent reason. Now use caught.
Yeah, Dredgeline is going to come in. Amazing J just focuses on Punish. Bamey's going to get over the top there as well. Just destroyed as Yu runs away. Marin trying to be a body right in amongst it, but... Oh, double kill just off to the side there as Bamey might try and find a triple. Not going to be able to get it as Imp doing his very best to try and kite this one out. Chrono Break is going to be used to get Amazing J back to safety. That is 3 swift kills for IM, and they're going to keep pushing forward. This is a baroned up set of creeps, and this inner turret is not long for the world.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, and IMA just absolutely steamroll LGD in that team fight. I mean, it was a great call on the Baron. They knew they'd force 2 people back. They started up in Fog of War and then able to chunk it out. That will be first inhibitor of the game falling down. And LGD probably looking towards game number 2 and wondering what the heck went wrong.
Yeah, wondering what to do next time around as well, as they're just going to leave after taking the inhibitor. Not going to push any luck, as everyone is going to respawn. Of course, it is only 27 minutes into the game. Death time is not all that high. As Bamey setting up shop here towards the bottom side of the map. No rest for the Wicked. Oh, no. Is Marin tanky enough to withstand a full rotation from Bamey?
No. If the spells hit, he will die.
That is the wrong brush. The chain is going to land there. Oh, my God. Marin does use the subjugate.
So he got the subjugate off.
Yeah, nice.
Impressively done. That, of course, is about a 90-second cooldown to a, I think, 10-second cooldown at this stage of the game. So
he's not going to make his way back into the bottom lane, but at least not going to die. That's a good news story. As, minions have been cleared in the mid lane, so Super Creep's going to take a little while to get down that lane. Magi Soul Stealer is completed for Amazing J. Of course, he had a fair few stacks on his Dark Seal. Not quite 11 just yet. I don't think, is punished. Going to be clearing out this wave. Very safely close to his inhibitor turret, mind you. Bamey wandering around. Of course, that pink ward has been doing a whole bunch of work for LGD, to be honest, on the bottom side of the map.
It's been there for a while now.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to change anything, but slowly but surely this game is going to be over. I mean, Bamey's unresponded on the bottom lane, just shoving in. Punish doesn't want to go near him.
He just doesn't know where to go, to be honest. They don't know where to defend, as the inhibitor turret is going to fall. Inner turret is going to be answered at the same time. As there's a locket of the Iron Solari actually utilized just to make sure they can take that one down safely. And we'll just see, can they actually stop Bamey from just sitting here at this inhibitor and taking it down? Punished is there, but I mean, that's a Negatron cloak and some brown bags. It's going to be very difficult. Nice knock up onto Amazing J, but of course he's very slippery. You has to use the ultimate early on in this fight as well. Repel up as well from Amy. He has to get out of the fight. Punished, knocked into the air as Midi right over the wall. Cullen comes down. Imp's trying to get some work done, but Yu's going to fall. I believe that was a ricochet from a long way away. What? Okay, well, Chain is going to land and Punished is dead. The rest of LGD running away. Multiple inhibitors have fallen down, of course. In amongst the chaos, Bamey completed the bottom inhibitor. Third is going to go. And now they're focusing on the Nexus turrets. Just what a ridiculous game out of IMA. Never letting the pressure down.
Yeah, as I said, the last good thing that happened for LGD was about 2 minutes into the game. 30 minutes in, however, IMA are going to close this one out. Imp falls down as well. And IMA just school LGD.
That was pretty ridiculous out of the brand new team, fresh from the LSPL. Props to, Amazing J there as well. It kept his cool apart from that one time towards the top side of the map. Always sort of something you have to look at, but we're starting to create believers, I think, for this IMA squad.
Yeah, that's another impressive victory. They come in with a good game plan of camping out the Trundle in the top lane. Amy doesn't really respond to Shadow anything for Marin, and in the end, they're able to just win, as I said, pretty comprehensively in a 30-minute game. There was still some slight mistakes there, but Bamey, especially in the mid lane, I think dominated pretty much majority of that encounter.
And this was his first kill here in the mid lane, of course. Was a bit of an overstay, but it was nicely played by LeBlanc regardless. And it was just from there that they couldn't do anything in the middle of the map.
Just time and time again, Midi able to get over the top wall. Creative gank pass on the Rek'Sai, we always talk about it, and Marin wasn't able to survive all of the damage that was coming out of the Rek'Sai and the Echo at this stage of the game.
Yeah. Well, Midi, of course, finished off that kill. Once again, seeing the usefulness of Nautilus support. Yes, you can lock down actually anyone. And hits one of the sexiest dredge lines I've ever seen here. But what LGD do now as we go through these highlights? Because IMA looking incredibly strong, but LGD have a lot of flexibility. They have flexible players still in a lot of their roles, especially in the top and 80 carry position. We'll see exactly what they are going to be able to do here because it's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that they just have to look at what their jungler was doing that game. Amy had no impact and Midi was able to take over. So you need to find a way to get Amy involved.
That's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. We'll see whether LGD can fight back in game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Spawn, and the MVP for that game was Midi from the jungle. Stellar Rek'Sai play, actually probably deserved it.
Yeah, 100% deserved it. I mean, he was the one that snowballed pretty much the top and bottom lane simultaneously to get IMA in the dominating position they were. I think the only other person you could maybe look at is Bamey in the mid lane for his individual performance, but everything else around the map was really set up by Midi, the catalyst, if you will. Shout out to Pastry Time, speeding up that chemical process and making it just that little bit quicker.
Ah, see what you did there. So not the actuator or whatever it was. Now I'm going to have a look at some of these highlights, though. And this is what, like, it's the top side of the map, isn't it, really? Because that's what we highlighted in the beginning. Marin, a fantastic top laner. But if it's a 1v2 the whole game, they are going to be able to keep him down. We'll see whether LGD can answer that in game number 2.
And I hope that lights a fire up Amy as well, because watching Midi run around the map on Rek'Sai, someone that's only just come back into the meta and I guess still hasn't got the most potent early game, although is a great team fighter and has really creative gank routes, that Elise should never lose control of her jungle in that manner. I mean, Elise is like the best jungle. The reason you play Elise versus Kindred is because Elise kicks you out of the jungle. Like, she is fantastic at controlling her territory. You can't face check Elise. She has very good damage. And Amy was just never in the right positions of that map.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Amy, 0-0-0 scoreline up until about 20 minutes into the game. And look, Elise, very good at ganking lanes, but you've got to actually gank him.
Yeah, exactly right. And he was Amy was like, trying to play around the strong area of the map, you know, was controlling the Gromp and Wolf area of IMA the whole time, but they just were never in a position to be able to dive because there's a Nautilus down there that has so much damn CC. The heat-up mechanism out of turrets has been changed. It's very hard to execute on 2v3 dives unless your Alistar is level 6, so it's going to be difficult to be able to continue that.
Well, actually, so, once again, the MVP of game number 1 is going to be subbed out. A Voidless is going to step in for Midi in the jungle. Of course, played Rek'Sai in his first game in the LPL. Of course, played first up last time around. Actually played extraordinarily well.
Also are subbing out their mid laner as well.
Yeah,
see
Athena
whether
might be there.
Athena plays.
Looks like that is the only sub that we're going to have, by the looks of things.
I thought I saw Athena next to him. We'll see. Yeah, so that's interesting. And this is my criticism of IMA. You have a fantastic game. You win. I just don't understand why you share.
Why not utilize the momentum?
Yeah, I don't understand why you share core time. I didn't get it against OMG and actually nearly came back and bit them because they were down 4,000 gold in game number 2 when Midi and Bamey came onto Summoner's Rift. Now, obviously, they've had a fantastic game 1 performance, absolutely crushed LGD, and they still sub out 2 players. One player so far. One of them, which was the MVP. It just is. It's one of those things that irks me a little bit for no particular reason. If it's not broken, don't fix it. I like having a big roster so you can utilize when players are slumping, but don't bench informed players. It just makes no sense to me. And
I'm pretty sure these sort of substitutions are actually pre-planned, of course, like quite a way in advance. So it's not like you get to react after a series and then change a player over, I don't think. So we'll see. Like, of course, they do want to give their players as much practice as possible, and that makes a lot of sense.
But you have to have in your mind, right? So even if you want to give people practice, you have to have in your mind, what is my best 5? If I'm going to start a best of 5 for World Championship against SKT tomorrow, am I starting Athena or Bamey? Am I starting a Voidless or am I starting Midi? And they know that. Like, deep down, they already have the answer to that question. So even though you can say, like, give people equal court time, like, that doesn't happen in any sport.
Yeah.
So it's one of those peculiar things.
It certainly is. And of course, QG were trying to do it as well, still playing Pekko a lot for towards the end of the split there. Uzi took over, perhaps. So
but they made a hard cut.
Yeah,
QG 100% came
factor, right?
Yeah, they were very public saying, Pekko is better now. We think Uzi is a better player in the long run. Pekko will play whilst he is a better player on the team, and as soon as the team can play with Uzi, Uzi will be our full-time AD carry. Now, obviously, that didn't happen because Uzi's playing for RNG. But if that was not the case, Uzi would be playing this split, and Pekko would not be. And Pekko would have had to accept that. Now, happy, he would have probably been called unhappy, and he probably would have moved teams. But you need to have a clear game plan going into this.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But we are into Champion Select.
So they have picked Bamey. So they've gone with one player staying true.
And this, in my opinion, theoretically, based on game number 1, last time we saw them, this is the lineup that we're looking at. This is the IMA Dream Team.
You reckon?
IMA Dream Team. I don't know.
I agree with you, actually. I think that if I was going to start 5 players at IMA, this would be the 5-man roster that I would start. But we'll see whether it works out.
Exactly right. But bans are Rumble, Swain, and Rise so far on the side of IMA, and LeBlanc and Azir to be taken away on the side of LGD. I like it. Lots of top lane focus. They don't want to be first picking away the Rise. Of course, we have seen it. In fact, lost in the hands of OMG. IMA have beaten it in the past. And Lucian is going to be banned on the side of LGD, so they don't want to give that one up to Jinjao. Imp wanting to play something else this time, and the Sivir is going to be first picked.
And I like it because IMA is a quick team. They need to be able to take the Sivir.
Oh, God.
And dominate the map.
Well, Amy, thinking about Kindred or Rek'Sai.
Just go Rek'Sai.
You reckon? Kindred's pretty silly at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is incredibly strong. It was banned out game number 1 from IMA. But I just don't think you pick up a carry jungler after the game 1 performance that came out of LGD's jungle. Should be looking to facilitate lanes, get in there nice and early. Although, what do I know, Atlas?
Yeah, well, look, I certainly don't either. I think on paper, if I was just going to pick champions, these two make a whole lot of sense. But you're right, Amy struggled game number 1. Avoidless as well has shown us a lot of Rek'Sai play so far. Would be very comfortable on her. And Punish is going to go straight back into the Victor.
Yeah. They got rid of the counter pick this time around, so I don't see a problem with it. I mean...
Did they? Kassadin's still up.
Yeah, it certainly is, but we've seen how that goes in the last couple of days. So we'll see how it works out this time around, but certainly agree that that didn't go according to plan in game number 1.
Not necessarily. However, adjustments have to be made from IMA. And with Kindred there, it does give Amy a big opportunity to reform himself.
Yeah, he needs to be active this time around the Rift and, you know, get in lanes and impact them early. They've priority picked the jungle for him. But once again, he'll be going up against the Rek'Sai, it looks like. And Rek'Sai is just so potent at counter ganking.
Yeah. And sort of the creative gank pass as well. I really, really like that. Of course, it is more helpful on the top side of the map when you are on the on the red side. See whether Avoidless is still going to be able to get around there and impact things. There's Echo once again, possibly for Amazing J, still keeping their options open. Baimi, of course, can play it if he feels like it. And Imp looking to go back to the Kalista, of course. He was the Kalista player. In fact, decided to go through almost every single build on Kalista before he settled.
Yeah, he was one of the single target Kalistas as well as Bang, I think, was playing in the LCK.
One of the sort of Static Shiv Infinity Edge Kalistas somehow.
Yep.
Still managed to make it work. A couple of top laners hovered at the moment here for LGD. And do you reckon throw Marin onto some sort of tank, something like that? Do you think Maokai could be a good option here?
Look at Marin's a very versatile, flexible player, but I just feel like in the current lineup, he needs to win the lane. And if they are going to go towards Maokai, I would expect them to double jungle, get an early lane swap, and try and open up the map and use these beautiful teleport plays to really impact.
Okay, so Baimi's going to be playing Soraka.
They look confused.
They are confused. Okay. They're looking down their notes, saying, hang on, this draft. Yeah, I know this draft. Aha.
League Ops is running over there, guys. Don't think that that's the one that they were looking for.
Yeah, look, solo lane Soraka was a thing.
Yeah, before she was reworked.
Yeah. And it doesn't work out quite as well anymore. The lack of a W doing anything in a solo situation is probably a problem. It's like the jungler just runs past every now and again. You just get a
top him up, yeah.
Yeah, top him up. Get a Nidalee on there. Of course, it's Rek'Sai, one of the most...
The E doesn't do damage anymore.
Yeah,
the Q doesn't AoE down minions. Do we want to keep going down this rabbit hole?
No, I don't think we want to. As I believe we are going to be remaking the Champion Select. It is going to be...
we think
very quickly.
We think.
But I mean, we're back on screen,
lane.
So theoretically, could be a thing. But my God. Okay, looking down the line though, Spawn. Based on what we have seen so far, I mean, Marin's changed things up. He's gone for the super tank in the Maokai. They didn't ban away the Bard, so of course that can actually be picked up by Road. Was a big deal in game number 1 against OMG. Do you think LGD have made the necessary changes in sort of removing a lot of that mid lane pull, getting rid of the Lucian opportunity there for Jin Zhao?
Yeah, well, the thing is, we actually don't know what Baimi is going to be playing, because it's either going to be whatever gets swapped out for Bard or Soraka is going to be going into the mid lane. So it's very hard to talk about mid lane champion pools. Like, Punish will be much more comfortable now that the Assassin's gone, but there's still Assassins that you can take into the mid lane. We've seen a lot of Fizz. We've seen some Casson running around, so there are still options there. I think the important thing to note is that this time around, they're not looking to win lanes. They're looking to scale into the late game. So when you have a look at, they've got the Twitch, they've got the Maokai. These are picks that you don't necessarily want to go even. In fact, the reason that Twitch is seen as a counter to Lucian is if Lucian doesn't win lane versus Twitch, all the pressure is on Lucian. So you need to send people down into the lane. You can run double teleport very easily if you have a Twitch, because you know where the focus is going to be. It's going to be shutting down the sewer rat. So that's why the Chinese teams like it, because it creates these pile-in situations, and Twitch is actually very good in them because he does AoE damage as soon as he gets Rune on. So I think that this is a composition that LGD will be pretty comfortable in running, and we'll see how they go with it.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what is going to happen, because I actually really like it due to the fact that Punish was struggling in game number 1, because one thing that Twitchers really like to do is get that first item, stealth up, run into the mid lane and kill someone. And look, if he's able to do it, that could be a big deal for Punish, getting him a foot in the door potentially once the bottom lane has hit level 6.
Yeah, it could be, and also just means that, you know, he's not going to be as isolated as long, because if they do take an assassin, once again, you have to go camp out the Twitch lane. Yeah. It's just something that if Twitch ever gets the 3 items and gets 5 auto attacks off in a team fight, you win the team fight. Like, he has a counter where you can actually just watch rat-a-tat-tat go out. And you're like, all right, 1, you're all right, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, no, we're done. Yep. So, yeah, we'll see whether they're able to shut it down, because they do have to put some effort in towards that.
Yeah, they most certainly do. And we are going to be remaking the champion select, ladies and gentlemen, so no mid lane Soraka. I know everyone was very, very excited about it.
If there was going to be a mid lane pick, I thought it would be Bard. There's no way you're taking Soraka into the mid lane. Bard at least hits people.
That is a good point. So, I just got it all wrong.
Yeah, you were looking at it from the wrong side of the coin.
So I'm sure we're probably actually in game right now, just watching, you know, Baimi just run around as Bard in the mid lane.
We're not doing that either. I'm just saying, if you had to keep that champion select, you would be running Bard.
And this is why
you
you're
would run
the analyst.
Seven mid, and you would run a duo lane of Bard Soraka. And it would be annoying as all hell. But I'm just saying, you would never run Soraka mid lane. Moral of the story.
Yeah, I like it. And you could almost run the Soraka AD carry situation. Peg bananas at people. I feel like there's a whole thing. They are sort of bananas. They're not quite as good.
They used to be bananas.
They did.
I was on board with it. Now they're kind of crescents.
Yeah, now she's got like an actual banana skin.
Yeah.
It's pretty disappointing, to be perfectly honest. But look, we'll move on from there. So LGD, change things up. We'll see whether they are actually going to be able to pull themselves out a victory. Do you think that... Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Yeah. I think that if they are going to win this one, it's going to be
Didn't want to go
Kindred.
for a Victor punish.
Yeah, no, I know. And then you did. So, but yeah, so I think that a lot of it has to be on the Kindred here. I think Kindred has to be able to get into these tank lanes. One thing that we did speak about is Maokai is good in standard lanes if you camp top, because he does have so many options in, like, he can tie people down for a very long time. Kindred can kill them. So I think that that's one thing that Amy has to look at. We spoke about it at length in spring. Amy and Mari need to get their synergy together. They need to camp out his lane, and then he can translate the pressure to other parts of the map as long as he is initially ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look, they do have the twisted advance there towards the top side of the map, but this is going to be more about empowering the Kindred as opposed to empowering Marin. Do you think that like just making him beefy enough to be that front line is going to be enough for LGD? Because often what they do is play around his power and like ability to dictate flow of a team.
100%. If he's powerful, they just have the option to fight wherever. You have a Victor, you have Kindred, you have Twitch. Like pretty much your 2 carries stand inside the
that is a good point. They have sort of the easy mode rat-a-tat-tat maneuver.
Everyone stands inside the Kindred ultimate, and then they all die.
Yeah.
And Maokai stands in there with you if they pile in as well, and you get the damage reduction on top of the Kindred ultimate. Like, it's a fantastic team composition that they've put together, and something that, on paper, they've completely outdrafted them without even seeing the last 2 picks that are coming out of the IMA squad, because we have been told that, you know, Champions League will be remade. The last 2 picks will be redone for IMA, so we'll see where that goes. But I think that yeah, it's very interesting that they've been able to get such a strong composition in LGD's lineup, and we're still quite unsure about whether they're going to be able to execute.
Yeah, and do you think a lot of it will then come down to IMA making sure that they keep the pace up? So they have to win very, very quickly, and if LGD get to a point where they can sort of comfortably get into these 5v5s, get the flanking situations for Marin, then things are going to go wrong. So IMA have a window, and then should probably pick for that window, like something early game focused there in the mid lane?
Yeah, potentially. Look, they have the Sivir, and like Sivir can light people up late game as well, and they are really an all-pile-in comp. So all you need is one crit Ricochet to go through a Kindred ultimate as it's popping to be able to kill everyone. We always said the Beyblade Arena to be able to be lit up and everyone to fall down. But this is something that they just have to play towards. They have to keep in mind, you know, that if they don't pick the Twitch before the team fight, they have to be able to disengage. They need a clear way out. You can't all in on Myron because, you know, even though he's a soul tank, you don't really have any tank shredders on your lineup so far. I mean, you got Sivir, Rek'Sai, Echo. Like, no one's really getting through Maokai at this stage of the game. So it's just about rotating around the map, taking down early objectives, look for a lane swap, and then just look to shut down the Twitch, because that really is the linchpin. If he doesn't do enough damage, then LGD don't win team fights.
Well, what do you pick then in the mid lane? So what do you grab? Do you get like something like a Karma or something like that? We are going to have a look right now as we run through the picks once again. These ones all completely known to us, ladies and gentlemen, as Voidless is going to grab the Rek'Sai. I believe Bamey then picks up the Echo for Amazing J. But look, more movement speed, more ability to get around the map, lots of sort of, I guess, base damages on the Karma, doesn't rely on items necessarily as much, can add utility to the team.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'd necessarily go to Karma mid lane. I think that I would try and pick something that, like for example, I don't know if Bamey plays it, but I'll pick Twisted Fate in this composition. Okay. Because you just have double globals, you have a great 1-3-1 split push with Echo and Twisted Fate. You're guaranteeing that Sivir is your only physical damage, so it's very hard for Myron to itemize against it. I like it. And you just open up the map as much as possible. Zillion's another good option for a very similar reason. Very quick, great control around the team fight.
And I can see why they made the Soraka mistake. You know, Zillion, Soraka, very similar champions.
Chinese client, like, they're in weird orders.
That is a very good point. That is a very good point.
Of course, that doesn't really give Jin Jiao an excuse as to why he picked it, but it is a very strange order going through.
Yeah, and it's an interesting pickup here as well, as Thresh was the last lock-in. We saw Twitch Thresh actually being a very impactful lane. I believe Imp and Mata played that one a lot.
Certainly did.
In a certain World Championship game.
The reason that Thresh is just so good with Twitch is that he can go aggressive with Twitch, but also when Twitch wants to go on these solo missions, you can land him back out to safety because he is very low mobility. He's not immobile. He's very low mobility when he goes into these positions. So it's just something that, you know, if you are a good Thresh player, you are able to get Twitch out of a lot of sticky situations.
Well, we'll see whether Imp is going to be his normal aggressive self on the Twitch. Of course, playing against more of a minion wave than anything else, as Jinja will probably be pushing things out. But with Bard in the lane, possibly a little bit of extra lane pressure. And do you think that the Thresh often picked up as well for the fact that you can sort of stand toe-to-toe with Bard, especially like levels 2 through 4, something like that?
Yeah, no, Thresh actually, like level 1 Bard is better, but Thresh after that actually starts scaling up in the lane as well. Make no mistake, still a dominant laner down there from the support position. So if you plays it well, he'll be able to go toe-to-toe with Road.
Well, we'll see exactly what happens, ladies and gentlemen, as you hop into game number 2. Here we are, game 2 underway. LGD trying to find their way back into this best of 3 series. IMA with a buffer game up their sleeve. And LGD with a completely different plan this time around. We'll see whether they can execute on it.
Yeah, no longer win game, Atlas. Just get to 30 minutes and light up a team fight is what LGD is looking for. And we'll see whether they're able to execute on it, because they certainly couldn't execute on the winning lane part.
No, that didn't quite work out. You can see LGD actually setting up for a possible death sentence here around the side. But just going to be able to throw down a ward and escape. Imp. He's going to feel very comfortable. Of course, Mata did get himself that skin whilst playing with Imp, so Imp now, the spirit of Mata, there in the lane.
Is that how it works?
I don't know. I was trying to come up with something. I don't know whether I trust it.
As it looks like maybe a lane swap going to be initiated here, although I may going back towards the bottom lane, so definitely not. All right, so I spoke about it a little bit yesterday, but as Bard, it's honestly considered a failed level 1 if you don't challenge for the first camp on the other side of the map. You really want to get out there and try and stop them from doing the Gromp, because Bard is incredibly strong level 1. And if you can keep people level 1 for as long as possible, then Bard can do work in the laning phase. This time around, however, Road just happy to take the camp away. Of course, he still does the camp incredibly quickly. I mean, he gets a double stun across both of them. But it's just one of those things that you should be able to mess with people level 1 if you are Bard.
We'll see whether he can as they get to the lane. Of course, level 2 will be hit very quickly, so we'll have a little bit of time.
Only by Jin Jiao and Imp, remember, because no shared experience. So they get it after 1 creep, whereas the supports still need the full wave.
Well, Voidless farming very, very quickly through the top side, actually leaving his blue buff. So
he'll give that over to a Bamey on the second rotation through.
Ah, okay.
So as a Rexar, you don't really need it. Doesn't give you any more experience or anything like that. As Punish doing a much better job this time around.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Took a lot of creep damage on the way back, however.
Death Ray almost tags Bamey, and that could have been extraordinarily dangerous. Punished, of course, feeling a little bit more comfortable this time around, has got the double teleport to answer Imaze. Of course, that late game even more empowered here. That added flexibility that the Victorville will have. Did actually sacrifice a bunch of creeps there. There's the Flash Flay, but Jin Jiao, brilliant use of that spell shield. In goes Amy at the same time as Road. Flashes out of the way after that Cosmic Binding that saved everyone.
Yeah, it certainly did, so able to get in there. Now a Voidless wants a gank in the mid lane. Punished in trouble.
Yeah, looking for it. Nice avoiding the knock up there from a Voidless, which is awkward. As Tremorsense has spotted out Amy. Road's coming around, though. They will have a potential stun here as the Cosmic Binding is not going to find it. Yeah, Teleport is actually going to be concluded there from Mara, and a Voidless trying to get out of the way. Nice Death Ray comes in. Flash. Twisted Advance comes down, but the tunnel is there. What the heck was that interaction? Oh.
So for some reason, Myron stopped at the start of the tunnel, but the continuation came through.
He was snared as he was tunneling.
But normally if you're a Maokai, you follow to the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Myron didn't. He stopped at the beginning, so that was interesting.
Very odd. It's the first time I've actually seen what the particle effect of a Twisted Advance is, because we saw him traveling through a non-existent tunnel with the particle effect of a Twisted Advance on him. Very cute. Strange interaction, though. Saved a Voidless's life.
Certainly did cost Myron double summoner spells as well as a level advantage, however, so he's not going to be very happy about that.
But you can see Bamey did have to teleport back into the lane.
Even without a tier, so that's not a great first back for the Zillion. Wants to be able to get that shop in. Tier or Catalyst, depends what you want to go. I go Tier on the current patch. I think Tier's cool, but of course, generally speaking, you used to go Catalyst on the Zillion.
Yeah, New Rod of Ages, of course, is pretty cool at the same time.
Yeah, it's nice and cheap.
Do you think that it's, as far as Zillion is concerned, sort of the trading health and mana situation of the Roa, do you think that actually helps out, or do you think maybe the older version would have been better anyway?
No, I think the new version's kind of cool for everyone. I think that it just promotes a healthy laning phase. As now Road caught out a little bit.
Yeah, not going to find the Cosmic Binding, but we'll be able to go on a magical journey if he wants to get out of this Dragon Pit.
Actually calls over Bamey, so they're not going anywhere.
Bomb is going to be picked up. It's a fair chunk of damage. Oh, there's another Cosmic Binding. Going to land onto you. Just let them know that he's there. Pink Ward is going to be cleared out of the way. You can see 80 carries now just facing off against one another. Very even as far as that CS is concerned. Itemization as well as Amy grabs himself the mark.
And this is a couple of games in a row that Imp has done it. I was wondering if he just did it because he was up in the last game, but he goes for the refillable potion.
Yeah.
So, of course, frequent shops coming in does make it worthwhile after about the third one, but not as effective on the actual potions itself. Oh, that creep was That's annoying.
That was very cute. He enlisted a creep. Another bomb going to be picked up. So Bamey getting his eye in at the moment. Of course, that early trade from Punish was very, very strong, but Bamey keeping up in this lane for now. And Amazing J continuing to actually play quite well in the 1v1 phase of the laning.
Well, remember, he's also up against a Myron that teleported away at level 3 and burnt Flash. So,
good point.
Only a 9 CS advantage is actually probably forgivable for Myron right now because he lost out underneath the turret for a lot of that trade. As wow, Punish actually has to burn the ultimate there.
Bamey did actually take a fair bit of damage from it, so probably an okay idea, but Corrupting Potion is there. He's running very, very quickly at the same time with that speed up, so Bamey going to push Punished out of lane.
Amy's going to have to rotate in, and one more time, the mid laner for IMA is just getting the better of his counterpart on LGD.
That being said, I mean, still very, very good farm here out of Punished, as Amazing J not trading all that well with Myron. That was actually very, very nicely done by the Maokai. As Road and Ginger out with a fair bit of control of this lane at this stage, but you can see everything's very, very slow, and LGD probably very happy with it.
Yeah, exactly right. So as long as kills aren't going down, even though they would have loved that first blood, good news story for LGD right now.
You've got Amy actually playing around in the enemy jungle here as well. No first bloods to go down just yet. Look at where Amy is going to be as well. He's the one that we wanted to step up. We'll see whether he's going to.
They're collapsing on him one more time. Actually forced him off a mark there. So that's really nicely done. Good communication out of IMA. Time and time again, their solo laners are backing up their jungler, whereas it doesn't necessarily look the same here.
Sort of never has been historically out of LGD either. Very much been the other way around, as there's the speed up. Bomb goes down sort of in no man's land, but nice second bomb. Punish not going to be able to take too many of these. Avoidless has found Amy, but red buff fell down earlier on. Lamb's Respite now available for the Kindred.
That's dangerous out of Avoidless, actually, invading that deep into a Kindred's jungle. Kindred chases you out of jungle quite well.
Nice hat, Bamey.
This is a pretty funny lane, actually, to watch.
Certainly has been so far. But Punished.
Another refillable potion, so double refillable potions on the LGD lineup. You can see they just want bang for their buck right now.
Yeah.
Taking out that loan, you know.
I find it interesting that Myron didn't get it. You know, top lane, often you see a lot of Corrupting Potions. Maybe not from a Maokai, but come on, man. It seems trendy within the LGD camp.
Apparently.
So we'll jump in there. It's only you that really needs to get one. Changing it up, most definitely. Sightstone, however, is now done from Road. We'll see whether he's going to be moving around the map. Of course, last time we saw him on the Bard, he was everywhere. At this point, actually staying with his AD carry for a little bit longer.
Makes sense in the lane matchup, right? You don't ever want to give Imp a chance to dominate. And Bard, even though he's a great roamer, is also a really good 2v2 laner. So I like how Jinjiao and Road have played this 2v2 so far. So Voidless, waiting in the wings.
Yeah, standing out of vision range, of course, of that ward in the Tri-Brush that they knew was there. Not going to be able to find any ganks, though, as he heads back to base. Void Rush, and head back towards his wolf camp. Actually heading into the enemy jungle by the looks of things.
Yeah, one more time. Wants to get in there and kind of try and mess with Amy. Amy spotted him out, however.
Did steal one of the little popcorn chickens, though. As Voidless, he's only level 6 here. Gets the extra movement speed from his Zillion. He's going to head out of the way. I believe he'll be able to get some experience from him as well, if Bamey wanted to give it over. Cute little interactions. As he might actually also be able to deliver it to Road, which would have been cute. That's how he managed to get to level 6. Assuming he was spending time out of lane. Do like that mechanic from Zillion.
But it's turned into a farm fest, and you have to say that this would probably suit LGD in the current stage of the game. They have pretty good dragon control as well, as Imp gets stunned up.
But there's the handy thing about having a Thresh, despite the fact that Imp did almost die from all of that poke damage that was the follow-up. So Amy is going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler. Ocean Drake is Drake number 1. As there's another Chaos Storm stun, not going to be found there, as Bamey speeds himself up out of the storm. Doesn't quite have the catalyst just yet, but thankfully the corrupting potion going to be helping him out.
But you can see that's just as soon as the slow goes down onto him, has to be able to back away from the trade, and bottom lane turret actually going to fall down nearly.
Big capitalization on all of that damage that they managed to get onto Imp. And level 8 for the Sivir as well, who's really starting to scale up. Avoidless looking for Punished. Oh my goodness, he really didn't want to get stunned.
Well, Punish just knows what happens when he falls behind in this Victor lane. Doesn't want it to come through this time around. So we'll choose to go back, actually.
Damie is going to continue to farm up even underneath that turret. Still with the lead, though, Punished. These bombs are getting better and better at clearing out mini-waves. See when Damie can actually finish off that Rod of Ages. Probably in the next couple of minutes. Should be able to get there. As Amazing J continues. Stay ahead in the farm. Actually slowly gaining that lead. 27 CS here.
This is what we expect out of Echo. As I said, for a long time, Echo was kind of unrivaled in the trio of the Poppy, the Maokai, and the Echo. Echo won both lane matchups. Doesn't really do as much for initiation. Has great follow-up CC as the lanes, as the team fights progress, but his initiation is slightly weaker than a Maokai as well as a Poppy, so we'll see if that is something that comes back to bite them, because they don't really have great hard initiation outside of Bard. And a Voidless now trying to sneak away the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, very cheeky. Actually noticing the fact that the mark is on the top side of the rift too. I actually really like it, considering the fact that Amy probably is going to be going for it. Amazing Jane notices that he definitely is. And a Voidless will be easily able to grab it. Of course, the bottom lane outer turret fell down as well. Lots of map control available for Aimee. And Dragon control has definitely been a thing that this team has been very good at.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Meanwhile, Amy kind of runs into the jungle and looks to see if he can get anything done. Not really all that much happening, so good heads-up play out of a Voidless to be able to pick up Dragon. And as we mentioned, the reason that Rek'Sai is coming back is because she can farm as well as these carry junglers, and Amy isn't even up, like maybe a camp now. But given the fact that Dragon has gone down, good news story.
Well, this could be the gank here as well, as even Rhodes here, able to get the stun. That was all Bamey. And that is going to be first blood going down for Jin Zhao.
Yeah, fantastic rotation. They understand that they've taken away mid lane turret. They know exactly where the Kindred is. She's in the jungle. So they make the play onto the middle of the map and they open it up for first blood. 1,500 gold lead. I mean, it took them a little bit longer this time, Aimee, but they make the play.
Yeah, they do. And Bamey as well now has his Rod of Ages completed. About 13 minutes in. Still hanging around here in the mid lane as well. But is it going to be enough? Of course, the insurance policy well and truly there for LGD. And Punished, even though he's died once, of course, that was a 4-man gank in the mid lane, he's still managed to keep up that farm, not getting zoned away from every minion wave. That could be good.
So they're in a better position than the last game, sure, but they still are falling behind in this early game. And really, they've started to lose control over the bottom side of the map. They've burnt multiple flashes onto Punish. They take away the Dragon. They even half-health the turret in mid lane after taking the bottom lane turret also. So very nicely done. And now they're going to start up this blue buff. Teleport is available, but looks like they want nothing to do with it. That's just going to go over to Bamey.
Yep, there it is. Bomb is going to secure it there. So Bamey moves back, takes Punished's blue buff. He'll be on his merry way. I believe Amy wasn't able to steal the blue, just got the rest of the camps around that blue side. Wow, it's a lot of damage as Bamey grabs himself. A stun, a Voidless over the top there as well with the tunnel. You can see, doesn't quite find the bomb apart from the one onto Amy's head, but no stun to come in here as Kindred takes a lot of health in damage. And this sort of poke, oppressive game out of Zilean is looking really difficult for LGD to deal with. As a Voidless may have actually caught out Mara in here. He's going to get slowed down with the Chili Smite. Amy's found his way in, but teleport's coming down from Bamey. Wants to be able to keep someone alive if he can, but successful escape from Marin, that is a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially because they have a couple of members top side of the map. See whether they can pressure in onto this Sivir. Doesn't look like it right now. Should just be able to clean up the wave. So a little bit of a missed opportunity here out of LGD because they are investing a lot right now to try and control the bottom side. There really is no response.
You can see Punished actually. Nice death ray. Getting a lot of damage. Goes in. Jin Zhao Not going to be going too far ahead as now Road is going to make his way back up, help out the Sivir, maybe even just set up some Coco in a line and leave her be again.
Yep, so this is interesting. Im's actually going for a Bork build. We generally, at the moment, see Youmu's into
Not in the LPL.
the Hurricane.
There's been two of our Twitch players so far, PentaQ, I
This
believe.
split, but you can't say in the LPL because Def was the one that made the build.
Well,
and
yeah,
then,
no, that's a good point. But
Whoosh
recently,
was the one that played it at the whole of MSI.
I'm just saying, I'm really happy that you brought it up because I don't know why it's been sort of changed over.
I think it would be if you need the sustain in the laning phase, you'd go with a Bork. I really can't think of another reason to go Blade of the Ruined King over Youmu's right now because Youmu's is just such a cost-efficient item build and gives you everything you want for Twitch, especially the opening up power. So, yeah, it is one of those differences, but Imp's sticking true to his old school build.
Yeah, like it. It was what he used to use to sort of submarine the mid lane with the extra burst damage that you get from the
Youmu's
active.
gives that as well because you used to actually go both.
Yeah, good point.
You used to go Bork into Youmu's into IE because Youmu's was your crit item in the build.
Oh, Amazing Jay actually getting very aggressive on
Once
Myron here. Yeah, might be able to get the passive here in the Z-Drive Resonance as he's tanking up the turret. Myron, okay, ultimate not going to be used, and he just bashes him.
Yeah, so another Amazing J play right there.
Yeah.
Used to see it on the Olaf in the past, where he would just run underneath your turret and die to you, but this time trying it out on the Echo, and it seems to fit.
Yeah, successfully died underneath the turret as the Echo. So I think he was waiting to use the ultimate, just unfortunately.
I think it just came back off cooldown.
Really?
As
He
he
was
was
underneath
dying.
that turret?
Yeah, without the ultimate.
Just Amazing J things, everyone.
And it actually looks like they give them a reprieve cross map because all of a sudden they do get to force Sivir off. Two auto attackers up here. Going to be able to get at least half health of this.
Nice Boomerang is going to do a fair bit of damage. Looks like not quite enough.
Potential Bard ultimate out of Road. Doesn't want it.
Just going to clear out this minion wave, so not pushing their luck too much.
Double TP was available there, so it's good acknowledgement of the fact that, you know, Zilean can't really head up into that lane unless he leaves nice and early. Punish can stick around mid lane and just continue to clear out. He's done a much better job this game farming up. Of course, Zilean, much less kill threat than a LeBlanc in that regard, so you can understand why he's had an easier time about it. But LGD, as you would say, Atlas, are scaling right now.
We be
They're
scaling.
probably happy with how the game is slowed down.
Junjo actually relegated once again to sitting underneath this turret. Lots of respect given to Imp. It's Amazing J. Tail between his legs at the moment, but still back in the lane, still ahead by 30 or so creeps. With a Spirit Visage now completed at the same time. But this is the big deal. The fact that Amy is on the Kindred. Of course, doesn't necessarily need to be getting kills. Of course, Elise known to be ganking lanes, which is why the 0-0 was a little bit odd 20 minutes last game. This game, however, just wants to be farming things up. Is doing so quite nicely.
Probably wanted to have earlier control over the neutrals, you know, maybe be able to pick up a Rift Herald or an early Dragon for his team. Hasn't really had the luxury of that, so a little bit of Kindred's usefulness falling away.
Oh, nice Cosmic Binding there as the Dragon, I believe, is being attacked by a Voidless. Down to about half health as the Cloud Drake is taking some damage.
And
Amazing Jay's going to go in.
Still topside of the map, so there's not really all that much they can do here, so they give over a second one.
Yeah, and actually Tempered Fate landing on Marin here. Able to get the stun with the Cosmic Binding. Marin already down to about half health. He's pretty tanky though at this stage as Amy will need to use the ultimate. Amazing J being quite frustrating. Ults his way out. Amy in trouble. There it is. Lamb's Spike comes down. Punish needs to get on top of it. Has managed to get there. Road is going to fall. There's bombs sitting on top of a Voidless. Amazing J didn't even need the ult. A little bit of mistargeting
They
there.
just won a 3v4, Atlas. I mean, Road falls down and the three members of LGD come up trumps. Fantastic play out of Myron and Amy especially, and then punished on the back end of that play. And, you know, they give over a Dragon, sure, but it is the air one, so, you know, not the biggest deal until the Elders start coming out, and LGD finally have their first gold lead.
Yeah, they've done it.
They were 100 gold up when I said it. Now they're equal. Now they're behind again.
Damn it. But look, you managed to say it. As you can see, this is going to be the vision from IMA. They have a lot of bottom side focus. This is exactly what Road has been doing. Whereas on the other side of the rift, you trying to keep Imp safe towards the top side.
A little bit more focus on vision denial also there. Had 5 pink wards to the 2, I believe.
Not going to see any Infernal Drakes this game, so Mountain is going to be the 3rd dragon that we're going to see. IMA looking to go for the collection. Arguably the more important one, and this probably helps LGD. Can give up the first 2, maybe not necessarily valuing the Ocean Drake towards the late game. Wanting to have that extra ability to take down these neutral objectives. And Baron being looked at. Still haven't really been able to open up the map too much, though, on either side.
Looks like right now LGD are trying to bait them into a fight. They get the ult onto a
Yeah, Punish could be in a whole host of trouble. Stun comes down as well. Rogue looking for more is punished. Oh my goodness, Amazing J is going to be able to lock that one down. Can they finish this fight off, though? Yes, they can, as Amy's going to fall. Parallel Convergence locks up the Thresh. He's going to die. Imp trying to kite this one out, but Amazing J is so frustrating. The ultimate is going to be used out of Amazing J, and he is going to survive. And they've taken down the outer turret in the mid lane. Magical Journey to be taken towards the Baron Pit. Mad pings onto it.
So 2 members go down without using their ultimates on the LGD lineup. And in the end, it was Bamey's ultimate that saves Amazing J, so he still has his own available. Marin walks into the middle of this pit.
Imp's there as well. Parallel Convergence doesn't find the stun. Once again, the Chrono Break comes back in, and they will be able to take down this Baron. Marin now has to deal with 5 people. He's tanky. But Marin, you ain't that tanky, as they now just take the Magical Journey to safety.
Got a member again.
Oh yeah, Road just seems to be dying.
So he traded 1 for 1. In the end, LGD once again, though, make a catastrophic error in the mid-game, hanging around that Baron Pit. They get picked off, and Amy and Punish both went down without using their ultimate. It just meant there was no damage out of this Victor. Didn't even get like a drive-by.
And I understand Punished as well, because he was sort of back-to-back stunned with bombs from Bamey as well as that Cosmic Binding from Rogue, but Amy just not quite measuring the amount of damage that he took. I liked his patience in that last teamfight that LGD won, but can't be too afraid to use that Lamb's Respite.
And all of a sudden, they're down about 5,000 gold, and turrets are going to keep falling around them. So unless they get one of those miracle team fights, it looks like it is going to be a game where this composition can just continue to siege down. All lanes pushing in IMA's favor right now.
Yep. Phase dive from Amazing J helping out a little bit, taking down this turret. As you can see, it's all about Jinjiao. It's all about the Sivir. Does have the 2 items. Pickaxe there as well. And they're not stopping. Inhibitor turret now under fire as Punished gets dived on by Amazing J. This guy's well and truly up in that front line. Nice Cosmic Binding he's going to land as Amy takes a lot of damage. Marin right in the front line, but he can't necessarily tank as well as he'd like. The bombs are coming in. Amy almost dies to those ones. They have to respect Bamey's damage.
But that's actually an overreach by Amazing J one more time. That should have been a free turret. You know, just being able to open up the base. But one more time, he just dives in on the back line. Wants to make something happen. They're going to have to stick around for the next one. It gives another opportunity, potentially, for LGD to look for a team fight.
Punish trying to clear out the minion wave here. It's a really nice spell shield. Turret is going to fall down. Punished in trouble. Bombs there. Lamb's Respite has made its way in, though. That's going to keep the mid laner alive as Imp has been caught by the Tempered Fate. Amazing J finishes him off. It's actually Bamey that grabs the kill. Punish still very, very low. Nice hook on a Bamey, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough as Amazing J's just running rampant. Amy trying to get away from the bombs, does so successfully, but this Echo just can't seem to die. And Marin, although he's so tanky, he just hasn't been able to peel Amy underneath the turret. Triple kill for Amazing J. Teleports coming in. The inhibitor's going to fall down. And IMA continue the momentum from game 1.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're going to be able to pick this one up. It really is only the Kindred that's trying to keep them at bay. And 3 members on sub 100 health, but it doesn't matter because IMA, they're looking to win the game.
Yep, 25 minutes in. Imp trying to go for the desperation save play, but the Nexus is at half health. We're already looking at the grins on IMA's faces, and that is going to be the swift 2-0 victory for the team that auto-promoted from the LSPL. We didn't know their power level. Right now, I'm feeling like we have a bit better of an idea.
Yeah,
little bit, but we didn't know LGD either.
They've beaten 5 and 4 in the group. I mean, OMG finished 5th, LGD finished 4th in a very weak group, so we know that they can beat you know, the middle of the pack teams in the LPL. I think that's very fair to say now that IMA certainly doesn't look to be a bottom tier team in the LPL. They have started to beat some of the middle of the pack teams, but I think the way that they won that, capitalization on one mistake a second time around, around the Baron pit. They did it against OMG Game 2, and now they've done it against LGD Game 2 as well, where it's just their mid laner and their support that gets the pick and able to take over the game.
Yeah, and it seems like coordination from sort of specific members of this team that are really able to get things done. It sort of means that they get to ignore Amazing J. He can do some sort of weird stuff, like you were mentioning, overdiving. He committed suicide to Marin underneath the turret as well, thinking that he could ultimate his way out. It was just a slight mechanical error, you could say, but was definitely a play that he didn't need to make. But it doesn't really matter because he's sort of not required as far as their decision-making process because they skirmish so heavily. I feel like they only need to have these like certain masterminds. That's sort of that's my theory anyway.
That's an all right theory. All right. You know, it's an interesting one. I'm just saying that if you solo die versus V in a game, or, you know, if you do it against Mouse at the moment, you're probably going to lose the game because you just shouldn't dive a turret like that. I mean, as I said, they beat OMG, fantastic. OMG is a team that has gone through, you know, they've been playing Icon and Cool. They played Cool against them. They had a brand new jungler on their lineup in World 6 that we hadn't seen play in a split, and they were able to take him out. Now they've taken out LGD. Once again, this is a team with 2 roster swaps, bringing in 2 specific downgrades. I don't think anyone is going to say that Wayless is a worse mid laner than Punish, and you is definitely not PYL. So, you know, this is a team that is going through fluxes, and IMA has beaten them both, so credit to IMA. However, in saying that, they are making silly mistakes still around the map, and not every team is going to give you a 22-minute Baron when they have a Maokai, a Twitch, and a Victor on the other team with a Kindred ultimate to stand inside it. It's just not going to happen if you play a good team in the LPL, so yeah, they're beating the opponents in front of them. That's all you technically have to do right now. But I'm still not putting the horse in front of the cart with this team because it's still not smooth sailing in my opinion.
Yeah, so it's sort of in the game talents basket for now, and we'll see exactly what's going to happen after we've increased that sample size.
I actually like the comparison a lot because game talents decision making has also been very good.
Yeah.
And they beat a Snake lineup, you know, and then Snake got exploited by EDG. And we're like, okay, maybe we need to adjust where Snake currently sits on our power ranking. But then they go into the next matchup and they're able to win comprehensively 2-0 there. So I think that Game Talents is a very similar story to IMA right now. They're going to be good LPL teams. The question is, can they step up to great? Because right now, I'm not putting them anywhere near RNG, EDG, or even Team WE, because all 3 of those teams look head and shoulders better than the 2 that are undefeated right now.
Yeah, and I feel like you can almost sort of sneak Newbie in there, potentially in the conversation.
Newbie can be snuck in there if Dade figures out how to lane.
Yeah.
I don't give, like... Dade is a great team fighter. That's fantastic. But your excuse shouldn't be, I can't lane because I'm a good team fighter. It should be like, I can do everything to an 8, and then my team fighting is a 10. And he got destroyed in every single laning phase so far. So Dade still needs to work on that part of his game to get back to where he was at as a King of Spring.
Yeah, so if we're going to have a look at IMA here specifically, that means within their group, it's the WE and the RNG matches that we're really looking for them to really step up. It will be very, very difficult. I mean, RNG is a team that look utterly terrifying at the moment, and WE managed to take a game off them.
Yep.
So both of these teams, I think, honestly, as far as this group is concerned, it's a terrifying group in Group B, and really, these 2 are really to be feared.
I completely agree. And, you know, IMA might be the 3rd best team in this group. And
and
that would be fantastic to them. And I said, like, there are people like in our team that have them between the 6 and 3 mark. So I think that well and truly, this team could be the 3rd best team in the group. But until they play RNG, until they play Team WE, we're not going to know if they are. And it's going to be exciting when they do because they match up on paper incredibly well. Individually, skill-wise, I may have a pretty stacked roster. It's just that they're very inexperienced and very new, and we want to see if they can piece it together.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, I like what you're saying is the fact that it's sort of just exciting, right?
Yeah.
And these are like new players, lots of young players. We are going to have a look at one of them here. It's Jin Zhao. He's going to pick himself up the MVP, 100% kill contribution on the Sivir. And look, he did really, really well. Ran into the mid lane, threw that like donkey whistle down, like you mentioned so beautifully, and picked up first blood, and it just all sort of went from there.
Yeah, completely agree. And the exciting thing for me, like I'm no way and I'm a a hater at the moment. I think that if you say that they have peaked already, if you're saying they've peaked already, I think you're actually underselling this young lineup because they have so much room to grow and things to clean up. I mean, even the communication of, Amazing J, stop diving turrets while we're trying to make a cross-map play. Yep. How did we lose a 4v3 running through our dragon? Why are we even chasing that? We got the objective. We should just reset the map, go back to playing standard. So there are things that this team can still learn, and that's a scary thing because individually they are incredibly talented. And I think that the second game when we saw a Voidless on the team is the lineup that we will start seeing more and more of because you saw that Fire Lolly had some great ganks, don't get me wrong, and he was the MVP of that game, but Avoidless has great control over the map. I think that as far as a slow-paced control style of League of Legends, Avoidless is a better jungler in that regard.
And it was arguably a more difficult jungle matchup for him as well, up against the Kindred, able to stay up there in the farm and was getting a lot of pressure in there, not afraid to go into the Kindred's jungle, things like this. The man was playing quite well.
Yeah, certainly was. Still had the same dragon control, so it's great that even though they're changing out junglers, they continue to prioritize the neutrals in a good way. He still had the great pressure onto the bottom side of the map that opened it up and allowed them to take down the first turret incredibly early on. That put LGD on the back foot. The longer the turrets on the outer ring were up and standing, the longer they could make the map big, the happier LGD were on this because they wanted to continue to scale. So IMA played specific parts of this map incredibly well, and I think that Rhodes Bard will just not see competitive play anymore because he is able to solo out people and pick them off in a terrifying way, similar to how Afro was, and we saw the potence of that at MSI. Just the ability to lock down one key member and lay a CC afterwards. Bard is so terrifying when in the right hand. So I think there are certain things that teams will learn about IMA and they'll become easier to play against in the future, but they still have such huge room to grow.
Yeah, the thing I like about this team as well is it's not necessarily like they've got room to grow in the decisions that they make on a holistic level around the map because they have the right idea a lot of the time, and it's almost like calm Amazing J down a little bit, make sure that you do have more clean team fights, clean calls in every single one of them. A lot of their team fights look fantastic. That one after the Dragon looked awful.
They're a great scrappy team fighter. When they fight at a disadvantage, they're really cool to watch. In fact, if you go watch the OMG series, the fight around the Baron in game number 2, where Bamey just lit up 2 members, absolutely split the team. It was a 1v4 when he started off because they just ganked cool in the bottom lane. They're really good scrappy team fighters, and that's what we like to see in the LPL. On the flip side of this matchup, LGD have just reaffirmed every fear that anyone had. Myron's going to get camped every single game. Amy has no idea what to do in that situation. And Imp, whilst being a great AD carry, it is no longer a meta where AD carries will 1v5. And they really need to shore up what is a leaky ship around Myron and Imp because even Punished look exploited in that game.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, what do you look for to sort of try and find the answer for this team at the same time? Because it's just looking more and more dangerous. I mean, POL, of course, not quite there for some time. We believe that he possibly could be coming back as well, ladies and gentlemen. So, look, we may not need to be crying for too long, but you did a decent job. Of course, you mentioned that 2-minute play first up. I mean, LGD straight out the gate, yes.
And he was making the PYL plays. I mean, the flash in and the play, looking for the hook. He nabs the Bard. Unfortunately, just before he gets stunned up, Rhodes able to get the double stun and completely defuses the play. So you, in a different, they would have got first blood, probably 50-50 at the blue buff area. It just didn't go their way because of some great reaction time. They would have got first blood in the bottom lane, maybe a 30, that's a 30% play that you would take nearly every single time.
There was a fantastic spell shield that stopped it immediately as well. Yeah.
So I think that you has the right idea. It's more Amy and Punished, I think, that were kind of lackluster in this series against IMA.
So unlimited potential, just not quite much more after that because both of those players, of course, coming from that team. Hart there as well. I mean, the coaching, do you think that there's anything to do with draft here that we're questioning?
No, I think both drafts were great. Both drafts were actually phenomenal. So whoever's doing their drafting, you're one person that can hold your head high because your draft was pretty good both games. And I think that anyone that gets Maokai, Kindred, Victor, you're like, that's a winning top half of the map. You get a Thresh Twitch, you're like, that's a pretty good bottom half of the map.
Put them all together, we've got a pretty good team fight.
Then what happens? 2 people die in front of Baron Pit at 22 minutes, and you're like, But, so whatever, the drafting was fired out of whoever is doing that for LGD right now.
Yeah, we'll see whether they are going to be able to grab some victories as they move forward. Because, look, by any accounts, this could be, the third team. They might be able to grab some momentum for themselves as well. We saw LGD, once they got some wind in their sails, they didn't stop winning games towards the end of last split.
LGD are famous for starting slowly.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost, I think,
certainly making
7
a good-
sets in a
yeah.
row when they, and then just snuck into the 4th place spot, and we thought they could go the distance still because with Wayless and PYL in the team, they were playing great League of Legends. So you can never gauge the relative strength of LGD. Right now, they look very sloppy and uncoordinated, and we'll see if that does improve as the split goes on. My gut feeling is this time they've dug themselves into a hole, but you never really know. As long as you have Imp on a team, I give you a winning chance every time you step on the Rift.
Yep. All right. So let's just have a brief discussion about the games that are coming up because, of course, we're going to be stepping off. It's going to be Froskerin and Fish that are going to take you through the next 2 best-of-3 series. But the next game that's coming up is going to be RNG versus Vici. And the jungle matchup is very exciting.
Yeah,
Dandy versus MLXG. How do you think it's going to go?
Certainly is kind of cool because I think that MLXG kind of made a huge splash at MSI. And one thing that I do want to point out is MLXG Xiaohu overperformed at MSI.
Yeah.
I think that they're young players that have incredible ceilings, and I said that people will underestimate the Chinese players on this lineup. But I think that the way they played, I don't think anyone would have told you they would play that well because MLXG looked like the best jungler in the world. But going up against Dandy, someone that is so consistent, has such clean pathing in the early game and such control over the overall game, it's going to be interesting to see whether MLXG can play his aggressive style because Dandy's a god.
Yeah. It's going to be very, very exciting to see. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the next 2 best-of-3 series with Froskerin and Fish.
And I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me for the last two games tonight will be Indiana Frosker in black. How are you doing today, Indiana?
I'm pretty excited. I haven't seen you in a while, Fish.
It's been a long time, pretty long time since we've been on the desk for the LPL together. But without further ado, we're going to go into the next matchup tonight, which is going to be RNG taking on Vici Gaming. These two teams, you know, back into the LPL. Vici hasn't played a game yet. RNG, they played one. We're able to pick a win against Team W. But before we dive into it, let's talk a little bit about that last match. IMA picking up their second win here in the LPL so far, coming from the LSPL. They're looking strong.
He's like, let's talk about RNG and go the strict. No, never mind. IMA and LGD. I think Spawn really said it best previously on the desk, is this idea of understanding context about where IME fit into everything. It's really cool for teams like GT and IM to come into the LPL to pick up their first two wins. And the first week, obviously, like Spawn said, beating the opponent that's ahead of you. But comparatively to teams like Team WE, RNG, or EDG, we still don't know, are they good, can they be great, and can they challenge the elite? And
LGD looking a little bit similar to what they looked like in Spring Split here, dropping their first game against IMA. Not what we expected coming out from the team one more time coming into Summer Split here.
I think that excuse only works for so long. Not what we expected from LGD. I think at this point, that's pretty much what everyone is expecting from LGD, which is just unfortunate looking at their pound-for-pound star-studded roster.
Well, let's dive straight into the next match that we have coming up here, which is going to be RNG taking on Vici Gaming. And the first thing that stands out here is the battle of the Azirs in the mid lane. We have Xiaohu taking on EasyHoon in the mid lane in this matchup. This is what a lot of people have been waiting for this week.
We called it the Korean Azir versus the Chinese Azir when we were preparing for this matchup. Obviously, this patch is perfect for the likes of EasyHoon. Control mages are back in form. He was a big Rise player, big Azir player that everyone knows from his days previous on SKT. Meanwhile, across from him, Xiao, who really showed up at MSI with his LeBlanc play and his Azir play. It pretty much means that it should be an insta-ban or a very heavily contested pick. But that's to say it's been heavily contested since Azir's kind of debut, so kind of another day in the office here.
Certainly has. And let's take a look at those lineups really quickly as we take a look at RNG to start us off. They've got Looper, Emelexi, Xiaohu, Uzi, and Mata in their lineup, with Uzi joining the team after their MSI run. So, new addition to the AD carry roster.
And it was frankly just a pure upgrade. Yeah, you were rotating between Wushin and Name, but no one can really compete to the majesty that Uzi has shown in that AD carry position. And alongside Mata, they came out huge in their first game against Team WE and really proved and solidified themselves that they are still the team to beat in the LPL.
They certainly did. They dropped that first match in the best of 3 series, but finished it out 2-1, incredibly strong in the final two, and looking to try and pick up a win here against Vici today. They still have a very star-studded roster. pretty impressive performance in MSI as well. They're looking to continue their dominance in week 1 of the LPL here.
And that's the terrifying thing if you look across at Vici, which I'm sure we'll get a glance at their roster in a second, is kind of where the power is weighted. If you look at Vici's roster, the first half of it looks great. You've got Long, you have Dant, you have EasyHoo, and you look across at the likes of Looper, MLXG, and Xiaohu, you're like, okay, I think we can go toe-to-toe with these guys. But then you get to the bottom lane, and that's when everything starts to fall apart. Not only the fact that you're facing across from Uzi and Mata, probably the most oppressive bot lane that the LPL has ever assembled, but then the fact that you have brand new players slotted into Vici's bot lane in Dwan and Schwan.
And you know what? It still feels a little bit like Vici here, because even when they're playing with Endless and Caveman, it was still the tale about how the team had to keep their bottom lane alive. We're going to have to see if they can do that with their new bottom lane duo. Actually, no, it's not. What is this?
Hail Mary play. I love it,
Hail
though.
Mary play. They're back. Endless and Caveman.
Okay, so we saw the off-roster movements of Dwan and Schwan being picked up by Vici Gaming, which they played before with the organization. I actually like the fact that they're sticking with Endless and Caveman. Vici have been very vocal as an organization, saying that they see a lot of potential in Endless, that he does well in scrims, but it's trying to make that translate on the LPL stage. And Caveman, I've actually become a fan of. I don't think he's a top-tier support, but that said, the LPL supports are just so stacked anyway. But he does his job, he does it well, and I don't think he's the necessary weak point for them.
So nothing has changed for this Vici lineup here. They're going to be sending Lung up into the top lane, Dandy in the jungle to try and face off against MLXG. EasyHoo be back in that mid lane, and Endless and Caveman with a bottom lane AD carry duo.
So now we do have the reset about where these rosters are lining up. You still have to give it to Uzi and Mata. Incredibly oppressive, and frankly, Endless has not been very good on anything that isn't Kalista. Kalista hasn't seen a ton of play in 6.10. Curious if Vici are still going to prioritize that champion, because it's this idea of an effective champion pool for Endless. He's been very hit or miss and very underwhelming when you look across the LPL AD carry pool.
You know what? I really want to see if Vici can continue their sort of playstyle coming into this match, because you did mention, the top half of the map, it looks very even between the two teams. Both have very star-like players with the likes of Dandy, MLG, Xiaohu, EasyHoo, and all up there. Then you look at the bottom half, it's definitely into Uzi Mata's favor, but are Vici still going to be able to protect their bottom lane? They did that throughout this time spring split. This looks like the same thing.
You're trying to beg is the question of understanding how Vici plays. So as an introduction back to Vici, for those who are new to the LPL, Vici were this team, we call them Death by 1,000 Cuts. They were a very macro-oriented team, very slow-paced team, and they would beat you around the map, but never in a 5v5. Vici have this identity where they would try to play the early game through things like lane swaps and clever little plays from pathing on Dandy. It would build up this gold lead, but it wasn't able to compensate for their inability to skirmish or to 5v5. And as we go into a 5v5 and fighting meta, unless Vici really made some adjustments in the offseason, this could be very scary for them.
Well, we'll have to dive into Champion Sectors, check if Vici have made those adjustments coming to Game 1 of this Best 3 series against RNG. And so far, Vladimir has been banned out here, as well as Bard and LeBlanc and Rise being banned out by Vici Gaming here. Interesting. Vlad being taken away from Vici. Seems like they don't want Lung or Easy to pick up that champion, as Maokai is going to be the final ban coming out from RNG, which means a lot of junglers being left open here as well.
And no surprise that it's a lot of mid lane focus. Again, we have Xiaohu and EasyHoo, but Dandy and MLXG, they're going to make anything stick that they get their hands on, so I don't necessarily see the point in banning out junglers from the likes of these two.
And Lucian is going to be the final ban coming out from Vici Gaming. Immediately, RNG are going to lock in Kindred as their first pick.
The MLXG special obviously showed the true power of that champion on the MSI stage. And what's super exciting is the fact that we get to see MLXG kind of coming back into the LPL, now recognized as one of the top junglers in the world, and he's facing off against the likes of Dandy. Again, we focus in on this mid lane, the two big Azir players, big control mage players, but so far on 6.10, it's just been the 2v2 of jungle mid duos. I think it's time to look at the other side of that.
And so far, with that Kindred locked in for RNG,
There he
it
is.
does look like we could possibly see the Azir being picked up by EasyHoo here. They're hovering over it. Definitely could be their second, a part of their second pick rotation here. We'll have to see what Vici decides to lock in eventually. But lots of very strong champions in the current meta left open and available for these two teams to pick up. And it is going to be the Azir going on over to EasyHoo. So he's going to have the first bout with the Azir in this matchup.
I think that pretty much means that we're going to see the Azir-Victor matchup, especially with LeBlanc banned. That's kind of the other flex that Xiaohu likes to go into, taking across from this. Obviously, very experienced with champion. And no surprise to see Dandy go back to Graves. He was the #1 Graves player for the LPL last split. would prioritize that champion over the likes of Nidalee and Kindred when offered to him. Obviously, Kindred being taken away, but Nidalee was still available. But kind of curious that he didn't go back towards the Rek'Sai. When we think of Dandy, we think of a very control-oriented jungler, but it makes sense. We kind of consider Graves a bit of a soft counter to Kindred, and this idea that when Lambs or Spike goes down, everyone's all low health anyway, and then Graves just holds his burst, walks in, and blows up multiple people.
We'll have to see if Dandy can do just that. It's interesting that Nidalee wasn't picked up here, being one of the S-tier-esque junglers along with Kindred, normally banned out even, as Swain and Alistar are going to be picked up during the next pick rotation for RNG here. So we've seen a little bit of Swain move up back towards that top lane. You know, he's dipped in and out of competitive play a few years back, but now finding his home up in the top lane since his rework.
I was going to say there are a few gaps there in the time that Swain has been played. We did see Newbie pick up Swain into the top lane. Spawn covered it a little bit. Effectively, he's just really obnoxious to play against. I am a little bit scared whenever Swain comes in because I feel like he is really dependent on the other solo lanes just naturally winning.
Well, if you can depend on anyone to naturally win their lane, it's going to be Xiaohu, but he is up against Easyhu, and that's not an easy task at all to pick up a win in that lane matchup. But for now, it's going to be Karma and Ezreal being picked up by Vici Gaming for their bottom lane AD carry and support duo. We don't have to wait to see what RNG decide to round out their team composition with their final two picks. Caitlyn's going to be the first lock-in for their lineup, and they are hovering over the Victor matchup. Like you mentioned, the Azir going into the Victor, most likely going to be the matchup for this mid lane.
And again, I wanted to call this composition kind of the long arm comp. Effectively, you have so much zone control in front of you that you pick a very long range AD carry. There's also the rise of the long range AD carry simply because you have long range mages like Azir cropping back up, although Victor is historically kind of a mid range mage.
And he's going to get locked in here. So it's exactly the matchup we thought it would be, and it's probably going to be thrown back and forth between these two mid laners throughout this best of 3 series, as Victor, being played by Sal, who will take on Azir from Easyhu. But look at this, Kha'Zix is going to be locked in for Vici. We'll have to see if that's played by Lung or Dandy in this matchup, because Graves, we've seen him up in the top lane, but we haven't seen very much Kha'Zix at all recently.
Looper seems to find it pretty humorous right there. Some cheeky smiles being passed around. Like, is this guy for real? No. Okay, cool. Kha'Zix versus Swain. LPL never disappoints.
Nope, certainly doesn't. They've got a couple more seconds to try and swap that one out, but it is going to be Kha'Zix moving up towards the top lane. It's been a while since we've seen the bug into a solo lane. I think it's only his release where we saw him throughout the mid lane so much, and he moved into the jungle a little bit, but a surprising return to the LPL.
We'll keep tabs on Long, see if he does anything kind of curious or funny. Otherwise, taking a step back, looking at these compositions, you do have a ton of kill threat in pretty much every single one of these lanes. Yeah, sorry, just backing up, looking at kind of what Dandy's options are and where he's going to go on this map.
We'll have to see what he decides to do as we go into game one very shortly, but some interesting picks and bans coming out here in game one already. It's been a little bit of a surprise, so to speak.
I don't know anymore. I just kind of sit down and, let them teach me.
Oh, we'll have to see if they can teach us anything going into game one here as the coaches shake hands. We're heading into the first match very shortly.
All of us. We come and we go. All of us.
We are loading onto Summoner's Rift. Uzi's definitely ready for this match, and we have to see if the rest of his team is.
All of us are ready.
We're all ready. We all come and go. As RNG will be taking on Vici in the second best of three of the night. It's going to be the first match between these two teams. The first match actually for Vici here in the summer split of the LPL as well.
And again, just to re-emphasize this, people or fans new to Vici, they did make a pretty impressive late playoff run last split. Unfortunately, missing their opportunity to represent on a international stage both times. Vici have made a point to say that they're a team about development, and it may not be their time right now, but one day it will. That's why they continue to look towards the development of their bot lane like Endless and Caveman, and we've already seen tons of improvement from them. It's now just a matter of how far can they go, and can they run up against this brick wall of Uzi and Mata?
Well, we're taking a look at the Keystone Masteries really quickly. Nothing too surprising coming out from these two lineups. I think the only one that would stand out is the Grass and the Dying being picked up by Kha'Zix. Had to wonder what he was going to pick up coming into this.
The Mata special of taking the extra damage on the Alistar as opposed to the Windspeaker's Blessing or Bond of Stone.
Thunderlords and the fan vote here. Wow, 89% of people think RNG are going to be able to pick up this win against Vici. Not too surprised.
I'm not going to blame them for that. Had a fantastic MSI performance, 8-2 groups, only dropping 2 games to the teams that would end up in the finals, CLG and SKT.
We're going to see standard lanes coming out from these two teams as well. So, 80 Character Sports down in the bottom lane. We will see the Kha'Zix Swain match up in the top lane. And the Control Majors battle out in the mid lane as well. Xiaohu taking on Easy here. And this is definitely a lane we have to keep coming back and watch over time throughout not only this game, but the rest of this series.
The Victor versus Azir, I think everyone's kind of tired of it at this point. I'm more curious about the Kha'Zix versus Swain. No surprise that both of these teams would try to match up 1v1 to allow them to get whatever type of advantage or face-off that they see here, but still scary because Uzi has this natural tendency to just passively and organically win his lane, and teams just can snowball from there, especially on the likes of his signature Caitlyn pick.
Both junglers did start on the top side of the map as well, so Kindred picked up her blue buff first. Graves was at his red buff and picked that one up. You can already see Uzi and Mata, they decided not to go for the camp at level 1, forced both Endless and Caveman to come back to lane very quickly as MLXG looking to try and get a very early gank here onto Lung up in the top lane. Has spotted him out here, going to jump on forward, get a little bit of damage down. Lung has to flash forward, but he's slowed incredibly soft. He's going to get flashed on by the Kindred, picks up first blood. Looper will pick that one up for his team.
And frankly, doesn't have enough tools on his kit to deal with the obnoxious soft CC that Swain can really put out there, especially in tandem with Kindred having both those slows available to them. What that means, though, is obviously big advantage to Looper, especially where its creep wave is. Immediately, Long burns the teleport there, but approaching that wave is still going to be incredibly terrifying, especially without his flash available.
He's only able to pick up boots as well as Corrupting Potion to get back into lane here, so no extra combat stats as he goes back into the lane. Looper still has his teleport, can decide to either help out his team or get a little bit more of a lane advantage when he goes back to base later, as Dandy is going to be picking up the Raptor camp here. He's spotted out by a ward placed down over the wall. But for now, both junglers just going back to farming it out. You can see on the map already, Easy Hoon, he's been able to push the Victor in towards his tower, so Xiao Hu going to have to farm under there for a while as Looper already trying to shove out this wave as fast as he possibly can. MLXG was actually returning up and towards that top lane, trying to see if he can get a return gank onto Lung.
Also making sure, I mean, obviously you have two different thought paths here. You have the idea that if Long overextends again, it's going to be an easy kill knowing that he doesn't have his flash available to him. Or if Dandy chooses to show up to try to even out the lane, you're there for the counter gank.
We saw a Vladimir band coming out from RNG here, so Lung has a few surprising champions up his sleeve, it seems. Vladimir picked up the Kha'Zix in this game, so we'll have to see throughout the rest of this series. He's going to pick up anything else coming to this match. So we head back down towards that bottom lane. Uzi and Mata still being a little bit aggressive, pushing out the waves wherever they can, but Endless and Caveman for now have been able to keep up in terms of CS. Not doing too bad themselves in this bottom lane.
And Long formerly came from Unlimited Potential and was probably one of the better pickups for Vici. Again, if you look at the top side of their map, it looks very strong. I think he fits in a very similar vein as the likes of V from Newbie. He's just kind of this role player, so when you see something like a Vladimir ban and a Kha'Zix pickup, it's actually a little bit out of his comfort zone that you would expect of the MO of this player.
Head back down into the bottom lane one more time here as Graves actually looking to try and see if we can get a gank off into this lane. Dandy looking to try and get down here as Endless. He's going to take a lot of damage to start things off. Uzi flashes aggressively forward. Endless is going to arcade shift out of there. Gets the shield from the Karma. Uzi's going to be the first to go down. The shotgun's going to be too much for the sniper. As Mata, he's trying to run away. MLX, she's coming in here. Picks up a return kill. Now working his way on towards Caveman and Dandy. They're trying to take him 2-on-1. MLX is just too strong though. As he jumps forward, he's going to pick up another one onto Caveman as he goes to the brush. A double kill for the Kindred, and they tie it up 2 for 2.
Exactly. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but it's about where the power is weighted right there. Mata and Uzi choosing to pull the trigger and trying to trade 1-for-1 initially. Good flash from Endless to make sure that Uzi isn't the benefactor there, but 2-0-1 Kindred, not where you want to be looking across from MLXG.
Definitely not. He's looking for even more here. He's trying to get the wraparound against Easy Hoon. Going to jump forward. Just slides out of there. Gets the Shurima Shuffle on. But we saw what a well-farmed Kindred could do yesterday when we saw Swift pick it up quite a bit for Nubian. Looks like MLSG trying to do the exact same thing for his team here. Has 2 very early kills already.
We always know that Kindred's going to be a massive threat late game, especially over your objective control like Barons, like Dragons, which have a higher priority on the 6.10 patch. Although, hold on. No, he's fine. He's cheating to his strong side of the map. Kindred takes a long time to ramp, though. Not a long time, but she can. Obviously, there's huge snowball and RNG potential on how you get your stacks if these ganks go well for you. So just really beating the clock right now on a champion that is already so powerful.
Well, we take a look back down in towards this bottom lane. You can see Uzi already trying to freeze out the wave wherever possible. He's picked up a pretty nice CS lead for himself. He's about 15 CS
Every
ahead of
lane
Endless.
is winning right now.
Every lane is winning for RNG, in fact. So we take a look back up towards the top lane. Looper still being very aggressive against Long here, trying to zone him away from as much farm as possible. In fact, the tower's denying quite a bit of CS as well. Dandy really has his work cut out for him in this match. He tried to get a very early gank off down into the bottom lane, which was just matched by MLXG, and it seems like MLXG is the one that's been the aggressor now.
No, and this is the problem again when you look across at Vichi's comp. Yeah, you can say, okay, just wait it out for Ezreal and Azir power spy because we see Mata going aggressive in the bottom side. But Caitlyn and Victor are going to be able to match that just as well. Again, Swain's going to really start to be a problem and matter if he doesn't have to worry about being that big 5v5. Not that he can't play in a 5v5, but it's more so, you know, if Swain just gets complete control of the top lane, he's just commanding all of these resources to come deal with him. He's so hard to take down.
Long was actually forced to use his teleport one more time to get back in towards that top lane. Meanwhile, blue buff being donated over towards both the mid laners, so Xiaohu and EasyHu will pick those up uncontested. Both teams just opting to not allow the junglers to donate that one over towards the mid laners. He's going to have a little bit of trouble. Poke it one more time, picks up the blue.
The weight of the world on EasyHoon right now. Big CS discrepancy, though. He does have a wave pushing into him, so he'll be able to shore up a little bit, but still, Xiaohu has the lead.
He's about a full minion wave and a bit more behind Xiaohu at the moment, so getting the better end of this matchup so far to Victor.
And they're really starting to bully this pressure out around the dragon. The fact that Uzi and Mata in tandem with MLXG have control of the bottom side. You start to see Mata moving in, placing down Vision. Are they going to contest for the pink ward, or are they going to let him have it?
Dandy's trying to take it. Actually, going to go over towards Mata, I believe. Was it Mata that picked that one up?
Yes. Got it with the headbutt.
Good job. Able to steal that away from Dandy. No prioritization over the Rift Herald or the Dragon just yet as well. 9 minutes into the game. It's the Infernal Dragon that spawned first as well as Long. Got a little bit aggressive against Lupa. He just turns into a giant bird-throwing machine. Was able to heal up whatever damage Long was able to dish out on towards him and still being very aggressive in this lane, not allowing Long to farm without any damage taken in return.
Long's very fortunate that that root didn't connect. The fact that he used his leap to get into range to try to trade with Looper, if that root had connected. I was very curious what the trades would look like between Kha'Zix and Swain.
You can see Endless and Caveman trying to cheek a back in there on top of a ward. Kindred was nearby looking to try and get a wrap around onto those two, but not quite able to do so. There's Dandy now waiting in this mid lane, trying to see if Xiaohu will overreach at all. Well, we are going to see MLSG in the meantime try and take down this dragon, the Infernal Dragon, all by himself. No vision coming out from Vici so far.
Mata zoning off Caveman and Endless, but EasyHoon has managed to slip out of his lane. We will have a 2v1 to start, 2v3.
Flash in from Mata, going to get the double knock up here. EasyHoon, the first one to go down, and MLXG picks up another kill for his team.
And the mentality for RNG is that we're already organically and passively winning. He's taking the dragon, just hold your lanes. You see Mata with very aggressive positioning, locking Caveman and Endless into the lane. EasyHoon and Dandy tried to force it, but RNG just had the superior rotation. And Xiaohu, with all of that vision, was able to follow up on EasyHoon nicely.
And on top of that, MLXG was able to pick up the Infernal Drake. Before that, the next dragon to spawn will be the Mountain Dragon. So two of the more heavily prioritized dragons are spawning early on in the game here for RNG and Vici. So we take a look back up towards that top lane. Lupa still being an absolute nuisance against Long here. He's about 15 CS up ahead of the Bug. And Long is not having a good time in this lane at all.
No one is having a good time. It's, again, holding on and waiting for your Ezreal and your Azir before you can start picking everyone up.
And speaking of the Ezreal, he's 20 CS behind Uzi at the moment.
No surprise.
A very big disadvantage for Endless at the moment. And Uzi and Mats have been very aggressive in this lane, making sure they can deny as much CS as possible from Endless. Despite the gank from Dandy that came on very early in the game, MLXG was able to turn that one completely around.
And MLXG hasn't even sacrificed any of his jungle farm to Dandy, so they're still sitting relatively even, slight leads, depending on who's taking their back when, but obviously that big difference is going to be the 2 kills slated in MLXG's pocket.
Approaching about 12 minutes into the game as well. So far, RNG, they're a pretty comfortable 2,000 gold lead ahead of Vici at the moment. 4-2, a single dragon to none, and no turrets taken down just yet. We have a look at the items really quickly. Ezreal already picked up that tier, has the Sheen as well. Still looking to complete the Iceborne Gauntlet first, it seems, coming in from this champion, whereas Caitlyn Uzi already picked up the BF sword, so a little bit more damage coming back into the lane for now for the Caitlyn. Looper and Long just going to trade up in this top lane quickly here. The Root not going to be able to connect on towards the Bug, but Looper just takes no damage when his ultimate is on.
Oh, hold on. Mata for the roam.
Ultimate's going to come out from Uzi here, and he's going to try and lock out Xiaohu, but it's going to be easier if they get locked down here. Xiaohu, though, taking a lot of damage. Dandy is all up inside of his face. That's 1-1, though, for both these teams so far. As the fight's going to break out, and MXG is going to try and join onto this fight. Martin doesn't have the headbutt pulverized just yet. The Root's not going to be able to connect onto Dandy, but the Bug still trying to run away. Does get the slowdown on towards the Kindred. They just trade mid laner for mid laner.
But again, it's looking about where these kills are being allocated. The gold is being spread across RNG's team composition. It's going to be Looper that picks it up now 2-0 on this swing, whereas Dandy still has all of the kills other than his support. So.
And still, 2,000 gold in the lead for RNG as Long dude just crawling up towards this top lane. He knows what he has to go up against, but Dandy, he's been caught up on MXG here. Another jump forward would be enough. He flashes on top of him. MLXG picks up a solo kill against Dandy.
What a world we live in where the likes of MLXG, this very young, aggressive Chinese jungler, is really testing his mettle against the likes of Dandy, a world champion now. Naturally, Dandy is he's dealing with some different assets on his teams than the likes of Samsung White, but credit to MLXG, he's really come into his own, and RNG have unlocked his true potential.
He played really well at MSI and continuing to do so here in their match against Vici as Endless. Going to take a whole world of damage coming out from Uzi and Mata, just a one headbutt pulverized combo.
So, this game, RNG are just winning everything organically as EasyHoon's actually caught behind enemy lines. That's a rock and a hard place. Will he get out?
She looked like he wanted to jump over the wall there. Instead tags the blue buff. He's still going for this one. He wants the blue buff for himself. Now, despite Dandy and EasyHoo being close by, he's going to dash him forward. He's able to smite that one away. Now looking to try and see if he can take down Dandy. We do see Xiaohu get behind him, picks up the first kill. MLXG will get that one now. EasyHoo, he's been locked down. Sand Soldiers will come out to try and divide MLXG, who puts down the lamps to spy. Keeping himself alive a little bit longer. Caveman gonna flash aggressively forward, but still gets taken down. EasyHoo picks up that final few ticks of auto attacks to pick up the kill.
And it's just this continued idea, the point that we were on before, is that RNG are just organically winning everything. And it allows so much space and room for MLXG to take full control of the jungle. And it's now a question of, chicken before the egg. Did MLXG win in the jungle, which allowed the lanes to win? And I think it was just everything happening at once.
It really feels like that. Looper already strong up in the top lane. MLXG, you already mentioned, controlling the jungle, picking up solo kills, great ganks from him. Uzi and Mata really strong in this bottom lane, and Xiaohu just is naturally ahead of EasyHoon throughout this laning phase. So RNG looking really strong here.
And it feels very slow paced and very controlled for how quickly we would normally see games ramp. You think back to RNG, it's constantly deep invading, skirmishing over these wards, and now they're just kind of sitting in an elongated lane phase, but that's totally fine. The adjustment to bringing Uzi to the roster, just give him a lane phase, let him farm up. Caitlyn does have a mid-game power trough, but no one's going to out-CS Uzi ever, 144 to 117.
Especially when you have Mata as your support. He's always going to be right behind Uzi, making sure he can back him up whenever he needs him to be. And Long, this is just not fun.
He can't win any trade.
He can't do any damage in this lane. Just
he
takes
can't,
half
he
his
can't
health.
farm underneath his own tower without that bird just blasting
Takes
him.
half his health in terms of damage from the Swain bird. Meanwhile, MXG and Loop are going to try and see if they can take down the Rift Herald about 16 minutes into the game.
Who will they give the buff to?
Wow, I thought that would definitely have gone over towards Looper. Instead, they're going to give it to MLXG.
I've seen them do this a few times, prioritizing giving it to the jungler. I don't necessarily think Looper really needs it right now. Obviously, it would help having a bit extra magic damage in these trades, as well as damage reduction.
Well, he's already incredibly healthy on that Swain. Don't see him losing any more of his health anytime soon. But the second dragon of the game has respawned. It's going to be the Mountain Dragon this time. RNG with their 5,000 or close, even more than 5,000 gold lead, 6,000 gold lead at the moment. Could definitely try and take this one away from Vici or force them to fight over this pit. Continue
Vici
to
have
snowball that.
no control over anything. RNG are in complete control. They get to dictate everything that happens on the map. Both teleports are available.
Very few items completed across the board for Vici as well. You can see in the mid lane, Stinger for Uzi Hoon. He has the Negatron Cloak and just bits and pieces here and there. Bottom lane, Endless finally picked up his Iceborne Gauntlet, but still sitting on the tier. Top lane, Spectre's Cowl, Barmy, Cinder, not much here, just bits and pieces of items all around the map.
A level 11 Smite compared to a level 9. We'll see if Dandy can maybe pull off a miracle here, although Mata is on top.
Going to be difficult, but MHG, he's waiting, just taking up the dragon whenever he possibly can. Going to see if he gets the Smite off. Will be able to take that one away from Dandy. They try to contest for it, but easy objective for MLXG.
And again, it's just this idea of we're already passively winning, so why change anything? It's a level 11 Smite to level 9. He's not going to get it. Just make sure that there's no fight, because we don't want to skew this one way or the other if no one's in perfect position. Continue to free farm your lanes and get the gold.
And the next dragon that will spawn in 23 minutes will be another Mountain Dragon, so another big dragon for RNG to pick up if they choose to continue increasing the damage they deal to towers and epic monsters. But for now, Looper, he's going to return up towards this top lane. He's 40 CS ahead of Long, and just not looking good for Vici at the moment.
And this is just the exact, I keep saying, but it's the exact plan that RNG want to play. The only tower that's gone down so far is that mid-tier tower, but otherwise they're holding all of their waves. They know that they're getting free gold. They know that they're going to outscale.
And they're slowly doing just that. Every single lane is up by at least 20 CS. MLXG controls the entirety of Dandy's jungle. He's 5-0-2, 30 CS ahead of that Graves as well. They just look strong. They're just taking it very slow and steady, not trying to overstep at any point in time. But MLXG now, he's being caught out by the ultimate coming in from EasyHood. Actually going to get locked down. Leverage his spike, going to try and keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Flashes out, but will get picked up by Dandy. So another kill on the board for Vici, and more importantly, to get the shutdown.
Yeah, and finally a mistake from RNG. Classic MLXG, that's what we actually really expect from him, that he used to do all the time when he hadn't really come into his MSI form, is overextend and not have support behind him for these really deep invades. He's strong on pretty much either side of the map, but he needs to communicate that.
Certainly does, and right there looked like he wanted to try and take the red buff away from Dandy.
Just needs to make sure his solo laners or his bot lane would collapse with him.
Pays for it with his life, as you see Mata flashes aggressively forward on top of Endless. He's going to have to be able to shift out of that, flashes and heals away as well, but RNG should be able to pick up the turret for this as Caveman now. He's going to get jumped on by Looper, flanking really deeply in the backlines. The laser will pick it up for Xiaohu as they take down Caveman. RNG get another objective for themselves.
And suddenly RNG flip the switch. They're tired of free farming. Immediately 2 towers fall in the last 2 minutes, and they move this pressure and this ward line aggressively into Vici's blue side jungle.
MLG has respawned. He's run down the mid lane, trying to pick up some of this free CS that has crashed on towards his turret. So far, RNG, they've been able to break those 2 turrets, open up the map a little bit here, approaching 20 minutes into the game. Long finally getting some chip damage down towards this top turret up in the top lane. But not going to be too long before Swain gets back up there and shoos the bug away, which we've seen throughout the entirety of this game.
Yeah, the question is, where will RNG strike next? With the mid-tier tower down, again, they can start to creep up their mid line. They do have a window of opportunity where they can play to the top side of the map, as we see immediate pings going down into the Baron. With the mountain, don't do it.
He wants to. RNG wants this. That's where,
with the mountain
that's where his
Drake
passive is.
And Kindred, they do have good objective control, but I still think it's a little bit too early for a 20-minute Baron, although they are pulling Swain, so trying to take it up with Swain. This is where this composition reveals itself.
They've already got it down to half of its health here. Incredibly low this Baron. This should be going on to over towards RNG. So far, Vici, they've got no wards to spot this one out. And it will be LG that picks up this buff here. Smites it away. 20-minute, 30-second Baron going over towards RNG.
And as I said, they reveal the Swain Kindred composition. Now, naturally, this was dependent on a few factors. They were lucky that they did get the Mountain Drake, although that wasn't the primary benefactor of there. They're also lucky that they had complete control over the entire map because they organically won all of their lanes and made sure that Vici didn't have any vision to contest that, because you're still effectively challenging a 20-minute Baron against the likes of Ezreal and Azir and Graves.
Vici now just looks really dire for them at the moment. They're about 8,000 gold behind RNG, approaching 9 to 10,000 gold very shortly here. And with the Baron, it's going to be really difficult for Vici to stop any sieges that RNG tries to dish out here, especially when they have the likes of Uzi on a Caitlyn, one of the longest ranged AD carries in the game. It's going to be difficult for Vici to try and hold on to this. And the Kha'Zix pick up in the top lane just hasn't shown anything so far in this game.
Yeah, and haven't been able to do anything 1v1 against its lane, and we still haven't really seen a full 5v5, so see if Long has any backline threat, and if he's going to apply any pressure to Uzi. But at this point, I kind of think it's too little too late. Vici have fallen far too down the rabbit hole.
Kha'Zix picked up a Spirit Visage in the Barmy Cinder, so going for a full tanky build onto this bug. See a lot of Kha'Zix pick up damage normally. Was more of an assassin champion when you last saw him competitive play, but meanwhile, Xiaohu's just destroyed Endless. Endless destroys him in return, though. What?
It was an assist by EasyHoon as well, so it was a 2v1 on the bottom side of the map, Victor versus Ezreal and Azir. It does mean that he draws enough pressure that RNG pick up another free tower. Don't necessarily think he needed to die right there, but RNG trying to apply pressure across the entire map at once. Dragon spawning in 34 seconds.
They've been able to successfully do that. They're 9,000 gold ahead of Vici at the moment. Like you mentioned, Dragon spawning very shortly. It's the second Mountain Dragon of the game. Would not be surprised if RG rush over towards the pit, try and force a fight or pick up that objective there. Long, he's going to be up in the top lane, has his teleport available, but low on mana. If he wants to get back to base to try and fight for this, he has to go now. But let's take a look at this one. Xiaohu, 2-on-1 against EasyHoon and Caveman. Or Endless, sorry, and he's able to pick up a kill.
He pops him right on top of his Ezreal.
Oh, that doesn't feel good.
I was thinking mid-Emperor's Divide as he's flying through. He's just going to drop all of his spells, and Ezreal's going to be deleted. As second Mountain Drake is now picked up for RNG, that means 20% bonus damage to epic monsters as well as turrets. They are now in full siege mode, as are Caitlyn, sitting on double Zeal items, upgraded one into Hurricane as well as the Infinity Edge. So
the next dragon to spawn as well is going to be another Mountain Dragon. So if we get that far into the game, Uzi's just going to shred through all of these turrets.
He's already been shredding through all of them. Check out the crits that he's getting on that creep wave alone.
But for now, RNG once again taking a little bit slow and steady. Long, he's been caught a little bit out of position here. Xiaohu trying to go one-on-one against the Kha'Zix, pops down the Storm. Looking to try and slow him down a little bit. The rest of the team trying to collapse on towards this bug. Here comes Mata, looking to try and get the combo up. They're locking down a little bit longer. Headbutts him towards the wall. Doesn't get the pulverize, so Danny is now here actually to stop them from pushing any further. But meanwhile, Lupa, he's just having some fun down on his bottom lane, trying to push towards the inhibitor turret.
It's a 10k gold discrepancy at 24 minutes between these two teams, and Vici are effectively just chasing after RNG, chasing their bug. And like you said, meanwhile, they lose a tower. They do finally collapse on Looper.
This is going to be difficult, though. One of the few people it's hard to collapse on is a Swain. He just pops down the bird, snares a couple of people. Don't want to chase him anymore. He just heals too much.
And now RNG back on the assault and should pick up this mid tower. No.
They get it down really low. Endless actually going to jump aggressively forward against MLXG. Pops it down incredibly low. Might have an arcane shift soon. Decides not to pursue his chase.
Mata and Looper are on the flank right there. A lot of pings went down, but they decide to not pull the trigger on a counter engage.
On this mid lane inner turret's the last turret outside of Vici's base that's still standing. Minion waves are collapsing on towards all the turrets inside of the base as well. As Vici's still trying to fight from behind. They're about 12,000 gold behind RNG at the moment. It's going to be difficult for them to claw back.
And the item discrepancies are massive alone. As we, again, take a look at the CS discrepancies and how that's translated. Uzi versus Endless. I mean, Ezreal finally just came online with his two big core items, but he's sitting massively behind this Caitlyn. She pretty much rolled or steamrolled straight through her mid-game power trough into a late game, so beating the clock by quite a bit.
Yep, 70% crit chance, you know, getting a headshot every other auto attack as well.
And there's
Not
no
gonna be good.
armor to stop her. There's only MR up and available. You've got the makings of not Frozen Heart. It's got Bomby Cinder.
On top of that, LMG here has a black cleaver as well, so going to shred even more armor, or whatever there is remaining of armor from Vinci's lineup. Doesn't look too good for the side so far in their first match of the summer split of the LPL.
And we talked about how Vici really rely on their ability to play a macro strategy to compensate for their inability to 5v5. Taking standard lanes against the likes of RNG and pulling out a pick like Kha'Zix and slotting it into the 1v1, you know, picking it into the Swain. Just a lot of question marks and kind of some red flags there for Vici. Obviously didn't pan out exactly how they wanted.
Meanwhile, though, RNG looking to try and take down the final inner turret of the game, or on Vici's side of the map anyway. They will be able to take that one down with ease. Baron will be respawning in 1 minute and 5 seconds. The 2 mountain buffs that RNG picked up, it's going to be easy for them to take down their next Baron if they choose to go for that objective. They picked up 4,000 gold from their Baron power play as well.
And they're about to pick up a second one in 53 seconds. Frankly, I mean, Vici are just holding on for dear life. You'd have to have a catastrophic throw from RNG.
Well, we've seen weirder things.
Have we?
Yep, I've seen a Master Yi absolutely obliterate people in the LPL.
He made it past 35 minutes.
But for now, still a mountain to climb for Vici at the moment. As RNG, they're in the driver's seat, just taking things very slowly and steadily. Still just waiting for their carries to
It's just
pick
they're
up more
playing
items.
clean League of Legends. They're not necessarily waiting for big item power spikes. They're just waiting on that Baron and Dragon timers. As Uzi's now moving over into the Baron pit, making sure that they're keeping their waves pushed. So just good creep management right now from RNG, understanding what objective they need, playing clean or clinical League of Legends. You've just had that kind of one overstep from MLXG around the red buff initially, but since then, it's just been very, very calm.
In 10 seconds, or not even 10 seconds, the Baron has already spawned here. It's MLXG trying to hunt out for remaining
Mata's
members of
got him.
Vici. Mata is going to be able to get the flank around Caveman. Looks like he want to try to flash over that wall, but it's going to get obliterated by the sniper. RG pick up a nice pick there. Chaos still gets popped down by Xiaohu in the back lines, but isn't able to pick anyone off. But so far, it's 4-on-5. Baron's up and available. RG looking like they want to try and make a play. Uzi gets a nice shot off over towards the Easyhood. Mata comes in, looking to try and get the pick off. Easyhood taking a lot of damage here. Swain flashes forward. MLSG goes over the top of the wall as well. Not quite able to find any more picks, but RNG scare off the remaining members of Vici.
RNG have complete control over that side of the jungle just with these pockets of true vision, the pink control, and they are just continuously setting a trap as Swain and Kindred continue to 2v1 the Baron.
Easyhood, no, Uzi. Wow, it's just going to take down Lung there. Tries to face check that brush. Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Baron is going to get taken down by Kindred and Swain. They 2-on-1 that Baron buff. Uzi now looking for more blood as Endless and Dandy trying to run away. Looper is going to start to work on this bottom lane inhibitor turret. Uzi, no, not going to be size. He flashed over the wall here. Dandy is going to take a lot of damage from that sniper. Unlucky not getting any crits there coming out from Uzi, but still forcing him to back away.
But immediately the pressure applied to these waves. You do have a cannon creep available on the top side, although they are going to merge down and take this mid inhibitor. And RNG are just suffocating Vici, but it started at pretty much minute 7.
Certainly has, and now second inhibitor turret of the game going to fall down for RNG. They've taken on the top lane inhibitor turret, going to work on the inhibitor shortly. In fact, playing this one a little bit cautious, it seems, backing off outside the base, waiting to regroup. All 5 members of VG are back up and online, so could definitely try and put up a fight here, but they're so far behind at the moment. It just looks too little too late for VG.
It's been too little too late for
a long time.
For a while, Fish. We do have 3 Mountain Drakes going down as RNG will make their way down there, so they will have the 30% extra bonus damage.
Yep.
I feel like at this point, Vici are kind of collect yourself. What do we do for game 2? Again, it's a best of 3. We're now sitting at a close to 20k gold difference. RNG's carries are effectively 4 to 5 items. So very far ahead of the clock.
Certainly are. You can see Bloodthirst are already being picked up by Uzi here to complement his double zeal item and the Infinity Edge. Xiaohu's already picked up his Void Staff with the Rylai's.
Because he doesn't have to worry about armor penetration. Long has the only armor on the team, other than the Iceborne Gauntlet stats that Endless will get, and it's in a Sunfire.
Black Cleaver coming out from LSG helps Uzi out quite a bit too. Be able to straight out whatever remaining armor that the rest of Vici has. Looper as well. Void Staff, Rod of Ages, Zonya's Hourglass, and the Spirit Visage picked up for the Swain. He's an absolute monster. I don't think he's going to die at all in this game.
Just 4 completed items plus boots versus the 2 items and the ingredients for an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Pretty crazy.
That's frankly disgusting.
Take a look at MLXG as well. He's 5-1-3, 155 CS. He's got 5 items already. The upgraded boots, Phantom Dancer, the upgraded jungle item. He's got Bloodthirster, Black Cleaver as well. This Kindred is going to pack a punch in these fights.
It goes back to, I mean, RNG right now, still the team to beat in the LPL. Unfortunately, EDG are sitting across from them in the group, so we won't see them play until cross-group conference in the middle of the season. We did see a fantastic series against Team WE, where WE managed to take a game off of RNG. But if they continue to just decimate teams like this, I mean, Vici, again, made a fairly impressive run in the playoffs last split. So it's not like they're a bottom barrel team. And with Endless and Caveman on their roster, they didn't make any roster adjustments over the course of the offseason, so they should be able to pick it up back from where they left it. But RNG are just head and shoulders beyond any other team.
And they're looking to try and clean up this game here against Vici. They've taken out all the inhibitor turrets and inhibitors away from the Vici lineup, working on towards the Nexus turrets now. As Vici desperately trying to make their last stand. They're expending so much money to try and clear all 3 creep waves that are crashing on towards their base, but it's just going to be too little too late for the Vici lineup. Mata, he's going to go in aggressively. They jump onto Endless and Easy here. He pops his ultimate, trying to separate them. Not going to be enough. As Lung now, he gets knocked back in towards the team. They're trying to sit on top of the fountain to try and fight RNG, but even that's not going to help them out. As Uzi gets free auto attacks out onto Lung, takes him down. Dandy desperately trying to defend against Looper, but he just heals too much as Swain here. They're trying to take him down. He pops the Zonyas, gonna stay alive even longer. It's MLXG helps him out with the laser spite. RNG fighting Vici from the fountain, but that's not going to be enough as the Nexus is going to fall down and RNG pick up game 1 against Vici.
All smiles on their face right there. As you see Uzi on your screen, it was dominant, oppressive, clinical. Probably only 2 real errors from RNG right there when Xiaohu was caught out on the bottom side, 2v1 against EasyHoon and Endless, and MLXG kind of aggressively baiting without warning his mid laner and his top laner that he was going to contest Dandy for the red buff. But otherwise, this was just another day in the office for them.
Certainly was. And Vici, you know, from Champions League, they tried to do a few interesting things here. They picked up the Kha'Zix, didn't show anything at all in that game. Was just shut down by MSG. The Swain, a little bit too much to handle, and then the whole game just fell apart for them.
I mean, they took, what, a 21-minute Baron there with the, again, the composition revealing itself using the Swain to tank the Baron as well as the Kindred Shred and Monster Dragon. Really curious if they would have been able to pull something like that off if the circumstances weren't so snowballed in their favor, you know, having Mountain Drake, having organic control of everything, having the stronger smite. But obviously, you can say very good at recognizing when they can take the risks that they want.
We take a look at the highlights really quickly. You can see here, this was the first proactive play coming out from Vici. They sent Dandy down to the bottom lane, was able to pick up 2 kills for his team, but MLSG was right behind him, able to turn that one around, trade it 2 for 2, and arguably give Uzi the advantage in that lane as well.
Dandy has this mentality that he likes to prioritize ganking on the bottom lane because, as he says, there's more people there to snowball. I have more chances to pick up gold and kills. And frankly, was just outmaneuvered by MLXG. Now, naturally, Dandy's solo laners are not going to be as powerful as RNG, but it was MLXG right place, right time.
Speaking of those solo laners as well, we saw right from the get-go, both the top lane and mid lane for RNG were significantly further ahead from Vici, not only in terms of CS, but also pressure in the lane, the kills they picked up as well, the item advantage. It's just right from the very start, RNG looked really solid in all their solo lanes.
Yeah, I want to kind of touch upon the Kha'Zix pick. Again, it's kind of one of those moments where you step back and you say, okay, obviously you understand something about this pick that I'm missing. Show me what it means to you. Show me how you're going to utilize it. And it was just, frankly, a wash. I don't see how that there's any way that Kha'Zix was going to win any of those trades. Was quite fortunate that a lot of the roots didn't connect on him, but even without the root connecting, just the AoE control and the dot damage that Swain had, he couldn't farm safely, and then that translated into level discrepancies, and it just got worse from there, and the top side of the map collapsed, and from there it just bled everywhere else.
Well, RNG looked clinical in game number 1 here, but we're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with game 2 very shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for the last game, and it's going to be going on over towards MLXG.
You could have given it to anyone on that team, but let's highlight MLXG. The big standing and kind of snowball point for them was that double kill in the bottom lane that Matza really helped facilitate and set up. The 20-minute Baron in tandem with Looper, complete control, the solo kill on Dandy. I mean, highlight real performance that entire game.
He's had a very phenomenal year so far on RNG. Had a decent spring split, really good run at MSI, showing that he's still the same LXG coming into week 1 of the LPL summer split as well. And this is the first game he got up in the top lane, completely nullifying anything Vici wanted to do with this Kha'Zix pick.
Yeah, and it only just got worse from there, but the big guy that you need to look for is Mata. When MLXG and Mata are paired up in tandem, bad things just typically happen for the enemy team. But I do like the fact that RNG have evolved their style from simply just those two grouping up, placing deep wards and skirmishing over, and to now just much more preparation and setup. Like these plays that they're making happen around the map, you can see that they're 2 minutes out as opposed to just really reactionary collapses.
And you know what? Although we didn't get to see much of that game, it really felt like it was because RNG were just so far ahead right from the very start. They were just walking all over Vici in game 1.
Yeah, and it didn't help that we also had 3 Mountain Drakes, so that was kind of one of the cases where the Dragon spawns really swayed the course of that game. Now, obviously, I don't think that there was any way that Vici could have contested for it simply because they had fallen too far behind at that point. I think that that moment where MLXG is in the Dragon Pit, level 11, to Dandy approaching at level 9 pretty much says it all. RNG knew that they didn't have to fight there. They just had to make sure that no one else interrupted that and that MLXG was just going to passively win that with the stronger smite.
And we see as we head into the game very shortly here, there's going to be a substitute for Vici here. Strain is going to be moving on instead of Endless as the AD carry for Vici. This is who we thought was going to play in game 1.
Yeah, and Vici does have history with this player, so it's not like he's coming onto a completely different roster. That said, I don't think you look at Endless that game and say that was the definitive problem. And I don't think any sort of roster swap can really change the course of this series, although we'll see if Vici can give a different look. I would like to see them try something different in terms of like lane swapping. Like there should be no reason that you're looking across from Uzi and Mata, especially when those two get Alistar and Caitlyn. Probably they're 2 big signature champions with massive control over the dual lane.
And just to touch on that really quickly, you know, we talk a lot about Vici, how they're very top side focused. The top side usually has to help out the bottom side of the map a lot to get into these games here. Putting anyone in here could kind of help Vici, but they're still going up against Uzi and Mata, who were dominant in that game there.
Well, the thing is it goes back to what Dandy said in his interview, and that he actually likes to gank. Yeah, we saw him start it. Or, no, he likes to gank the bottom lane first because there's more people to snowball there. But it just... Why gank Uzi and Mata? It's never going to work out. I want to see them go into a lane swap. I know that Vici can do it. This is how they used to win back when Vici were making their deep playoff runs. Again, they've kind of been always a mid-tier sitting LPL team. And it's always been their brain over brawn that have gotten them past the finish line, and I'd like to see them go back to that, especially across from RNG.
We'll have to see if they do that, because we haven't seen very many lane swaps come out so far in the current split. A couple of teams have tried here and there, but it's still very early into the season to kind of see what teams are going to do moving forward. But we talked a little bit about what Vici have to do in this game. What do RNG have to continue doing? Because they just looked almost flawless in game 1 there.
Don't change anything. You got exactly the draft that you wanted. I mean, you look across their picks. Again, the fact that Uzi's on Caitlyn, that Mata got Alistar, Victor and Azir. Yeah, you didn't get the Azir, but Victor's been fine in this matchup. It kind of goes both ways. Kindred as your priority pick. Like, nothing was denied there. And you go back to the bans. Looking across at V, picking up the Kha'Zix, Trundle, Echo, Poppy were all available. Yeah, you had a target ban at Vladimir, and then you pick up the Swain. And I don't think that that game was won or lost on the back of the Swain versus Kha'Zix matchup, but that Kha'Zix certainly wasn't helping you in any instance.
Well, it seems like we have a little bit more time before we head into Champions League for game number 2 here. Let's talk about those picks really quick. We talked about the top lane just there, how Vladimir was banned now. Lots of very strong champions in the current meta available for the top lane pickup. They went with Kha'Zix instead. Is anything going to change for these two teams in terms of their picks? What are we expecting to see coming out from those? Just going to be the same thing from as we head into picks and bans.
Well, we are going to see back-to-back repeated target Vladimir bans. But otherwise, the only adjustment so far is the Nidalee being banned away.
That's interesting, because Nidalee was just left wide open. Neither picked or banned by Vici or RNG here. So it looks like Vici might want to change out their strategy a little bit here coming into game number 2.
Necessarily mind Graves being picked up into Kindred. We've talked about how that works and how we've seen it work in the LPL. Again, everyone is super low when Kindred pops the Lancer Spike. Graves just needs to make sure that he holds onto his burst damage, or even if he doesn't, the fact that he's doing AoE with his shotgun shells, able to clean up a bunch of kills there. Dandy really likes the matchup of Graves into Kindred, so it's worked for him in the past.
And immediately the respect ban of the swaying coming out here. Vici, they do not want Looper to get his hands on that champion one more time. This means that Maokai is left open, and Kindred is going to be banned out by RNG here. So 2 of the S-tier junglers being banned out in this match.
I like that. We'll see who picks up the Rek'Sai, though.
Rek'Sai and Graves, 2 picks that definitely would be contender for the jungle here. Lucian, which is being hovered over by Vici right now. Very strong 80 carry pick, is going to get locked in as well, which was banned out in the previous game as RNG immediately go for the lock-in of Bard and Rek'Sai.
Okay, so Mata's Bard, you thought his Alistar was scary, did have the choice to go for it, but instead, sees the immediate Lucian, says, okay, possibly going to a 2v2, let's take the range support. This obviously bullies out Caveman from picking up the likes of Braum, from picking up the likes of Alistar. Could still do it, but going to the 2v2, Bard is going to be a big bully there.
And we already saw how well Uzi and Mata were able to bully out Endless and Caveman in the previous game. Now it's going to be Shren and Caveman going up against Uzi and Mata in this matchup. It's going to still be a difficult one, as Azir does get locked in for Izzy Hood here one more time on Vici.
Yeah, doesn't have to be afraid of the LeBlanc. I already like this adaptation, though. Hopefully Long will lock this one in, or Dandy for Long.
Oh, you never know. You could swap that out for Kha'Zix at any given time, but this time is going to go...
Don't play with my heart.
...for the Echo instead. Locks that one in. Should be going up over towards the top lane. Meanwhile, going to have to see what RG decide to respond with. We did mention Maokai still left up and available. What's banned out in the previous game. You have to think that RG would want to pick that one up here.
We did see Zilean picked up by Aimee in the previous series against LGD. For a long time, Zilean was kind of considered the poor man's Lulu, although I think current itemization and slight adjustments have moved Lulu a little bit further down and kind of solidified Zilean a little bit more. Big thing to watch for is his wave clear or zone presence, as well as how he augments his teammates, although as I set up my Zilean spiel, they're like, nah.
Sounds like I'm going to randomize whatever champion I get here. Most likely going to land onto the Victor. We talked about how this is going to be the matchup we should be seeing between these 2 mid laners. But no, he's still playing with us for now, swapping back and forth. But the Maokai should be a given as he gets up to the top lane for Loop, and it will be the Victor coming in for Xiaohu.
Yeah, I like the fact of, naturally you don't need to. It's not as important taking Maokai and Victor in the same rotation, simply because you already see the Echo on the board. But as a natural good practice in drafting, picking up those champions together, because Maokai is going to negate a lot of what Victor will put down.
Meanwhile, Vici pick up their jungler, which is going to be Graves being picked
surprise.
up. Dandy wants to play that one more time.
Everyone's shocked. Dandy's playing Graves. Played it more than any other jungler in the LPL.
Which means they're waiting to pick up their support, and it's going to be Thresh. So the Lucian Thresh Law lane will be the lane pickup for Vici down in the bottom lane. A very strong bottom lane combo.
Which looks like, again, we're setting up for another 2v2. So standard lanes from both sides. The fact that they're taking a range support, you still have plenty of kill pressure and a lot of strength in the Lucian Thresh. So meeting that Bard head on, it's now a question of what does Uzi want to take? Will it be another Caitlyn?
Could possibly be that Caitlyn. Now he's hovering over the Sivir. Would make sense with all these short range champions like the Maokai, Victor, Rek'Sai,
Stop stealing my point, Fish. Yes, no, you're absolutely
We'll
right.
see if he locks that in.
It's the synergy there with pretty much every single champion on his team. Long range pick potential with Bard. You have Sivir to run him down. You're adding, you know what? This is why we don't talk about hovers. This is why I didn't want to talk about it, Fish.
Well, it's trying to save you from that, take the point away, talk about it. Instead, they're going to lock in the Caitlyn, the long-range 80 carry. Doesn't quite give that movement speed, but we saw how much of a bully Uzi could be on that champion in the last game.
Now I'm just salty because I wrote down Sivir in my notebook and it's Caitlyn.
Did you cross it out? You
Yeah,
left
I
it
did.
there? Oh,
No,
okay.
I crossed it out. So 2v2, let's go, boys. Caitlyn Bard versus Thresh Lucian. Looking at compositions again, RNG fairly standard to what we saw the first time. Obviously, the big adjustment being Looper taking more of a team-oriented role as opposed to Swain, which was kind of more of a split pusher or just obnoxious come gank
A
me.
bully.
We take everything from underneath you on the map.
No more surprise Kha'Zix being thrown in there either by Vici. So this time, playing a little bit more standard, a little bit more towards the meta.
Yeah, strong champions all the way around. Hopefully Vici can get to a point where they actually get to use them as opposed to just blatantly losing in laning phase.
One day we will find out the mystery of the Kha'Zix pick top lane for Vici. As we take a look at the lineups one more time, it's going to be Echo, Graves, Azir, Lucian, Thresh going up against the Maokai, Rek'Sai, Victor, Caitlyn, and Barden. You know, like you mentioned, we should see another standard lane matchup from these two teams.
It's now a matter of making sure that EasyHoo can get online to that late game. Again, if they're going to stall it out, they have to survive early game against Lex of like She.
Let's see if they can do that as we head into game number 2.
All of us. We come and we go. All of us.
Well, it seems like unfortunately we're having a little bit of technical difficulties before we can get into game number 2 here in the best of 3 series between RNG and Vici Gaming. But we talked a little bit about that matchup earlier. Before we dive into Summoner's Rift, is there anything else that stands out here coming into this game? Because, you know, it looks a lot more standard now between the two teams.
I wanted to kind of take a moment about Rek'Sai, because we've seen Rek'Sai cropping up a lot, and obviously I don't expect every single viewer to sit through every single LPL game, so they might have missed the multiple explanations that we've given on Rek'Sai and kind of why she's cropped back up. And I think it's a couple of different trains of thought. First and foremost, Cinderhulk was buffed, which means that Rek'Sai is going to be jungling faster than she was before. I think they changed its damage where it started at 18, and now it starts at 19 and scales up. And so at level 18, it's actually doing almost twice as much damage to creeps that it normally or wasn't doing before. So it made her jungling faster, which means that she can keep up with the likes of Nidalee and Kindred, but then she's also tankier on top of that. Then kind of the more abstract concepts of why Rek'Sai has really come back is, for me, it's the adjustments and small changes to vision, and Rek'Sai is a control jungler. Obviously, we have a higher priority over Dragon and Baron Pit, and when you can just rock up to something due to the changes to the trinket system and have the Tremor Sense available to compensate for that, it means a lot more. People getting used to Rek'Sai's gank paths again. We saw this in LGD versus IMA for the first series of the night. Marn in particular, kind of falling victim, maybe not remembering exactly how that champion works, but we made it.
We made it.
And that's why Rek'Sai is back in the meta.
We made it back into game. We're on to Summoner's Rift here. Game number 2 between RNG and Vici. We have to see if MLXG here remembers how to play that Rek'Sai. It's been a long time since we've seen him on that champion.
I'm sure he remembers. It's more making sure that your mid laners and your top laners, you know, remember Rek'Sai's unique gank paths.
You know, RNG here, the fan vote still heavily in their favor.
Look at that risky 10%.
Some people still believe.
I believe.
I did. Until Endless was taken out. I don't believe anymore.
No love for Schwan. Again, Schwan, the roster adjustment here for Endless, has played on the Vici squad before, so not entirely new, although he will be spotted out by that ward. And it looks like we are going to go ahead and have standard lanes. No one doing anything quite as cheeky, although it looks like Mata should invade and contest these Krugs.
Does seem like Shen and Caveman want to try and look to take that level 1. Caveman actually flaying immediately to try and face check the brush there. Puts down a ward.
So Krepo is pretty vocal about this. He believes that Bard should always contest as opposed to taking his own camps, and the reason being that Bard has one of the strongest level 1s in the game, obviously with the added bonus of the Meep damage. Uzi and Mata do step forward to contest with that advantage. However, they stop the big one going down, but small Krug over to Schwan.
Seems like Vici were content with just taking the small Krug for now. Mata and Uzi are going to just try and push as fast as possible.
They got bullied off the big one.
Didn't take any damage from it.
That was a gift bag.
For now, RNG's still going to take advantage of that by trying to push as fast as possible, try and hit level 2 faster still.
Naturally, if you have control of the creep wave, it means you get to expend less of your auto attacks on farming and more of your auto attacks on punching people in the head.
We do see once again both the junglers starting towards the top side of the map. So Rek'Sai is going to pick up her red buff as Gray's going to take the red buff, blue buff first as well.
See if Dandy has a better go across from the likes of Rek'Sai rather than Kindred.
So we take a look up in the top lane. Lung and Looper just, duking out a little bit. The Maokai taking a little bit of damage. So we move back towards that mid lane. Xiaohu now taking a little bit of poke from EasyHoon here.
Already so much better for VT. They're not immediately losing their lane phases. Now, naturally, you expect this out of Azir early before Victor has his Hex core as well as more points to allow him to clear waves as freely. But more importantly, the top lane going so much better for Long right off the bat. Although MLXG is actually hunting around for Dandy. He's not going to spot any camps. Oh, never mind. He's got the Raptor camp. But he will get an idea about where Dandy is. As pings are going down, everyone knows where everyone is.
Dandy looking to try and catch out MLXG here. Just takes a tunnel, immediately gets to safety. Dandy going to jump aggressively forward there, trying to slow him down. Gets a little bit of damage down towards the Rek'Sai, but not much else.
No, definitely proving a point as Mata did start to swing up. Caveman also hovering underneath, and it's going to be a contest. Caveman's in river, so 2v1 to start. Mata starting to move, as well as Uzi.
Well, she knows where they are, though. Does have the Tremor Sense coming. Caveman, though, he's been caught out here. Mata, he's not going to get hit by that. Hook goes right through him, it seems. As Uzi now gets a few more auto attacks, flashes aggressively forward. Mata will pick up first blood here. As now Shred, he's trying to do as much damage as possible to Uzi, but he's still alive. Safari Caitlyn tries to get out there. Will eventually get taken down, but Shred is going to get locked out by so many members of RNG. Lung joins the fight, takes the magical journey immediately. Doesn't want anything to do with this lineup. That's EasyHoon. He's trying to run away now. Has to try and get out of here. Not going to quite able to do it. Pops the ghost it sees coming out from here, but he's not going to be able to. He's going to be able to get out there, costing him a couple of summoner spells.
An early 5v5 might turn into more as the chase continues after EasyHoon.
They're still looking for him.
He doesn't have much mana.
He's going to lock down here. MLG doing a little bit of damage. Still has that heal available. It wasn't a ghost. It was a flash coming out from him earlier. But just look at that. Already a team fight taking place between these two teams at about 4 minutes in this game.
But again, a big issue from Caveman there to walk up into river when Mata and Uzi had the shorter run there to help and collapse onto their jungler. Can't help but also look at Dandy as kind of the big leader of that call, if you will.
And already RG 3-1 on the scoreboard here with 1,300 gold in their advantage as well. Just 5 minutes into this game. Not a bad way to start off game number 2 here.
And big item discrepancy between the AD carries now. Xuan only having the Cole, Longsword, and Doran's Blade in his pocket versus the pickaxe for Uzi.
Very patient here from Dandy though. Caveman waiting to see if he can get a hook off on towards Uzi. He's not going to connect here. Going to have to show himself. Tries to flame Mata backwards. Will take a few shotgun shells to the face, but not going to be a successful game coming out from Vici.
Yeah, so much time expended from Dandy as well. 9 CS to 20 CS, and in the jungle that means a lot. Trying to give his AD carry a foot back into it, but unfortunately not connecting with either the Death Sentence or the Flay.
Yeah, well actually he didn't pick up his blue buff during his first clear here. Going to donate that one early over towards Xiaohu, who picks up a nice blue buff for himself.
See how the timers will impact later on down the game. Obviously, this means that Xiaohu won't have second rotation blue to match up against EasyHoon. We'll see if either mid laner takes advantage of the 15% bonus AP or that mana span.
Now, it looks fairly even in that mid lane. Only big difference is Xiaohu. He's got 2 assists for himself at the moment, so a couple more. We'll be able to pick up a couple more items later down the track. EasyHoon, he's picked up a null magic mantle for himself, looking towards the Negatron cloak as soon as possible. Shren here actually being bullied out a little bit by Uzi and Mata inside of this lane. He's about 10 CS behind.
That had anything to do with Uzi. It was simply Mata connecting the Cosmic Binding on the tower there and then getting the Thunderlord's proc as well as a Meep Slap. Meanwhile, in the top lane.
Looper taking a lot of damage in the mid lane as well. EasyHoon taking a lot of damage from Xiaohu. Pops his ghost. He's going to try and go as aggressively forward as he can. Not going to be able to take down EasyHoon. Pops the heal to keep himself alive.
Yeah, making the most of having that blue buff power. As well as the Hex core. This is greedy.
He's going to try and take away this pink ward. Dandy's looking to do something one more time. He's been very patient so far in this game, but just hasn't paid off for him. But now he might be able to find Xiao, who's going to put down the smoke screen. And she's right behind him, going to be able to try and help him out if he needs it. But Dandy's just going to walk out of there. Looper, though, up in the top lane. He's been doing a pretty good job of himself, keeping himself alive here. So you just see the ultimate come out from Long to get back into the lane.
Means he doesn't have his ultimate, and RNG have control over this blue side. Again, early blue giving over to Xiaohu. He's actually going to now receive EasyHoon's blue buff. So question of, would EasyHoon have a window of opportunity to play around having that buff when Xiaohu didn't? Answer, no.
VG already 2,000 gold behind RNG, just 8 minutes into the game.
This is a bad time.
Mata going to get jumped on here. EasyHoon and Dandy looking to try to take him down. Magical Journey's going to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Ignite is ticking on EasyHoon, but we'll be able to get out of there. They were trying to pick up the support, not quite able to do so.
Very fortunate for Mata there. Tries to go for a very aggressive play, not having tabs on where Dandy is. So good attempt there from EasyHoon, was almost a 1-for-1 trade in the end, but invading and making aggressive plays blind like that, this is kind of the old tendencies of RNG that would get them in a little bit of trouble.
We saw LG make a similar mistake last game when they were very far ahead, but didn't cost them too much. That time around didn't cost them much either, as Mata was able to skit out of there.
But going ahead and just looking down the CS differences, so much better from game one. Yes, you still have a sizable discrepancy between Uzi and Chuan. That's to be expected, even Caitlyn versus Lucian. But Long and Looper doing so much better of a job for the top lane for VG.
Certainly has been, and even the mid lane, EasyHoon against Xiaohu, there wasn't a big discrepancy earlier, but it was Xiaohu that pulled ahead early on in that matchup. For now, things looking a little bit more quiet for VG. They're still behind RNG, which we expected in both game 1 and 2, but doesn't seem like things are out of control as early as they were in game 1 just yet.
They could still snowball, though. RNG prepping for this Infernal Drake. They have control of the mid lane as well as the bottom lane, and taking their time, setting up their vision correctly, having the pink ward as well as commanding Scuttle.
You'd have to see they are able to contest for that one. They are setting up for it, but nobody making their way towards the pit just yet. Xiaohu trying to get a couple of deep wards down. LMG going to be able to help him out as well. He spots out the double golem. Is going to be able to double Krug, sorry. It's going to be able to take them away.
Both teleports are available, as well as both junglers moving towards the bottom side of the map. Dandy coming up the lane. I'm feeling things are about to get explosive, and Xiaohu has the lead rotation.
MLSG does spot out Dandy there, but is in Tremor Sense for. Can't quite find him just yet. Martin, though, is going to get flayed backwards. Takes the turret here. Takes the magical jetty. Get out there, but Caveman, he's going to pick up the kill with the Ignite. Vici put one more back on the scoreboard.
RNG trying to set up an aggressive play on the bottom side of the map, but Mata caught out, so good job from Vici to stall all this out. And this was about a minute to a minute and a half work of preparation that's now been completely wasted.
It's 2-3 right now. Vici trying to stay alive in this game. It's not out of their hands like last match. It was a huge whitewash for RNG as we see Xiaohu puts down the Chaos Storm, moving aggressively against EasyHoon there, but not going to do too much to the Golden Bird. Go back down towards the bottom lane. Uzi trying to farm wherever he possibly can. Caveman and Shen being a little bit aggressive here. Hook does come out from Caveman, but the net from Uzi will get him to safety. Just waiting for Mata to get back.
Gets the cheeky return hit as we move back into this. So again, RNG trying to capitalize on the fact that they've expended so much on this bottom side of the river. Again, layering down their vision, taking control of Cutler, but Vici trying to claw this one out, and it looks like it's going to be a blue buff contest. TP real deep here from Looper.
Let's see what he can do with that, because the Maokai's all the way in the back lines. Temper Fate's going to come out, stop Shred mid-death. Here comes the teleport coming out from the... No, that's not going to connect. Come out from the man with time. Echo, forgot his name for a split second, but nothing happens. Vici just able to just jump out of there.
Both TP cooldowns burned, though. And like you keep saying, yes, it was a whitewash in the first game, but Vici doing a much better job staying into this one. And it's now that question of, we know that EasyHoon can perform in the late game, especially on a pick like Azir. So can Vici just hold out long enough to get him there and to have a chance in this series?
Well, it certainly looks like they're trying to here. Shen, though, down on this bottom lane, slowly falling behind, and even further behind is CSCS. Now, MSG going to put some pressure down onto this huge wave that's crashing on towards the turret.
They're just going to continue to brute force this. You also see Xiaohu making the rotation, stepping into Fog of War, and making sure that EasyHoon can't move over lest he goes the long way around. So, RNG, they say enough is enough. We're done trying to set up for this one. We're just going to brute force, push this tower down, and start opening up our siege potential.
And they take down the first objective of the game. The bottom lane outer turret will be taken down. Uzi picks that one up. And he's about 20 CS now ahead of Shren down on the bottom lane. 2,000 gold still is the lead for RNG as Long and Looper still duking out up in the top lane. just butting heads. The two tanky top laners not going to be able to kill each other anytime soon.
Especially not that Maokai has more levels, so getting more out of his passive.
And once again, we see Vici this time able to control their own blue buff. Not going to be stolen away by Xiaohu and MLXG, but here comes a magical journey trying to collapse onto Shred here. MLXG tries to get a tunnel forward, but the Dark Passage will be able to take him back to safety.
And Victor continuously trying to get the shorter path down there and cheat for a gank. Good heads-up play from Caveman and Schwan to not let that happen, but it does mean Dragon Control as a 13-minute Infernal will be RNG's reward.
RNG going to be able to take that one down unless we see any cheeky play coming out for Danny across the walls here on his Graves. Just getting taken down incredibly low. MLXG should be able to smite this one away. Ultimate is going to come out from Danny, but it's a little bit too late there. So we'll see the Cloud Dragon come out next.
Again, this play, or this Dragon, has been about 3 to 4 minutes in the making. We've had double teleport over it. We've had 3 different attempts in terms of the mid laner trying to rotate behind for early ganks. So Vici have still done a great job setting up their defensive line and making sure that RNG aren't getting behind them and kind of ripping them from the inside out. But RNG still just trying to, or still eking their advantages out where they can.
They're slowly trying to increase their gold lead here as well. It's not being pulled wide apart just yet as Law and Loop are still battling up in the top lane. Caveman actually making his way all the way up towards this lane. Rek'Sai does spot out the Lucian with his Tremor Sense here. Mata going to try and corner him here, not quite able to do so. This Trem will just tag up the Rift Tower, make him a little bit angry, run away from his pit.
Everyone's here, though. Again, taking down that tower has unlocked Uzi to start rotating around. Has his flat AD items as well as attack speed, so not going for the battle stats on the Infinity Edge, but looking for a sieging build that we saw popularized by Stixie at MSI.
And on the flip side, we see Shren also pick up his Yomo's Ghostplay. So we are going to see the Yomo's Ghostplay Black Cleaver build being picked up by the Lucian.
Spawn's immediate criticism is who else is he shredding armor for?
Well, he's got Dandy.
What else is he shredding armor for? No, you are right. Does have Dandy. I don't equate it to the likes of, Kindred, but Graves can do pretty decent. It's going to give him a more immediate power spike as well as give him some tank buster stats. So I think that's the most important thing is the fact that you have a big tanky frontline like Rek'Sai and Maokai in front of you that he'll actually be a threat to now.
Easy here. That's actually flash away. Chaos Storm was put down by Xiaohu as well. He popped the Ghost trying to corner him in between his blue buff and MLXG. He's able to blow the more important and crucial summoner of the Flash away from the Azir. But look at this, MLSG looking to try and pick up a gank here. So look at this, Xiaohu going to try and jump on top of him. It's going to be Easy Who that gets a lot of damage down onto the little tiger, but MLSG is chasing down onto Easy Who. He's not going to quite be able to get out of this. It's Mata, he's going to flash forward, picks up the kill for himself.
Bard picks it up in the end, all me there. Unfortunately, Izuhu not quite calculating his damage well enough, unable to trade that 1-for-1 in a great collapse and response from MLXG and Mata. As now we're back to this phase where RNG just are organically winning on pretty much every single position.
They certainly are. They've got small leads almost everywhere, except for the top lane.
That was the big thing that I was going to point out. So before we saw the Kha'Zix pick just pretty much collapse in game one. This time around, Long is the only lane that's about even and slightly ahead just because he has the completed Spear of Visage, so at least matching up across from his lane assignment well. Okay,
man, going to be a little bit cheeky and stop Mata from heading back to base here, but Militia is close by. He doesn't want to bite off more than Eager 2 here. We did mention that the AD carries to support did swap out towards the top lane after the bottom lane tower fell down for Vici. His unit has yet to be able to shove it effectively towards Vici's side of the map and try and get some damage down onto those towers.
Go ahead and take a look at the gold differences between everyone. Still a very tight game. Big differences are going to be in your jungle and your ADC positions.
Yep. Top lane is completely even. Mid lane is relatively even as well. Take a look at the mid lane items really quickly as well. Negatron Cloak being picked up by the Azir as well as the Nash's Tooth. On the flip side, Victor, he's got the needlessly large rod, upgraded his Hex Core a couple of times as well. Look at that, Caveman. Aggressive, flashing forward, trying to get the hook onto Uzi. Uzi just casually sidesteps it.
Just Uzi things. Just things Uzi does.
I love how the spectators, just turned it into Fog of War, trying to make it a little bit more dramatic. Didn't work that way.
It's just part of his charm Always exciting when you get to see Uzi in a game. Just such a talented player.
Certainly is. Meanwhile, there might be a fight breaking out here. Look at this. Xiaohu's been knocked back in towards the rest of Vici. Dandy picks up a kill. A teleport comes in as Echo. He's looking to try and take down Looper. He's already quite low on this Maokai. Does get stunned down by the Bard. The rest of the team looking to try and help him out, but they do manage to find a pick onto the Victor.
Yeah, Vici pulled the trigger. They get a massive pick, especially because it's the primary wave clear down. And more importantly, check out where Uzi is. There are no carries available for RNG, and Vici continue to push forward. They pick up another kill.
They pick up a tower as well as they take down Mata, immediately closing out the gold leader, working on another objective. Uzi, he's just stuck in this top lane, trying to take down the top lane outer turret, as the inner turret in the mid lane will fall down for Vici. Suddenly, it's a completely even game between Vici and RNG.
And this is what I wanted to see from Vici and where they really thrive as a team. It's in these smaller macro decisions, so making the choice to beat RNG on the rotation, being the proactive team, getting a pick and translating that immediately into objectives. They do manage to trade 1-for-1, so like you said, that outer top tower falling for the mid-outer tower, but still control and better play by Vici.
Suddenly, the only thing that separates these two teams is 600 gold and a dragon. The next dragon will be spawning in 24 seconds, which will be the Cloud Dragon. We'll have to see if RNG tries to put any focus or priority onto that objective.
They need to stagger their backs out a little bit more appropriately here. Yeah, EasyHoon's going to go ahead and have to cancel there just because RNG are on the counter siege for this outer mid.
OMG jumping over the wall here, just takes a shotgun pellet to the face from Dandy. They do have control over the red buff side of VG jungle. Dandy's desperately trying to take his own red buff away, which means that, you know, RNG do have the track towards the dragon buff if they choose to go for that objective.
Vici just need to stall them out long enough for EasyHoon to get back in position, so they're going to go ahead and sacrifice it. Not a big deal simply because it is the Cloud Drake, so prioritizing the red buff and EasyHoon's, more importantly, Azir's back over Cloud Drake. Actually going to go ahead and agree with Vici on that one.
So the Cloud Dragon will fall down. Rift Herald heads back towards the Void as Baron will be spawning shortly, and now it's going to be the Ocean Dragon that spawns next. So we've got all three dragons spawning in this game. Without the Mountain Dragon, we won't see him at all in this match.
Good news for Vici that they don't have to face across from 3 Mountain Drakes again. But unfortunately, when they're much stronger in Game 2, they don't get quite the dragon spawn that empowered RNG on that massive snowball in Game 1.
Once again, RNG able to pick out a small lead for themselves after the dragon play from them. They're about 1,000 gold ahead of Vici now. Not quite the 2,000-3,000 gold lead they had earlier after Vici's nice play through the mid lane. But still, able to hold on to a lead. Very important moving in towards the 25-minute mark of this match.
RNG want to make a play on mid tower. Obviously, taking that one down will give them the most control on the map. Problem is that exclusively means that EasyHoon has to die or a pick needs to be made on him. Naturally, they do have tools to execute on that, particularly Mata's Bard, as well as dive threats from Rek'Sai, but they're actually trying a different tactic. They're trying to lure Vici over into this Baron.
2 big power spikes just came up for the two teams as well. Lucian finalized his Black Cleaver
Versus the
Rylai's. Versus the Rylai's. Have to see how that phases out in this next few team fights.
I mean, effectively what it means is that Lucian is online and ready to go. Will be able to tank bust quite effectively with that penetration, as well as the CDR equating into more safety just because it means more relentless pursuits. On the other side, Caitlyn in that power trap that we like to talk about. Big issue for Caitlyn is that she doesn't have a natural steroid built in, which is why she likes to itemize into 2 attack speed items. Also because she scales fantastically off of that.
Still
does have the Infinity Edge.
Yep, Hurricane Infinity Edge going to help out a lot with that damage. It's long now. Getting a jumped on by both MLXG and Xiaohu. They're still chasing down this Echo. He's trying to put down the parallel conversion to keep himself alive. MLXG looking to try and see if we can get a knock up on here. There goes the ultimate from Caitlyn's up. Mata going to join the fight up in the top lane. RNG find another pick for themselves as Long overextends.
And meanwhile, Vici have 0 response on the map. They will pick up a blue buff for EasyHoon.
Woo!
But unable to translate that into any other towers. In fact, Looper down here.
Teleport. Well, you're going straight towards the Baron. They see the Lucian down on the bottom there, and immediately RNG pull the trigger onto the big purple worm. It's going to be difficult for Vici here as Execute, he's been caught out. Going to take a lot of damage. Uzi takes him down, and suddenly this looks like a very easy Baron for them to take. They're just going to wait.
There's still quite a few members of Vici set up, so not starting the Baron, just setting another trap, and instead Vici pull the trigger and are forcing the creep wave forward.
They didn't see the ward that was placed down previously. RNG were trying to wait on top of it, thinking that they were in fog of war. Meanwhile, Caveman going to try and has to actually flash out of that as the tunnel came in from the Rex Zone, trying to knock him up, but RNG not quite able to pick up the Baron, but still get a pick for themselves.
Okay, everything settles. Vici...
Does it really?
Yes. I actually thought that Looper was going to stay bottom and try to draw more attention to him, so it would give a cleaner Baron, but pulling the trigger on the TP means that there's going to be a TP discrepancy between these two guys slapping each other.
Yep.
See if Vici can do anything with that, because Vici, yes, they lost long across the map, but they did manage to stall out the Baron and not lose anyone else other than EasyHoon.
We saw there from the gold graph, RNG lost a little bit of their gold lead earlier, but now as they approach the 25-minute mark of the game, they're back to where they were.
They're only 1K ahead. Again, at 24 minutes last game, it was a 10K deficit.
A huge deficit.
And a lot of that's been on A, Long not naturally losing his lane through draft phase, and B, Schwan and Caveman really stepping up. Vici doing a much better job with their defensive ward line, making sure that MLXG and Mata can't get behind them and start to snowball by transitioning between these lanes. We saw the attempt from RNG very early, Xiaohu in particular with the Ghost on Victor, constantly trying to cheat out of his mid lane down to the bottom side, but great communication from Vici to keep this game close.
There comes a Temper Fake coming from Masato, trying to lock down Caveman. He blew his flash earlier. Nice double stun onto the Dandy and Caveman. Good knockoff from MLXG as well. Means that RNG will be able to find 2 picks for themselves. And this opens up the game completely.
Huge pick for Mata right there, but you also have to look at Dandy. He actually stepped up behind Caveman, and he saw Mata looking for the angle to find the Cosmic Binding, locked him up and gave him free kills, which means that mid-tier tower will fall.
And that's the exact pick that you were talking about earlier, Frosker, and how they're able to pick off one member. Wasn't really easy, but still, that one pick was more than enough for them to take that mid lane outer turret.
It's because they got 2 people as opposed to the 1.
And now they're looking towards the mid lane inner turret as well. Uzi putting some decent damage down on towards this tower. The last range meter going to stay alive a little bit longer as Looper is the one to tank up that tower. And suddenly, RNG make a huge power play, pick up 2 turrets and 2 picks.
Yeah, EasyHoon also got chunked out, so didn't have the confidence to really approach that. Big swing of power back in favor for RNG, and they make it just in time for a dragon spawn. So window of opportunity here for Vici. They can either walk into the Dragon River, place down Vision, try to contest that, or they can walk into the Baron Pit, which is what they're doing, clear out Vision and secure this through Scuttles.
Not only is it perfect timing for them for those 2 big objectives, but also look at the items that have been picked up now. Now Maokai with the Sunfire's Cape, Spirit Research picked up as well. Rek'Sai already picked up a Titanic Hydra there. More items, more components for Xiaohu. Finally, Uzi does have the rapid fire cannon as well, so big spike for the Caitlyn with the 70% crit chance now. RNG looking very strong once again.
Yeah, getting Uzi out of that trough, back to where he wants to be.
Yep.
Which means that RNG, totally fine to look for these big 5v5s. It's now about execution on that. Players to watch. Oh, hold on.
There's the Yoma's active coming in there, but the hook loading land on towards MLXG. Suddenly, Caveman, he doesn't want to be there anymore as he gets taken down by Looper. Teleport actually going to get cancelled there. Dandy now thought his teammates were coming to help him. Has to use the ultimate for distance, but Looper, he's going to close the gap. The flash is not going to save you, buddy, as Xiaohu picks up that kill. 2 more kills for RNG.
Too little, too late. People stepped up, and they're caught by a Cosmic Binding.
What a start coming out from Mata. Will also get the Temper Fate down. EasyHoon's going to try to knock them backwards, but it's just not enough. Mata with the huge play. RNG pick up 4.
What started as so close for Vici just is immediately torn apart. They just don't give the respect and the space needed to RNG. You can't make these tiny little mistakes against the top team in the LPL. They make 2 picks, translate that into 2 more, and bust down the inhib.
You guys can't see this, but Frosker is literally shaking me like, you can't do this to them, guys. You just can't. RNG.
It was just so close. They were doing so well, holding it out, trying to get EasyHoon to that stage. You know, they found their itemization. They were ready for the 5v5, setting up their vision, and just a tiny misplay at the beginning of a fight that they were trying to set up completely swings the door open for RNG as they're now looking towards Baron.
They had 4 kills. They're going to be able to take up this Baron as well. They got the inhibitor and inhibitor turret. And just like that, they're also about 8,000 gold ahead of Vici. What was a 1,000 gold lead where Vici looked like they were trying to stabilize things is now blown completely out of control the same way it was in game 1.
And we're going to go ahead and see the replay here. And it's just huge chunk damage. The fact that Looper got such a better position than Long, the fact that Long has to cancel the TP, and then a fantastic follow on the flash with the twisted advance.
This is where I got confused though. Easyhoon, why? Just, no. Easyhoon were all like,
Thought
yeah,
he
we'll
had
gift
damage
you.
where he did. Just
Doesn't work that way.
the unfortunate thing is we're waiting for the big 5v5, and we haven't had one this game. We had one at the very beginning where it was pretty much even with those really early teleports. But since then, as Looper's caught out, surely
Looper
dead.
He's probably going to die here, but he's going to try and take up as much damage as possible. The rest of his team, though, coming to his aid. Here's LGD. Mata getting the wrap around. Is able to stun up Shred. Picks up the kill for himself. Temper Fate is not going to collide with anything here, but slowly looks taking a lot of damage. Easyhoon trying to join the fight. Gets the swoop backwards onto 2 members. It is going to be Vici trying to pick up a win in this team fight here. Suddenly, though, Easy is taking so many memes to the face from Mata, but Easy up in the top lane. He's dealing a lot of work to these turrets.
I mean, frankly, Mata just 1v1'd Easyhoon. Yeah, Easyhoon did a great job getting his team a little bit farther ahead in that fight, but like you said, it was a 4v5. Uzi wasn't even there. Getting pressured off by Long, so they do manage to save their tower. But Mata just standing right next to Easyhoon. About 6 auto attacks.
Meep slapping him wherever he possibly can. It was an interesting sight to behold. Almost actually took him down. But still, Vici able to salvage that one. They were able to catch out Looper. Able to take down a few more members afterwards.
But that's what we needed. We needed an actual team fight from Vici. It's just been, unfortunately, these tiny picks that have snowballed into bigger advantages for RNG.
They are still, however, 7,000 gold behind the RNG lineup. A massive deficit to be in at this moment. As Uzi, he's gone back to base and picked up a Bloodthirster for himself, so even more damage onto that Caitlyn. Culling being popped there by Shen. Not going to do anything at all to the Rek'Sai.
Can imagine that RNG will start to fight with their Caitlyn this time around, as opposed to a cross map.
Has the Elixir of Wrath as well, so a huge spike for the Caitlyn here. 5 items with the pot as well. And RNG now looking to try and siege the final inner turret for Vici. Easy was able to take down the top lane inner turret earlier. Parallel Converge is not going to be able to stun anyone else. Does give a small shield to Long. Just takes an auto attack to the face to get rid of that. Uzi being really oppressive here, just standing as far forward as he possibly can to get as many auto attacks down as possible. This turret will fall with relative ease here for RNG. Temper Fate comes down, not going to collect onto anyone. He's able to do the Streamer Shuffle to get in between it.
The reason why is because there's no threat to the likes of Caitlyn on her range, especially without Easyhoon being there. The big primary hard engage is going to be the Emperor's Divide, a Death Sentence, or a flank parallel convergence from Long. And so obviously if you see the Echo in front of you, if you see the Thresh in front of you and you know that Azir's not there, it allows and unlocks Uzi to be that far forward, to be that aggressive.
Taking a look at the items really quickly. Easyhoon, he's struggling to pick up bits and pieces here, trying to compete his Abyssal Scepter. He only has the 2 components, whereas Xiaohu, he's got his Void Star picked up and ready. He's going to be shredding both tanks and the back line of Vici Gaming at this point in time. Not looking good for Vici one more time. Second game here of the best of 3 series, and they're in a similar situation where RG just slowly controlling the entire map, not giving them any space to breathe at all.
Bit of a different ramp story this time around for Game 2, however. Vici still not in quite the hole that they'd put themselves in the first game. Again, it was about a 20k discrepancy. Now it's only about 8.
Yep.
Still have both inhibitors up, just really that mid one falling, so it's not going to be as punishing in terms of how RNG will use that as a pressure point for challenging other objectives around the map. The Dragon Spawn was not nearly as punishing this game. They have, Ocean Cloud Infernal as opposed to 3 Mountain Drakes, so not quite getting the stacking stats there. We're still before the Elder Dragon, so Vici, stabilized. That's what we're going to continue to use. They've stabilized, still behind.
Still breathing.
Not hemorrhaging.
They've got the respirator out, you know.
He's alive on the table.
For now. Who knows, in the next couple of minutes, conditions can change here as Baron and Dragon will be respawning shortly. Definitely two objectives that RNG would look to try and pick up. Uzi just not happy with Easy Hoon there. Tries to put the ultimate down. Gets a little bit of damage, chip damage down on towards him.
That's just standard Caitlyn play, though. Ulting the mid laner as soon as you see them.
Has his last whisper, so Uzi, 6 items of offensive build on his Caitlyn, looking to try and shred through anybody that crosses his path.
Does make Long more of a viable target.
Yep.
And we've already seen Uzi's willingness to hit him. As Long is actually now being pinged out. Here comes the gank squad.
He's getting caught out. MLXG, Mata, and Uzi are right behind him. Mata tries to speed himself up, looking to see if he can get a Cosmic Binding down. He's going to slow him down. Here comes Uzi, puts a lot of damage down. Uses the net. He's going to get right behind Long. Long has to use the ultimate to stay alive. He's going to do just that right on top of MLXG, who was waiting on the clone there. Uzi, MLXG, and Mata help pick up that pick onto the top laner. And now, once again, RG looking towards the base.
Just beautifully orchestrated with all the cooldowns there, but more importantly, VG have nothing in response. Long is going to die. It doesn't translate to any sort of pressure, any sort of advantage. It maybe buys a mid-wave that Easy Hoon gets to farm a little bit safer.
That's just not good enough for VG at this point in time. They have to do something. RG, they have complete control of Summoner's Rift at the moment. 20 seconds for Dragon, 30 seconds for Baron. They're just skipping all around Summoner's Rift right now, looking for an objective to take for themselves.
Mata needs to be careful. It's really this inhib that they want.
Temper Fate, not going to connect with Easy Hoon, but does take a laser to the face coming out from Xiao Hu, who's been chunked down pretty significantly.
Okay, 7 seconds on Long's TP. I think with Easy Hoon backing, though. I was kind of curious if RNG would overstay and if Vici would look for the counter engage, but with Easy Hoon pulling off back towards the base, they're going to go ahead and conserve that cooldown. And now it's RNG to look towards this Baron, setting up their vision.
They do pick up the Scuttle Crab. Dragon has respawned here, so we have to see if they decide to go for that one. MLSG right behind Vici. Puts out the Prey Seeker, just beats a little bit of a nuisance. He's actually going to move on towards the last Elemental Dragon here. He's going to be able to take down the Ocean Dragon.
Vici not even going to contest. It's all just about this Baron. So wisely making the call that it's just the Ocean Drake. Let's move into the Baron. Make sure that we can set down our vision so we can at least walk into this area without certain death.
Does mean though, RG, they have 4 dragons. If for some reason this game drags out for another 6 minutes, the Elemental Dragon will be a huge pickup for RNG, with 4 dragons getting buffed for that. Meanwhile, Lupa, he's actually been caught out here. Vici trying to make a proactive play. They've caught out the top lane and they actually take him down. Danny picks up the kill for himself. Vici suddenly look like they could be the aggressors here.
And instead of marching down mid lane, RNG are also looking for the flank here, setting up and getting their posture on Baron. 4v5. Teleport is available, but only in 37 seconds.
Vici just don't really look like what they want. They don't really look like they know what they want to do just yet. They were moving back and forth between Baron. Now they've actually started out this buff. Ultimate goes down onto Dandy from Uzi. Puts a lot of damage down. Look now. Take a lot of damage to the front lines. Easy Who delivers 3 into Vici Gaming. The Tempered Fate, sorry, the Magical Journey is going to get them out. But suddenly, Uzi, he's the one who has to flash aggressively into the back lines. He's able to take down Dandy. But still, Vici, they're 4 men strong. Looking to try and take him down. The double kill from Easy Who. They're going to be able to chase down MLXG. Another kill goes onto Lucian, and suddenly Vici find a way back into this game off of the Azir ultimate.
Yeah, and it's on the back of Easy, who, like you said, massive Azir ultimate. But the guy that I want to point at is Uzi. We credit and we give this guy so much praise, much of it very well deserved, on the completely wrong side of that fight for pretty much the entirety. Look at where this Caitlyn is. He is completely locked out by Caveman. Easy Hoon comes in, throws 3 members of RNG into the fray. There is still no follow-up damage.
They just locked him out.
He aggressively flashes forward to try to pick up that kill, which means that he then walks straight back into the Echo, doesn't have his escape available to him, neither net or flash, immediately dies.
And then MLXG just follows up, double kill for Lucian. Vici find a Baron for themselves. Suddenly they're only 5,000 gold down here. And Easy Hood, he's really put his team on the back there. The first they're going to pick onto Lupa, then a nice 3-man ultimate with Uzi separated from the team. stunning doesn't look like something that's impossible anymore for Vici.
And this is what we always said that Vici's win conditions were. Is it step 1, easy Hoon on his ear. Step 2, 55 minutes.
Well, they're almost there. They're about 38 minutes into this game.
Still a couple of mistakes needed for RNG before Vici well and truly get their foot through that door, but closed up the goal discrepancy between these two teams. Obviously, 65, 70k, it starts to matter less and less. It's more about those item breakpoints, hitting full item slots, which we're very close to,
Temper
but
fake,
picked
though,
out.
has locked down easy here. He might get stunned up. He does get stunned down. Sugar Shuffles, not going to be enough. As Xiaohu is able to pick up that kill. This opens the game up once again for RNG.
This is why I said 55 minutes fish, because unfortunately, RNG still have quite a lead in terms of their map control, simply because the structures aren't there for Vici. See if Vici can hold out a little bit longer, immediately pulling the recall from Long.
They've got a 6-item Caitlyn walking into the base of Vici. This doesn't look good for them at the moment. Just going to try and barrel through as many of these objectives that they possibly can. Working on the top lane inhibitor now. The 5-man strong RNG taking this one down slowly. OMG now on the back lines as well. Just slowly shredding apart Vici's base.
Continuing the siege, they're now locked back up.
Good double stun coming in there, Caveman. He's going to get taken down. Looper is taking the front lines for his team, but he's going to be able to get out of there. RNG happy with just taking a pick and taking down those 2 inhibitors.
Okay, even more control from RNG. So the savior of Vici Gaming, Easy Hoon, also kind of their undoing, an unfortunate
sword.
pick. You know, I'm not even going to call it. I don't think it's consistently a double-edged sword. I think it's more so Vici's inability to use him to his fullest potential in the early game, which is why Lissandra was such a big pick for Easy Hoon for a long time. He used to have a 100% win rate on it last split, and it was simply because, for whatever reason, Easy Hoon would leave his lane when he had that Lissandra pick and impact everything else on the map. Teams started figuring this out, banning it away from him. And his Azir is good, but it's not winning every lane for them.
Certainly isn't. Still, they're about 5,000 gold behind here, Vici, which is, as we approach 40 to 50 minutes into the game, it's not a huge deficit. Still a deficit, but not huge at the moment. Take a look at where all that power is lying at the moment. Caitlyn, 6 items. Lord Dominic's Regard picked up here. Giving a shred through tanks as easy as possible. With the Bloodthirst Infinity Edge, the 2 Zeal items picked up as well. Massive Uzi is at the moment.
Doesn't have a splash though, and he can't afford, as this game goes later and later and the death timers get more and more punishing, to make another positional error like he did on that Baron fight though, as both teams setting up and preparing for this Elder Dragon.
His counterpart as well, Xiaohu. He's got the Rabadon's Death Cap, Rylai's, the upgraded Hex Core, Void Star picked up as well, just missing 1 item. Currently sits with an Elixir there instead. Probably going to pop that as soon as this Elder Dragon spawns, which will spawn in about 30 seconds here. And if RNG can pick this up, that's going to be 4 dragons being buffed for this Elemental Dragon.
Big thing for them is going to be the Infernal Dragon stats.
Oh, look at this, Lucian. He's been caught out of position. Tries to get the Dark Passage. What a fantastic Temper Fade coming out from Mata. Going to lock them down. Lucian, he's going to fall here. Hayfan's trying to get out of there, but it's already a double kill for the Victor. They're chasing down Easy Hoon. He's going to jump back on straight on top of Xiaohu, trying to keep his team alive. It's not going to be enough. As there goes the Sapling, there goes the Root. They're going to be able to take down 4. Only Looks left to right, and RNG steamroll into the base.
I mean, we talk about so many players on this RNG roster. Looper had a phenomenal split, still continuing to play well. MLXG coming into his own from this kind of rookie Chinese jungler to one of the best in the world. Uzi, his name's synonymous with greatness. But Mata, world champion MVP, you cannot give him Bard. That was incredible. He's been amazing this entire game. He's pretty much a one-man army, able to 1v1 the Azir at any point that he wants.
He's made so many great plays here, but look at that. The buffs to the towers without minions anywhere nearby. RNG just can't do enough damage. They're going to back off and move towards the Elder Dragon.
66% reduced damage from true damage.
Lung was actually enough to hold off RNG already getting an ace inside of Vici's base. So they're going to look towards trying to take down the Elder Dragon here. Try and find another objective for them to get even further ahead.
No one around immediately, but the Elder Dragon is quite tanky. See what Caveman and Dandy can do. Get crit, it seems.
Does look like Vici wants to contest for this. There's only 3 members of RNG here at the moment. There goes the magical journey to try and wrap around
Looper's behind them with a TP.
the back of Vici. There's the TP coming in with the home guards there. Lots of damage going down. Temperface going to lock down Dandy. He's taking a lot of damage now. RNG trying to clean through the front line of Vici. And they're able to take down so many members. The Guardians Edge are going to keep Looper alive, but not for long as Mata picks up that kill. And all they have to deal with now is Easy Hoon. RNG just moved towards the base of Vici.
Yeah, Easy Hoon completely left alone, sets up his Sun Tower, so trying to hold the last line of defense.
Sand Soldiers desperately trying to do whatever they possibly can.
He's got to also deal with the wave building on the top side of the map. He's just going to get suffocated out.
Looper doesn't care. He's just charging forward towards the Golden Bird. He's going to be able to root him down. There's the ultimate coming in from Uzi, but he's stunned. He gets taken down. Uzi will be able to complete the ace for the side of RNG. They look towards the Nexus. The final turret is going to go down, and RNG are able to pick up a 2-0 victory over Vici.
And this time with creeps, it's much easier, so much better showing from Vici that time around, not letting the game spiral out of control. But RNG continuing to stand on top and showing quite a few different looks and priorities around map.
Certainly did, and you know, Vici, they held off for so long. They were only about 1,000 to 2,000 gold behind for about 20 to 30 minutes of that match, and just slowly spiraled out of control.
I mean, yeah, you look at the gold counter and you say, okay, better job Vici, only being about between 1k to 8k down, but that's still in the context that they were 20k down in the first game, and it still felt like RNG were in complete control for both of those series. Mata and MLXG, possibly the best support jungle duo right now in the LPL. Maybe, I don't even know if you can put Clear Love and Mako ahead of them, because RNG, I mean, they beat EDG in the final, and they're so oppressive. Very well-deserved bow. I mean, yeah, it's Vici. We consider them kind of a mid-tier team, but consistent against the mid-tier teams, taking down Team WE, who are very clearly kind of the second-place team coming into their group, and RNG continuing to be on their tear that they showed at MSI. And
they certainly did look like that in game number 2 and 1 here. And I want to touch on that point you made just then about Mata and MLXG, because in game 1, the Alistar was a huge factor in that game, was actually able to combo out with MLXG quite a lot there. And then the Bard, game number 2, he made so many plays to help RNG pick up that win.
So many cosmic bindings, that prediction Tempered Fate was so excellent. When Easy Hoon got the initial, down in the bottom lane, when Easy Hoon did the Emperor's Divide, and then he's standing next to Bard, and Bard pretty much forces him to Shurima Shuffle and flash out to safety. We can talk about Mata till the end of time. Everyone knows that he's great. Again, we talk about Uzi's name is synonymous with greatness. Well, Mata's kind of that guy that achieved what Uzi always attempted to achieve, actually winning a Worlds final, actually being the MVP of it. And so now them together, it's just magic. Just magic fish.
They are certainly like magic, because RG played like that in both their games here. A few people want to touch on as well. Xiaohu and Uzi, you know, they're another two people that we can keep talking about and talk about how great they've been playing. Recently, Xiaohu stepped up as the mid laner for RG, did fantastically in MSI, has done well here in their second match of the summer split. Uzi as well, you know, he looked pretty strong coming into this new lineup.
I think it's more important to kind of underline that Xiaohu, going into MSI, I would never say that Xiaohu is kind of an all-star Chinese mid laner. He had a lot of talent, a lot of potential, a lot of promise, but he was incredibly young. Again, Xiaohu is one of the players that actually wasn't allowed to play in the LPL for the first portion of his career because he was actually too young. Finally getting his, turning of age, coming into the league. At MSI, I think he finally was like, okay, I'm solidifying myself as now I'm a relevant talking point in a global scene. And then to come into this game against the likes of Easy Hoon, who has already kind of had that reputation through his SKT days and his performance on the world stage, and handedly beating Easy Hoon in lane. Not that there was a lot of 1v1 kills. It's not looking at it from that perspective or like just mechanical outplays. It's the fact that consistently Xiaohu is getting the superior roam and the superior pressure that Easy Hoon is not bringing to his team. Constantly, even though the ganks didn't equate to anything, you saw Victor cheating back and forth between mid and bottom lane trying to set his team up. And I think that's what's really solidifying Xiaohu as kind of this top-tier mid laner emerging.
So what do you think of Uzi coming in here? Because we talked a lot about... I know you're a huge fan of Name back when he was back on the RNG roster. Rushin had a nice performance in MSI as well. Now one of the star AD carries is on the lineup for RNG. What do we feel about him so far for the team?
Uzi?
Just Uzi?
Just okay. It's Uzi. He's one of the greatest AD carries to ever play. This guy, though, is standing next to him. He gets the MVP. I don't know. Uzi always has the same problems. He does these amazing miracle plays that no one else in the world can pull off simply because he does things with champions that should not be mechanically possible, but his mechanics are just perfect. And then to have someone like Mata standing behind him. But his over-aggression. I don't think Uzi is the best at positioning in team fights. I think his target selection is the best in the world. So he understands exactly who he needs to be hitting, but then you have those cases like that Baron fight where Uzi's completely shut out of the team fight, flashes Bird's net, and then immediately dies. Uzi has a history of doing that repeatedly. Problems still exist, but doesn't matter because he's flanked by Xiaohu, by Mata, by Looper, by MLXG. So...
Yep, and you
Uzi
did mention,
things.
he's a fantastic AD carry, flanked by one of the best supports in the LPL, if not in the world as well. Mata had a fantastic
In the
game.
world.
Picked up the MVP as well in that matchup, was phenomenal on his bar performance. Let's take a look at the other side of Riv very quickly, because Vici, they looked a little bit lackluster in their first game here, back in the summer split of the LPL. Easy Hoon, still showed some promise, was able to claw back the game for Vici a couple of times, but just wasn't enough for them to pick up the win.
I mean, good news for Vici, though, is that they were able to reset mentality, look much stronger in Game 2 than they did from Game 1. Easy Hoon still looks good if you get him to that point late game. I mean, the biggest issue is that Vici still don't have a carry. You look across that lineup, okay, Long, supportive style top laner, Dandy, control-oriented jungler, Easy Hoon, very slow control mage player. It's not like you have we always made the joke that Vici got an Easy Hoon and what they needed was a Faker. Not because, comparing Faker versus Easy Hoon, but they just needed a carry. They need an Uzi in that bot lane or Name. Instead, they have Schwen and Endless and Caveman. It's just no one steps up and says, give me all of the gold, I will lead you to glory. And Vici have found some success, and when that funnels onto Dandy, which is why Graves is such a big pick for them, because again, this was kind of before the real rise of like Nidalee and Kindred and all these really hard carry junglers. It's where Dandy found his hard carry potential. But it's not enough when you're across from MLXG. I mean, if you give him a clear advantage like he's jungling across from, World 6, it goes a little bit better. But Vici still have the same problems they did last split, and it continues to plague them.
You mentioned Easy Hoon a couple times. As soon as you approach towards the 55-minute, as soon as you approach towards the latter part of the game, he can step up and make those miracle plays for his team. But we only saw one of that so far in both these two games. Hopefully we can see more from him. We saw Shen Chenpi play in that game over Endless in game number 2, but no big difference over him playing other than Endless in game 2. Did you expect anything more from Shen? Was there anything that we didn't see or didn't pick up from that number 2 game?
No, I think they're interchangeable. Their champion pools are slightly different. I know that Schwen's a bit more comfortable as a Lucian player, which is why we saw the priority pick on the champion itself, whereas Endless is primarily a Kalista player, but then that's another big issue is there's a question mark over Kalista on 6.10. Obviously, he didn't play that this time around, but again, I just think it's... The organization has said that they are confident in Endless's potential, that this roster is a roster about development, and it may not be their time right now, but eventually it will be. And obviously, they make a case to flank kind of these very young players and very inexperienced players with big veterans like Dandy, like Easy Hoon. Obviously, Mata used to be on this roster as well, and it rubbed off a lot on the younger players. We've seen leaps and bounds improvements from Vici, again, making a deep playoff run in 2015. So can only really go up from here. Can't be too critical on them because, again, they're facing across from the number 1 team in the LPL. It's the first time that we've gotten a look at them in the LPL. So Vici fans, I wouldn't be too worried. We need a larger sample size before we can really start stacking them up.
Yeah, first game back and they have to play against the team that represented China at the MSI Invitational 2016. And here are a couple of highlights of that best of 3 series there. Easy Hoon getting picked off, This was another great temper fake coming in from Mata here. Another big play coming out from him. And RNG just looks spectacular so far.
Yeah, Mata and Berto. I just don't know why Dandy walked over there. Like he
Then he's
wasn't
like,
going to set up
"Hello."
a cosmic binding.
He's like, hello, I'm Dandy, I'm helping somehow.
I'm helping. Yeah, that was pretty accurate. No, just oppressive play. And again, even though the goal disparity wasn't as big in game 2, RNG very few instances lost control of that game.
So one of the final things I really want to talk about is Caveman, because we thought that
Of course you want to talk about Caveman.
we thought we were going to lose him. We thought we were going to lose Endless and Caveman.
For those who don't know, Fish's favorite bottom lane is the Vici bottom lane. He loves Endless and Caveman, and I quote, because they constantly push up in lane.
That's right. They didn't do that anymore, though. I don't know what happened. They
Well-
got dominated by Uzi and Mata. That's probably what happened.
Oh man, like that never happens.
But yeah, so Caveman, we thought the Caveman was gone from the roster. We thought Endless was gone as well. He played today. What do you think of his performance? Because he was one of the players from Vici that was stepping up later into the split, but this game didn't look good at all.
I mean, there was that one play that he had on the bottom lane where he caught Mata, and Mata died through the magical journey. So obviously, Caveman, again, so many players in the LPL have a great ceiling for like mechanical performance, but it's just the inability to play together as a team. You have a lot of mixed rosters still in the LPL. Obviously, some of them have been shored up. If you look at like Invictus Gaming, like Rookie being fluent in Mandarin, but we don't really know what Vici's comms sound like, how that impacts their play, who's shot calling for them. So.
Well, hopefully we can see more of Vici throughout the later parts of the summer split. But for now, that was RNG. That was RNG taking on Vici. But we still have one more game coming up here, which will be Team W taking on OMG. It will be the final best of 3 series for the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Indiana. I'm freezing Frosco in black, and we're going to be taking you through the final game of tonight between Team WE and OMG. Team WE taking on OMG here. Two teams that are you still cold, Frosco? You okay?
Still cold. It's like 13 degrees in this room.
It is very cold in this country, as we figured out today. But yes, we are going to be going through the final best-of-3 series for tonight. It will be Team WE taking on OMG very shortly. And these two teams are teams that have been rebuilding throughout the entire spring split of the LPL, and now coming to summer, they have to show what they're made of now.
You know, I never get to talk about this story. Oh, I talk about this story all the time. But it's, the reintroduction of them through the LPL. We've had one game each from Team WE and OMG. OMG, of course, losing to IME in a disappointing 2-0. Team WE facing across from RNG, actually taking a game off of them and looking quite confident. Again, they're one of the few rosters, I think the only roster that has not made any changes over the course of the offseason between the spring and summer splits. But this is two historic teams. I mean, Team WE, OMG made famous because they were one of the teams that actually knocked Team WE, formerly World Elite, kind of off their pedestal alongside Invictus Gaming, became this big dominant force in the LPL. And you brought up the word rebuilding and kind of rebranding, and I think that sits so true for both of them. But one of them has done it much more successfully than the other. Team WE, picking up Zero, taking Condi, 9-5-7 over Aluka, but keeping this bare bones of Xie and Mystic look much better. They play a very strange style of League of Legends in the LPL specifically, which just is very slow, kind of controlled pace of game, rather than chaotic fighting all the time. Whereas OMG, they rebuilt around their mid laner Cool, losing people like Loveling, Going, San, Fishball, Dark. I mean, just so many people have gone back and forth with this roster, and it hasn't quite peaked as well. So it's kind of like Team WE, cookies came out of the oven, still a little bit chewy, but delicious. OMG still baking.
They certainly are. We have to see if the cookies are finally baked just yet. We've seen that a lot in the OPL, but here in the LPL, we have to see if OMG can pull out that famous freight train they are known for. But Dragos TW, you mentioned Cool here very quickly in the mid lane. That's a matchup we're really looking forward to. Sia against Cool or Icon. It could be a very interesting matchup here, kind of similar to the previous game that we saw here tonight.
Yeah, and it's this idea that Cool, I mean, he's such a staple. He's one of the last standing legacy players of kind of the Chinese part of the LPL. His Twisted Fate looked incredible, but unfortunately wasn't able to put OMG over the line in their 2-0 or 0-2 defeat to IME, but still looking strong on particular champions. I'm really curious to see if he'll actually go towards Ahri, especially because Xie is also a big Ahri player, and I think Ahri is actually kind of under the radar in terms of 6.10 strength, but obviously if Azir and Victor are left up, why not play those champions? But it's Xie, he's kind of like Condi and MLXG in the sense that he's been trying to prove himself over time. A big hotshot solo queue player, came into the LPL, his big performance at IEM when Team WE faced across from Team Solo Mid in the finals there, bringing out the double TP Diana. But see if he can continue to rise to the top and solidify himself as kind of like an A or S tier mid laner in the LPL.
Well, let's see if we can do just that as we take a look at the team lineups here. Team WE, they're going to be running 9-5-7, Condi, Sia, Mystic, and Zero with Aluka as their substitute. Nothing much has changed at all about this Team WE lineup.
Nothing has changed from the last split to this one. Oh, look at those fly uniforms.
Yeah, pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Yep.
Guys to watch for on this roster, it's going to be Condi, their jungler, as well as Zero, the support. Zero is the primary facilitator and initiator. This guy wins games by himself. Think kind of Baby Mata. Obviously, one of the first wave of Korean imports into the LPL alongside Insec and really hasn't lost his charm. Condi, like MLXG, this up-and-coming young Chinese jungler who is starting to solidify himself. I call him the Prince of Thieves, but he's also known as the Son of Baron because he will steal anything out from under you.
That Baron belongs to him. We've seen Condi do that time and time again. Team WE, they had an impressive late run in the spring split of the LPL. They had a good start to the summer, so picking a game off RNG, unfortunately dropped that series 2-1 a couple of days ago, and then looking to try and pick up their first win here against OMG, who are trying to do the same thing coming into the match here against Team WE, and we will be able to look at their lineup very shortly.
I kind of feel like Team WE are just a good team. Like, it sounds so basic to say that. Like, not amazing, not great, but they're just a good, consistent team, and they don't have any gimmicks.
They keep their dreams.
They keep their dreams alive. They don't win through, like, one special style that they play really well. They're well-rounded, and I think that's what's made them such a threat in the LPL.
They really feel like the core of a teamwork team, but as we look at their contenders on the opposite side of the rip, it's going to be Team OMG, as Sion will be up in the top lane with World 6 in the jungle. Cool will be taking to the mid lane for this game. SMLZ and 5 will be the AD carry and support for this matchup.
And again, it's going to be cool and not Icon in that starting lineup, so having that veteran power behind him. Big guy to look at is going to be World 6, so moving away from Twin in the jungle into the former Vici gaming jungler when Dandy took a stint in the top lane. World 6 has always looked impressive on the picks like Gragas and Rek'Sai, but we don't really know what his champion pool depth is. And so as OMG continue to experiment, synergize a little bit more, I'm really looking to him to see what type of development he'll take.
Let's see if World 6 can do just that, because he is the new kid on the block for Team OMG. I'd like to see what he can pull out in their second match on the summer split here against Team WE. And you know, SMLZ 5, they're still in the bottom lane. They're still doing their things. They're still the strong duo that we expect them to be.
They're actually very similar in terms of play style from Zero and Mystic. So Mystic is going to be kind of like this hyper carry oriented AD carry where he'll pick scaling champions. And then you have Zero, who's a big facilitator, very aggressive support. And SMLZ, very similar thing. SMLZ is really well known for his Jhin play, so again, scaling, hyper-aggressive AD carries. And then 5, big Thresh player, likes to get in the thick of it. It's just kind of like SMLZ. I'm actually going to say that SMLZ is a bit better in terms of his ceiling on certain champions than Mystic is, but Zero's just far and away superior to 5 right now.
So we talked about the teams in general, how they've been rebuilding. We talked about the mid laners. We've gone all the way down to the bottom lane as well. Before we head into Champion Select, is there anything else that stands out in this matchup between Team W and OMG? Anything that jumps out in particular?
I think you really have to look at the top lane matchup. Xiang to 957. Xiang's bounced all over the roster for OMG. He's played support, he played mid. He actually went mid support and now into the top lane. And he's a good top laner, but I think 957 is starting to distinguish himself as a great top laner in the LPL.
Well, let's see if we can continue doing great things here as we head into Champion Select for the final best-of-3 series for tonight. And it's game number 1 between Team WE and OMG. As we take a look at the bans really quickly. Thresh, Twisted Fate, and Azir actually being banned out here by Team WE, as Kindred and Nidalee, the 2 S-tier junglers, are being taken away by OMG immediately.
I think this says so much to where the teams are exploitable and where the teams are, where the teams are strong. The fact that you have 2 bans on Cool and then 2 bans on Condi pretty much says everything you need to know about these teams.
I also like that because it fits in line with what you mentioned about World 60. You know, he's known as the Gragas, the Rek'Sai player. Take away those S-tier junglers. Those are the kind of junglers you're going to get remaining in the pool. But immediately, Lucian is going to be locked in for Team WE. They're going to be giving that one over to Mystic, one of the stronger AD carries in the current meta.
It's so weird how just Scariel is similar, Smelzy and Mystic are. They just kind of sit right below that Deft, Imp, Uzi tier. And so it's just trying to get them to peak a little bit more into it.
Well, let's see if they can do that over the course of Summer Split of the LPL here. As we're waiting for OG to lock in their first 2 picks on their first rotation of picks on the red side. Would be quite sensible if they went with this Rek'Sai pickup, knowing that World 6, you know, is comfortable with that champion. They are going to lock that in. They lock in the Bard as well, so giving that one over to 5.
Pretty ridiculous win rate on Bard, and we've seen a lot of LPL supports really stepping up and making this a considerable ban here. His lane dominance, which LPL teams love to go into the 2v2 because they think they can mechanically outperform their enemy. His ability to open up picks.
And we saw how Mata played him so well last game. And 5, he's known as the playmaking support for the lineup. He used to play a lot of Alistar, a lot of Thresh. Bard kind of makes sense.
No, completely agree right there. On the opposite side, though, we have kind of an interesting dual pickup in the Maokai and the Trundle. So obviously on 6.10 with the adjustments to QSS, Trundle has just been buffed up. Being picked up in this rotation, though, pretty much means that it's going to be a support Trundle into a Bard. A little bit curious.
I was going to try and predict this Fizz pick here and look a little bit cheeky because we saw the Ignite and Teleport summoner spells being picked up by Xiang, which could almost only mean there's going to be picking up Fizz at the top lane, which gets locked in immediately as Caitlyn is going to be the AD carry of choice. We see a lot of Caitlyn's as MSI across multiple regions.
And MS MLSC. Wow, completely. I almost called him STYZ. MLSC is a legacy Caitlyn player. So, like Uzi, fits right in his repertoire, his identity, and these teams are going quick and fast in this draft phase.
Yep, Victor and Graves being locked in immediately for Team WE, completing their lineup. So it does look like we're going to get a support Trundle top lane, Maokai,
Why
and
I
Graves
find
in the
this
jungle.
strange is that you see that you have a ranged support, and obviously Bard's going to really bully out melee supports. Now Trundle can kind of catch him with the pillar if it's placed correctly, and you can jump out on top of him for trades with Relentless Pursuit. But it kind of tells me that Team WE are just going to play their bot lane safe or even look for a lane swap.
Well, let's see what they decide to do as we get into the Summoners Rift later on. But for now, OMG looking to try and pick up their mid laner, and it's going to be LeBlanc picked up, a mid laner that we actually see constantly banned out in the LPL right now. And Cool is going to get his chance to go toe-to-toe against Sia with this assassin that has been left open.
And this is kind of the mentality here is to slow Victor down, simply just try to beat him in the early game before you can ramp up into that big 5v5 monster. Now, Cool definitely has the talent and threats to be able to do that, but Xie has definitely been developing himself into quite the mid laner.
He certainly has, and this was a matchup that we highlighted coming into this game. Sia against Cool. One is now going to be on the control mage, the other is going to be on the assassin, and another champion that really stands out to me, Fizz. You know, we didn't really think we'd see a lot of Fizz up in the top lane, but it's been a pretty popular pick in the LPL.
And it's more importantly that tank Fizz there, so looking for the MR armor as well as the CDR, because it will translate into tanks, not tank stats, but pseudo tankiness for Fizz, just because he's spending more time on his Playful Trickster in the air and untargetable, as opposed to taking damage.
Excited to see how this matchup goes, because we see a lot of Maokais get bullied out by some unorthodox matches, but the coaches are going to shake hands. We're heading onto Summoners Rift for Game 1 between Team WE and OMG. Cool, trying to be as cool as he possibly can be there as we head onto Summoners Rift for game number 1 of the final best-of-3 series for tonight. It'll be Team WE taking on OMG. For now, we're just going to see the two teams fan out as much as they possibly can, try and pick up some vision, it would seem. Very common between all the teams so far.
Naturally, the question is if we get a lane swap or a 2v2. I don't think we've had a single lane swap all night, though.
Nope, I don't think so.
No, there was one attempted by LGD.
I think it was matched, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, Australian lanes and regular lanes we've seen so far. But
Should be pointed out that Xiong took the Ignite on the Fizz, so really relying on his ability of Playful Trickster to keep him safe in that long lane against the likes of Maokai. Maybe a little bit risky. So much kill pressure available for Condi on this Graves and either his side lanes.
We take a look at the Keystone Masteries very quickly. Nothing too surprising. Fizz, you know, taking further of battle. We've seen that a little bit recently. No Grass and the Undying or Thunderlords coming out from the top lane. Tanky Fizz.
I think it started with Flandre.
It's all his fault.
No, I'm going to assume. But no, going to be a standard start, so both junglers... Ooh, actually, nope, lane swap. So, opting out of the Bard Caitlyn lane, which I agree with. Very oppressive 2v2. In fact, they're going to make the most out of Bard's level 1 power spike and look for the invade. Of course, they won't find anyone because Mystic and Zero are on the top side.
Let's still go for it, which means that we will get that lane swap coming in. It will be initiated by Team WE, so we have to see how they execute this strategy. 0 and 957 actually going to be working on a camp of their own, so the support helping out the top laner to get that early experience advantage, denying some of the jungle away from OMG as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about how curious that is. We'll see where Maokai 957 is going to go with it afterwards. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and meet up with Condi, so now going into a traditional start. Nope. He's going up top lane. He's going to assist in setting up these waves.
So
quite early.
957 helping with the push very, very early on here. Zero going to be helping out with that too. Cool and Sia in the mid lane already trending back and forth pretty effectively for Sia there. Every time Cool jumps in, he gets a nice chunk with his spell rotation auto attacks down.
Taking the Crow Cap, it's a nice little adaptation in how the experience has changed. So now you have to kill the creeps, which means it's a bit more micro-intensive when you're double jungling, making sure that your top laner is killing the appropriate creeps to make sure that you're splitting experience as opposed to being in the area. So cute little maneuver from Team WE as we now kind of go back into a more traditional Western-style lane swap.
World 6 is actually going to make his way towards this mid lane, it seems. Opting to not go for the Raptor camp just yet. Going to see if he can get a surprise gank. Now it's going to move back towards the red buff and take that one away. We see the junglers swapping red buffs. World 6 will take Condix. Condix will take World 6. Whilst OMG, Siyoung, 5, and SMLZ will be down in that bottom lane pushing onto that tower. And TW will already be able to take down the top lane outer turret.
And they're not giving over the bonus to their top laner, 957. It's actually split between them. So that is something unique that Team WE like to do. They typically do it when Mystic is on Ezreal, though, so this time around on Lucian.
Interesting.
Much faster tower rotation. It's really just kind of these, 5 to 10 second windows where teams can set up maybe a gank or, in the past, challenge the Rift Herald. Obviously, Herald being changed doesn't spawn until 6 minutes this time around, but we'll see if Team WE get any sort of advantage here from having a faster clear initially.
For now, though, it does look like they're just going to swap back here. Mystic now might be in a little bit of trouble. There's so many people from OMG just waiting there. He might be able to pick up the small Krug, and that's about it. He might walk straight past him. He's going to get caught out here. Mystic now going to get jumped on. The knockup should come out shortly. Good flash come here. He tries to relay pursuit out of there. The heal comes in well, keeps himself alive. He somehow is able to get out of there.
Brilliantly played from Mystic right there, making sure that he holds his flash to try to get away from the Unburrow and holds his relentless pursuit. So using his 2 gap closers perfectly to save his life.
He's able to get out there. Still burns both of his summoner spells and has to make another trip back to the fountain to heal up. Picks up a coal when he went back to base there, so he's had a little bit of an item discrepancy to Caitlyn, who already has that pickaxe at the moment.
Biggest discrepancy on the map, though, is between these 2 top laners, not only in the level 4 to level 3 for 957, but also in the CS, 17 to 6. And it's about to get a lot worse for Fizz here, as he's going to be facing across from 2 people in a very long lane.
Huge discrepancy. Cool, in the meantime here, trying to do his best to farm out the waves in the mid lane here, taking a lot of damage one more time from Sia. He's able to keep up CS quite nicely, though, despite all the harass coming out from him.
See if Cool can start to make this LeBlanc pick work for him. In the past, has done wonders on this champion. He's a big assassin player. Likes his high mobility mages as well. Again, signature Ahri.
For now, though, we are going to see the continuation of the lane swap here. The AD carrying support for OG going to head up towards the top lane, it seems. Team W going to replicate that on the bottom lane.
Still, primary benefactor so far in this lane swap is Team WE having the advantage on their top laner, 20 to 7 CS. Like you said, both top laners will be joining the bot lane, so gentleman's agreement between 2 teams. We're going to kill the outer towers and start creating really long side lanes.
OMG now already working on the top lane outer turret. We've got 4 members up here going to wait for the next creep wave to crash towards that tower before trying to take that down. Siyoung's here as well, going to poke his carrots in towards the turret, take it down as fast as possible. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Team W, they've got 3 people working on taking down this turret. No, the jungler is nowhere in sight just yet, as Condi casually now makes his way down there after taking a camp for himself.
So now it's a 4-man push on either side. That said, it does mean that Dragon Control is in favor of Team WE, as Chaos Storm dropped in the mid lane simply to push Cool, or attempt to push Cool out of lane.
Takes a lot of damage from that Chaos Storm there. Sia took a lot in return from the harass that Cool put down during that initial trade. Was able to smartly trade back and forth with this LeBlanc.
And this is kind of the big thing that I was talking about. I was curious if Team W were going to pull the trigger on it early, but it will be a very early Infernal Drake. Again, they've just been slightly ahead of OMG in terms of taking down these side towers, and that collective time has eked them out this type of advantage, which Infernal Drake early, yeah, it's not going to be that much because it's scaling stats, but at some point, 3 to 4 item breakpoints, it's going to be a determining factor.
No response for that objective coming out from OMG so far. So the next dragon to spawn will be the Ocean Dragon. So no stacking Infernals, unlucky for Team W, but They do have one for now. They can continue controlling the Dragon objective, will help them out later on in the game as well.
More importantly, taking a Dragon this early means that you will have 5 spawns of the Dragon before Elder Dragon if you're taking it every single time that it comes up. The chance of getting 3 Infernal Drakes out of 5 spawns is about 37%, so relatively high.
Well, let's see if TW do get the luck of the spawns later. We did get the luck of the spawn early on the desk here today. For now, we're looking at World 6. He's going to be clearing out as many jungle camps as he possibly can. Frostgrin finally got it.
No, I got it. Good joke, Fish.
Mystic moving up towards the top lane now. He's going to be trying to clear out the waves. Cool, still stuck in this mid lane for now. Quite even with Sia in the mid lane.
So checking back in on the lanes. Dirk for Lucian. Pickaxe for Caitlyn.
Negatron Cloak for the Victor. Yeah, quite pretty standard for now.
Swifties, though, online for the top laner. So 957 making sure that he's constantly shadowing behind his bot lane.
He wants to go fast.
And this is, again, kind of the big difference between these two teams. Xiong is approaching this tower by himself. The potential dive threat here is massive, so does need to make sure that before he approaches this, that 5 is next to him. So there we go. Has his buddy system, and they're going in.
5 is there. Mystic actually getting separated from the team. A good pillar is going to stop the advance coming in for the Fizz there, but Mystic has to be careful. Here comes Cool. Puts a lot of damage down to the Lucian. It's going to be Xiong that moves into the backlines. Lucian will die to that ignite slowly. Meanwhile, Bud taking a lot of damage, just able to get out of there though as TWE group up, tries to defend the rest of their members, but a big misplay coming from Mystic.
Yeah, miscalculated, exits out of that the wrong way, going around the tower, and good collapse from OMG as now they're contesting for the red buff. Goes to Condi.
Condi picks it up, looking for more. He has 5, will be able to take the magical journey to safety. The rest of OMG able to run away, but Condi does secure the objective.
And more importantly, meanwhile, SMLZ has been getting good chip damage on the bottom tier tower and is now moving up to contest for this red buff.
It's like, if you want to take my red buff, Condi, I will take yours. Going to use the headshot procs from inside of the bush to get as much damage as possible down onto the red buff camp, but despite all the action taking place, still completely even between these two teams at the moment. About a small gold lead for OMG at the moment.
Yeah, and it was a lot of momentum was built up for Team W, you know, making the proactive play onto the inner turrets. Unfortunately, just punished due to poor positioning from the AD carry.
Going to pop back in towards the mid lane, and that is another place that is dead even at the moment between these two players. Both of them had a blue buff there. Time and time again, though, Sia is going to win those trades. Is able to poke the LeBlanc out, but not getting a huge lead from it.
I think it's more so the safety of wave clear issue as Lucian, as Victor gets more levels, starts upgrading his Hex Core more. It's going to be easy to clear out these waves, whereas LeBlanc has to put her whole face in it to do so safely. We do have the MR itemized early, so should be a little bit safer here.
Should help Sia out. We have to see if he's going to go for an Abyssal Scepter later, or just hold on to that as he goes for the Riley step. But now he's going to get jumped on here. Cool. Going to be able to jump on here. Here comes 5 Worlds. Going to slow Sia down. Taking a lot of damage. Pops the barrier, but it's not going to be enough as World 6 picks up that kill for Team OMG.
Great collapse there, and good setup from Cool. Unfortunately, again, another kind of micro error coming out of Team WE members, missing the big laser and the trade damage there, and then putting himself in a poor situation.
OMG now, they're looking to try and put their aggression on here as they look towards the top lane inner turret, putting a little bit of damage down on that with SMLZ, but Condi's going to use his ultimate to clear away that creep wave, stop any push that they had up in the top lane.
Meanwhile, on the other side, does mean that Mystic will get some free time with this tower, so OMG stopped Team WE's early momentum. Now are being proactive themselves. Good gank on the mid tower. Translated that into pressure onto the bottom side. Both these teams very evenly set so far.
Certainly are. And this is all started from the lane swap that was initiated by Team WE. They didn't want to go into the Caitlyn Bard lane. It seems, and you know, slightly behind, but they haven't fallen behind too much just yet.
No, not yet. We also do have the completed double AD items from Caitlyn, so moving SMLZ into this mid lane makes sense. We're starting to unlock her, get into the siege. Might be a little bit too early as a pause.
Unfortunately, having a little bit of technical difficulties here, but we hopefully we can get them sorted out as soon as possible. But this game, you know, just been a lane swap between these two teams. Nothing too much happening just yet. What can we expect from these two teams moving on forward?
Taking a look at comps right now. I mean, both of them have late game scaling options, and Victor in any type of choke point. AoE damage. Caitlyn's going to be fine as long as she gets past that, 20 to 25 minute mark. I think the question mark really sits on LeBlanc right now, so we did have an initial early gank on the mid lane that swung power that way, and if Cool can continue to unlock himself and get that snowball going, because she needs to perform early so she can be a threat late.
And Cool is one of the players that we wanted to look at coming to this game, especially up against Sia here. A very crucial matchup. The entire time in that mid lane, it seems like Sia's the one that is coming out ahead in these trades, always to do well on that Victor, always able to pull out ahead, but that gank completely turned things around just like you mentioned.
I have to disagree slightly. Definitely Victor is going to be much safer and just kind of standing back and clearing waves, but if you actually look at the actual trades, Cool was certainly bullying Victor around, which is why we had the immediate response of, building that MR there to give him a lot more safety in the lane, but he is definitely victim to Cool right now. If Cool steps into Fog of War, Victor cannot walk over there for threat of LeBlanc just standing in a brush and waiting for him to walk by.
So is that the big thing that we're going to see coming out next? Cool, moving into Fog of War, trying to either bait Sia to move away, or him himself roaming out to try and help the other lane?
It means that the mid lane is unlocked for OMG, and that, like you said, Cool can start to move around the map, and that forces Sia to sit there. But it's now, can you execute anything off of that? We saw Xiaohu attempting to do that last game, and yes, RNG won that series quite handedly, but it wasn't necessarily on successful ganks from the Victor, so making sure that Cool's ganks are meaningful and impactful around the map. But he does have that opportunity now where I can be freed up from my lane because I have the initial lead, and you can't follow me.
So let's pull it back to what's happened so far. We saw Team W, they initiated this lane swap. They put it off quite well, actually, able to pick up the free dragon as well. They got the Infernal Drake at about 6 minutes into the game. And then there was a little bit of blunder coming from Mystic as well up in the top lane.
Yeah, and that was kind of the turning point really back for OMG, making sure that they took that advantage and then immediately rotated it into the mid lane for that cheeky gank on Xie here.
Well, we are back into Summoner's Rift, and Dragon will be spawning in about a minute's time here. Let's see if TWE try to keep up with prioritizing their Dragon objective.
Tier 2 boots and penetration online for Cool right now, so has his Sorcerer's Shoes, so again, bit more kill threat against the MR, but more importantly, higher mobility so he can start moving around as Xie continuing to lose these trades.
That was just one proc of the W coming in as well. It's just the ultimate from the LeBlanc doing that damage. Didn't hit both. So, still a big threat coming into these next few fights. 15 seconds until the Dragon will be up and online. Team W not quite in the position just yet to try and contest for this one, so looks like they're just going to let it stand and see whoever gets the positioning later on in the game.
And like you said, the big issue there is the mid lane, the fact that Cool forced Xie to back as the Dragon is spawning. We'll see if OMG can do anything with this window that they have. Doubt that it's going to be so.
Well, we have to see what happens. Moving on here is take a look at where the lanes stand for now. SMLZ5, they're in the bottom lane just pushing it out wherever they possibly can. Lucian is going to be heading down there as soon as he possibly can as well. Trundle still back at base, but look at this. OMG, World 6. He's going to be the one that starts on the Ocean Dragon here. 5 and SMLZ were making their way up, trying to get some damage down onto this Elemental Drake as well.
Yeah, and it's not going to be any sort of contention from Team WE. Ocean Drake now into Mountain Drake, which means that we know all 3 Drakes in the game, and guess what? It's the 3 valuable ones, so no Cloud Drake, unfortunately. Not going to run fast.
Mountain Dragon coming up next. To see if Team W try to prioritize that one, because that was just given over to Team W, OMG, so Team W, not focusing on that at all. They just give it up. Happy with giving the Dragon over to OMG. Have to see if that comes back to bite them any time in the future. You're right, Fresco.
No, it's like there's someone talking in my ear. It's okay, it's sorted.
It's all good?
Yeah.
All right. We solved the problem, everyone.
Okay. So pressure being set up, it's now about identifying the next most important objective and who actually has the power to do it. So like we talked about, Caitlyn has the flat AD. Mm-hmm. She should be unlocked to attempt to siege. But that means in contesting smaller objectives like this, because it's still very early in the game, about 14 minutes, they don't manage to siege the red buff. But there we go. Cool. Leaving the mid lane, starting to eke into Team WE's jungle, and just skirmishing over these smaller things.
We already have a slight change in the itemization between Caitlyn's here. SMLZ Opting to pick up the pickaxe and the BF sword instead of going for the Zeal right after the BF sword.
Oh, he's caught though.
Cool. Drop behind that pillar here. Good pillar being put down by Zero, able to stop Cool from getting out of there. I believe he had to burn his flash to get over that
Yeah,
too.
very cute interaction right there to make sure that the pillar went down on the distortion. So when he tried to double distortion back, he just bounced off of it straight into Victor damage. So good maneuver there from Zero. And again, it's just this idea that OMG are continuously trying to cheat into the jungle and between lanes, contesting for Raptors, contesting for red buff, and then just trying to chip damage on Team WE and then translate that into the mid lane, but good response from Zero to negate all of that momentum, and we go back to passive farming.
Still dead even between these two teams as well. It's 23,000 gold apiece here. About 300 gold separating them, but it's negligible about 16 minutes into this game, especially 2 turrets apiece, a dragon each, an Infernal Dragon over to Team WE, an Ocean Dragon for OMG, the Mountain Dragon spawning in about 5 minutes as well. So Zero's be very quiet as we see a lot of lane swap games go.
Yeah, it's been quiet, but I want to point your attention back to that top lane. So we talked about how 957 got the early game advantage, having 20 CS to pretty much 7. That's now been shored up as Team W will approach the Rift Herald here. Curious who the buff's going to go to. But more importantly, the itemization, the fact that Fizz has his MR available to him as well as his Sheen. So he's got a safety for his lane assignment as well as some damage. See if Xion can start to pressure.
Well, the Rift Herald buff will be heading on over towards Team W. You have to see who is the one that takes it up. It's going to be Condi. So 2 series in a row, we see the Rift Herald buff being donated over towards the junglers here. Graves picking that one up. As Mystic moves up towards the top lane. Xion being a little bit cheeky, hiding inside the bush here. Pretty sure Mystic knows this is 957. The rest of TWE going to make their way up there. They're going to be able to take this tower.
OMG are looking for the flank, however, and Rek'Sai does have her ultimate available, so World 6 did reset his positioning on the map, isn't going to pull the trigger, and so OMG are just going to passively give that one away. In fact, SMLZ is not even going to contest for the bottom inner turret, and Victor is going to rotate to make sure that he thinks twice.
This means that Team WE, you know, they have 3 towers to 2 now, but still dead even on gold. Not a fantastic position to be if you're Team WE, knowing that even though you have the extra structure, it's not putting you in the lead right now.
It's not a terrible position for them to be. Again, you're still waiting for your item breakpoints. Fact of the matter is that LeBlanc's still a big problem, which why they're taking full control of the mid lane here.
Well, maybe not when you miss all your abilities. It's not as cool. You know, whiffs everything there except for the Q. Mystic even takes the Caitlyn ult in the face, but the culling is enough to push OMG off of the tower.
And it's just about making sure that your Victor is constantly across from any sort of siege potential from OMG. Again, the thing about Victor and Azir is that they do everything that you would ever want.
Yep.
As reverse siege now.
Coming up from Team WE, they're looking to try and push down the mid lane outer turret. They're down to about half health now, so a couple more pushes would be able to take it down. As Sia, he's just up in his top lane, free farming here. You did mention he caught up in CS quite nicely against the Maokai. In fact, he's overtaken him. He's more than 10 CS up against the burning tree.
Yeah, and he's also got a wave pushing into him. I'm checking out the vision here from both of these teams. So Team WE could look to continue to siege, effectively free farming inside lanes as we now trade cooldown here with the safety and mobility of LeBlanc versus the pushing power and chip damage from SMLZ and Bard in the mid lane. And both teams have wards to counteract any sort of flank, but they're all just kind of gentleman's agreement, like this is fine. We're just gonna farm, and this is like such Team WE. Like they're just the weirdest team in the LPL. They'll just do this where it's like, okay, this is fine. Let's just sit and farm. 55-minute game. I'm totally fine with that.
Yep. And then the other games are like, no, we need to go home.
And so many other LPL teams are, you know, oh, we're going to this objective. We got a slight advantage here, so we're gonna continue to gank this lane and push forward. And
TW, the hipsters of the LPL.
They just are consistent.
That's a good trait to have, though.
Yeah. Dragon going to be spawning, though, in 10 seconds. Again, it's going to be the Mountain Drake. We do not have the Black Cleaver done yet for Lucian, but we do have Hurricane for Caitlyn, so she's going to be doing far more AoE damage, and he doesn't have his initial 2-item power spike.
Morale picked up by the LeBlanc as well. So big item pick up here, whereas the Victor only upgrading the Hex Core so far and sticking on his Negatron Cloak.
I don't think Team W would have to get a perfect fight or a massive Chaos Storm to safely do this, but because OMG moved into the area first and have control over vision, It's a risky situation, but it looks like we're going to contest it anyway. Again, Maokai and Victor, very good champions in these tight corridors.
They certainly are. Let's see if TW can make use of them effectively here as they're looking to try and fight. Zero puts down the pillar, separates a lot of members of OMG. Temper Fate goes down, locks down 3 members. Rek'Sai, OMG's World 6 will pick that one up. It's 957 goes down, but at what cost? 5. He's going down. Seahawks trying to dive into the back lines. He picks up 1 kill, but he goes down to Mystic here. Team W able to trade that 2 for 2.
In the end, though, OMG do manage to secure the Dragon, so good job there on World 6. This was kind of the questions that we had. It had to be a perfect team fight and how it was executed. Fortunately for Team WE and their fans, SMLZ was forced out relatively early. Check out that damage, though. Whew. Victor on those choke points on top of those objectives. Multiple lasers, huge Chaos Storm, means that the Dragon will be traded for outer mid tower.
And that's just with the Hex Core and the Negatron Cloak as well. Once he picks up a couple more items, Sia is going to be a force to be reckoned with as we get further and further into this game. But big fight from Team WE, you know, able to trade 2 for 2 there. Possibly could have gotten more. World 6 escape with about 100 health in that fight too.
More importantly, it's keeping SMLZ in these fights as well and making sure that Cool's finding a priority target. So we're still very capable for OMG, but good job recognizing that Team WE's composition is so strong in these effectively battle arenas.
You know, 5, one more time here on this Bard, showing that he is still that playmaker support. A big Temper Fate came up for him in that fight. Hopefully we'll see more from him as we get into more fights in the future. Baron, it's 21 minutes in this game, so Baron is up and online. Teams could definitely try and go for that at any point in time now, especially with Mountain Dragon over on the side of OMG. Extra damage over towards Epic Monsters and Turrets as well. But World 6 here just, you know, cheekily waiting up in the top lane on his Rek'Sai. Take a look at his items really quickly. He's got the Cinderhawk, going to go for a Spirit Passage next, it seems, but he's been caught out actually. Sia at 0 trying to take him down. World 6, he's a little bit too tanky for them though. Bit off a little bit more than they could choose. Just going to be able to tunnel straight out there.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and skate off. Did you happen to check what the next dragon was, Fish?
Oh, I did not. No. So we don't know what the next dragon's going to be. Until we hover over the pit.
That's
eventually.
fine. I'm sure our spectator will look at it eventually.
We'll get there. Slowly.
Wish there was some sort of indicator.
Usually.
Usually. We'll work on it. Objective that OMG want is outer mid. They can continue to apply pressure into this bottom side of the lane, which is why they're ganking 957, just because that was cute.
That was a great route, though, coming up from 957. Evades the rabbit. He's still going to take a lot of damage, though, as the rest of OMG moving down towards the bottom side of this map. There's no turret to protect him. He has to run all the way back to base if he wants to get to safety. That's not going to be possible, as the Fizz is just going to be able to jump straight in there.
And the thing that I wanted to comment on is the big reason why they can continue to apply pressure here is because it's so dangerous to move out of the mid lane to get down to assist Maokai without going the long way around. Simply because look at the vision control that OMG have placed, but again, more importantly, the fact that Cool is actually a threat on this LeBlanc, despite just being 0-0 and 3.
OMG picking up a nice lead for themselves. They're about 1,000 gold ahead of Team WE at this point in time. Okay, 2 dragons to 1, 3 turrets to 4, which means they have more standing gold for OMG to possibly take down. You mentioned, you know, the mid lane out turret, something that OMG definitely want to try and take down in the near future.
They need to make use of the fact that they can 1-3-1 with their composition. Again, Caitlyn's in siege mode, but as long as Victor's across from her, it's still going to be a very long and tedious process. Take advantage of the fact that you have a Fizz, that you have a LeBlanc, that you can throw them out into these side lanes and really mess with Team WE's lane assignments.
5 taking a lot of damage. He has to use the magical journey to get to safety.
Do manage to get the blue buff, though, I believe.
Looks like it went over towards Cool. He does have a blue buff. I don't see anyone on the side of TW that has a blue.
So mission accomplished, and that's exactly what they're doing, is now returning to these waves, resetting them, and saying, okay, LeBlanc Fizz, out to the side lanes. Start winning passively, and we'll see if we can transition that into any sort of structure.
Taking a look at the items really quickly. Infinity Edge picked up by Caitlyn. Spoils the Runan's Hurricane. The mid lane, LeBlanc already has the Merilonomicon and the Abyssal Scepter picked up. The flip side, Victor, you know, got a big up item power spike here. He's picked up the Ryla's Crystal Scepter.
I mean, that makes use when they're fighting over these dragons like they did in 1 minute 30. They still lost the dragon, but, you know, came out fairly even or ahead on the team fight, transitioning that into a tower. But these big windows between these objectives, OMG are just getting further and further ahead.
Another big spike for Team W. Is this going to scream Mystic? He's got his Black Cleaver and his Yomu's Ghostblade. So that's going to be a huge spike for the Lucian. Also helps out with the damage that Condi will be dealing in the future team fights.
Still very scary for this Lucian to be out in a lane across from a Fizz or a LeBlanc.
Yep.
At some point, 957 may not be able to slow them down either.
It's going to be a minute until Dragon spawns here. OMG already setting up some nice vision around that pit, trying to clear out whatever it was they can find from Team WE. Team WE still being funneled deeper and deeper towards their base, so can't quite do anything just yet. Cool jumps in, lots of damage down onto Mystic.
And the chip damage continues on the tower. As unfortunate backs, they will get in time for the Dragon should they want to contest it, but this is the issue.
957 gets caught out one more time there. Not going to get locked down, though. He's able to flash away.
Team WE need to pull the trigger on a hard engage. They need to commit to one side of the map and hopefully do it fast enough that they don't lose any structures in the process. But
That's so
getting
much
poked
damage.
out and run around the map like this, they're just going to lose everything.
It almost feels like they need the Maokai wherever this LeBlanc is, to try and catch Cool out when he does that double distort, but TWE just taking damage over time here. The Dragon's going to spawn in about 5 seconds. OMG have control over the pit. They could definitely go to try and pick that one up.
They can just allocate their resources appropriately, send 2 people to take care of the Dragon, as well as keep the remainder of Team WE locked up in this mid lane, continuing to chip.
That's exactly what they're going to do. One more time, Mystic just takes the full LeBlanc combo to the face. A couple more spells would have mean that Lucian's going down, and Cool really putting on a lot of pressure with this LeBlanc.
That is going to be double Ocean Dragon there, and Infernal's going to be the next one to spawn for OMG. So a lot of free regen given, and as Spawn likes to say, that means almost 100% uptime for the jungler to remain on Summoner's Rift. 2,000
gold lead almost for OMG at this point in time. TWE just sitting ducks whenever Cool was trying to pressure this turret. He just jumps in, gets a double distortion out, takes so much damage. Here we go. Condi's trying to jump into the backlines. Trundle trying to get a wraparound, pops the ultimate down onto World 6. The clone from Luck will get taken down, but here comes a full-fledged fly. Great ultimate coming out from Bard, trying to lock down as many members as possible. OMG getting taken down. Condi's in the backlines. He takes out SMLZ. Now Cool, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Takes a lot of damage, but OMG slowly losing this team fight. There's a double kill going on over towards Condi, and what a clean fight coming from Team WE.
And that's what Team WE needed about 2 minutes ago. They finally pulled the trigger on it, get the Maokai involved, and look for the big 5v5. That's where their composition thrives. OMG tried to keep them spread out in the 1-3-1, and will look to contest this Baron.
Team WE looking to try and take this one down. Xiang now trying to get in towards that pit. Cool. He's immediately exhausted as soon as he gets over the wall there. The Fizz is trying to do his best. Mystic jumps down, is able to take down Cool. The Baron is getting low, but it gets smited away. It's going to be taken down by Condi, and they secure the delayed ace with a double kill going on over towards Mystic.
And instantaneously, Team WE are in the driver's seat. We're going to go ahead and see the replay. Again, check out the teleport timings. Maokai, gets the initial teleport and is in perfect position on top of so many members, followed by a beautiful Tempered Fate. That's unfortunate. I say beautiful Tempered Fate because I'm assuming that it's Team WE's Bard. It was OMG's Bard. So unfortunate for WE. Or, excuse me, OMG. And then from there, it's just the 5v5 composition running them over.
And they split OMG right down the middle right there. They had
Unlucky.
Cool moving down the middle. It was unlucky for them. Condi was just in the back line.
I was like, oh, that's a great Tempered Fate from Team W. Oh, God, it's OMG support.
Yep, not good. And
Not
just
good.
like that, TWE swung this game in their favor. They're 3,000 gold up ahead of OMG.
But this is such classic Team WE. It's just this really weird, it's like a train. And it gets going kind of slow, but once it has its momentum, it just crashes over.
Yeah, that sounds like a metaphor from OMG.
That also sounds like an awful train, to be honest. Here we go.
Mystic, he's going to get chunked out as soon as this fight starts. Fizz is going to pick up that kill immediately. They take the turret down, but look at this. Maokai, he's already gone. Rek'Sai's the only one to fall for OMG here, but Condi, he's dealing so much damage. Bard's going to get taken down. Double kill coming out for the Victor here, and still triple kill for this Victor. Team WE still pick up this fight.
Only 2 of them survive, so technically it's a worthwhile trade, but they get the tower, and no one can come near the AoE damage that Victor and Graves are putting out. As long as they stand next to each other, it's... Hold on, here comes Cool.
Cool's going to see what he can do. But for now, TWE just going to back away.
Okay, so the issue is that Cool is not getting the correct targets. He needs to delete Xie on this Victor, which you see them on your screen right now. Cool's like, got it, need to get that guy. Unfortunately, if Condi's standing right next to him, but not directly on top of him, and he's not able to connect with double distortion damage, he can't go anywhere near him. It's kind of like that threat zone where Cassiopeia and Vayne are often seen together on comps, just because if Vayne stands next to Cassie, it pretty much guarantees her safety. Similar principle happening right now.
We saw that in that team fight there. Team WE, though, they're still able to take down the turret. They're now about 4,000 gold lead. Look at the damage coming out there from the Victor. Lucian did nothing in that fight, and Team WE is still able to pull out even.
Nothing is an understatement. He did 48 damage.
So nothing's an overstatement, because it's 48, you know, it's a bit more than nothing.
What did he hit?
Nothing. He was dead. He hit the tower a couple of times. You know, Cole just jumped in and said,
No,
"You're
I'm
dead."
actually concerned about how you would do 48 damage to champions this late in the game. He's got 3 items.
Put his W out somewhere.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Hit
like
Rek'Sai.
an Ardent Blaze. Surely it does more damage than that.
Hit Rek'Sai in the face. You know, all those tanky stats, reducing it. But yeah, now look at this. Wow, that's not good for Cool. Just Distortion's hit. This time the Maokai's there to stop him. WE pick up a kill.
This is why Maokai is kind of considered a soft answer to LeBlanc there, able to follow up on the Distortion as long as you have the damage to delete her, and he's continuing to go.
Temper Fate comes in. It's not going to be enough, though. Mystic already taking out SMLZ in the backlines. World 6, he's the next target here. TWE, they've broken the base. They're actually going to look towards the Nexus here, I feel.
And OMG looked like they were in total control for the good portion of this game, but it just takes a single team fight into a Baron and Team WE come alive, proving why they are the second best team in the LPL right now.
And then looking towards taking down this Nexus. First turret's going to fall down. Seayoung at 5. Left to try and defend this one. It's not going to be enough. The culling onto 5. It's going to stop him from healing up in that base. Look at this Mystic. He's going to get jumped on here by Seayoung. That's not going to be enough. Mystic takes him down. He's going to be able to work onto the Nexus turret as well. Nexus and the Nexus. And TW, they're going to pick up the first win in the best of 3 series against OMG.
Brilliantly played from Team WE. They're just this slow and steady wins the race, although that was one of the faster games that we've had, but it's just such in a bizarre way.
So break this down for me, Frosco, because talk a little bit about how, you know, Team WE, they're a bizarre team. OMG, they look like they were the driver's seat for most of that mid-game.
They're a bizarre team in the context that so many other LPL teams love to be like really scrappy fighters. Like even look at new teams from LSPL like IME. They're really good at these like scrappy from behind fights. And Team WE are kind of like old school QG, where they fall behind early, but they just stop and control the bleeding, and they just beat you in a team fight or in a late game decision.
This was a team fight that looked good for OMG as well, where, you know, they took the Dragon down, they traded 2 for 2. They got a 2,000 gold lead for themselves, able to control the Dragon Pit, and the objectives a lot better after this, but that still wasn't enough against Team WE.
They have a really good understanding about when they're strong and where their composition wants to fight. I think that's the easiest way to explain it. We talked about how, and this was finally when they decided to pull the trigger, the Maokai getting involved, and then the Tempered Fate pretty much just allowing Team WE to set up. So unfortunate for OMG there, but OMG were winning initially when they had LeBlanc and Fizz out to the side lanes and were kind of pulling Team WE around, continuing to siege and get chip damage with Caitlyn, and they needed to make sure that they were never put in a situation where Team WE could look for the full 5v5. You wanted them to pull the trigger possibly on a 4v5, get a good disengage, or keep Team WE chunked out so they could never do it, or at least trade a tower for that. But OMG baited into the 5v5 comp and lost big time.
And, you know, Team WE, they're considered a team that it's all about teamwork, and that really showed here. Every time they're grouped up as 5, they know exactly what to do, when to do it. This is the fight where Lucian somehow did 48 damage, and that's it. Got taken down, but still turned down in Team WE's favor. They traded all the way down to 2 members left, took a turret for this as well.
It's just this idea that Team WE are made up of a collection of kind of B and A-rate LPL players, but when you put them together, it somehow becomes an S-tier team. That's the easiest way to say it, just magic.
Well, they were proving it here against OMG here. So Team WE were able to keep their dreams in game 1. We're going to go into a short break to see if they can continue to do the same in game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for Game 1 of that best-of-3 series. We're going to go over to Sia in the mid lane on his Victor.
Sia had really good target priority in these team fights, and obviously a big fact of that is he is on Victor, so it should be relatively easy, but it's also that much more important. I think the triple kill in the bottom lane over inner tower probably illustrates this best, so good performance from him.
Did 40% of his team's damage as well, so he was on fire. Sia just outclassing people on the Rift today.
And here's that triple kill that I was talking about, so check out Condi and Xie's positioning here because they're going to be the big benefactors, dodging out the Tempered Fate and just making sure that he's consistently following up those lasers and staying behind his line of scrimmage.
Knew exactly where to be. He was positioning nicely as well. Then he was able to protect out Condi as well once the fight was over to be able to pick up the tower as well. So good performance from him. Hopefully we can see the same thing for him coming into this next match. And that's where I want to start things off here. The mid lane, Sia up against Cool, you know. There was a bit of back and forth here. Cool looked good in the mid game, but ultimately Sia came out on top in team fights. It's going to be the same story coming to game number 2, you feel?
Cool got the initial advantage in the mid lane, like you said, but it was OMG, not just player to player, but kind of team's failure to execute on the win condition that they had set up, which was playing their side lanes and making sure that they never grouped up 5v5 against that type of composition. In terms of looking at Xie and Cool going forward, I mean, you had the Assassin versus the Control Mage. The thing that Team WE do really well is they're able to survive and allocate resources where needed. So I don't really know what OMG's plan is at this point. I think you actually honestly just take another 5v5 composition, and if that's where Team W want to play, you try to get back to what OMG have always been known for, which is their 5v5 ability.
Well, let's see if they're going to do that coming into this next matchup is. That's something we want to see Team W continue to do, though. Continue with their 5-man play, continue picking up team-like team comps and try to fight OMG head-on 5-on-5?
Yeah, I think that's the option. The issue then, of course, is that you're looking at multiple roster adjustments and swaps. SMLZ 5 and World 6. Relatively new. I mean, only a single split with this organization, but I think you look 5v5.
Well, we are into Champion Select for game number 2 between OMG and Team W. The teams have swapped sides, and the bans have started between the two lineups. Nidalee is going to be banned away by OMG. Rise is going to be banned from Team W. The two remaining 100% pick and ban champions in the LPL so far. Siva actually going to be a ban coming out from OMG as well.
So trying to take away the power from picks like Maokai of the 5v5 ability. So I like that.
Have to see what they decide to ban now to move further into the picks and bans. Azir is going to be taken away, so lots of target bans out towards Cool.
I think this means that you have to look at either the LeBlanc or the Victor. So you have a very clear-cut winner in the mid lane, although we have seen some adaptation there with picks like Vigar from Dade, as well as a couple of Vigars in the LCK.
But for now, teams both taking it rather slow here. Victor, it's going to be the Respect ban coming out from OMG here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a LeBlanc ban coming out from Team WE, but...
And that's the thing. I don't necessarily think it's so much as a Respect. Yes, it was a big problem, so I'm glad that it was an issue that was addressed. But it's more so this idea, Rise and Azir all banned, might as well ban the Victor. Because you don't want it as your priority.
Yep. It's one of the supports that stands out the most here is Thresh. It's going to be banned out by TWE here. They don't want OMG to pick that one up, and immediately Xiang's going to be locking in Kindred.
That's a little bit questionable, just because I feel like Kindred would have been a very easy ban to throw down as opposed to the Thresh, but obviously they have something up their sleeve. Rek'Sai is still available for the jungle, so Condi does have options, and it looks like it's going to be that Maokai priority.
Maokai and Lucia going to be locked in here for Team W. We've seen a lot of teams on the blue side first pick Kindred, give up the Maokai, and then pick a counter pick to Maokai up at the top. They try and bully him out as much as possible. We'll have to see if OMG decides to do just that. But Lucian returning to the Rift with really strong AD carry.
With Thresh banned, I would like to see 5 go for a Janna. So Janna was the big counter to Maokai if you think all the way back to Season 4. Likewise, SMLZ plays a phenomenal Jhin. Jhin, Janna work very well together. But it looks like he's going to go back towards that Bard. The idea is with Thresh not available there's not a lot of consistent hard damage or hard CC to get on top of a Janna and to immediately destroy her. She does well in lane swaps, she does well in standard lanes. She's easy to blind pick, but it is going to be that priority for a superior 2v2 of matching the Lucian and taking the Bard.
Then lock in the Echo as well, and immediately Xiang swaps his summoner spells over to teleport and flash up into top lane. No more playful Trickster coming out from him. So we are going to see the Echo Maokai matchup up in the top lane, something we saw a lot during MSI.
Yeah. It's just standard Echo Maokai stuff.
Maokai.
Maokai sits, he survives, becomes a flanking TP. Echo, if he snowballs ahead, he can look to split push, or he can be a flanking TP.
Becomes annoying.
One of them's more about backline dive, one of them's more about CC, but they can do both.
We'll have to see what Team W responds with here. C is actually going to lock in Twisted Fate. Picking that one up in the mid lane, and Zero is going to be taking Braum as his support.
I like the Twisted Fate, not only because we have a lot of S-tier mid laners hitting the bench, Azir, Rise, and Victor all in your ban category, but more importantly, denying that away from Cool.
Which means...
Ahri?
Could possibly be.
Ooh,
It also means that Team W leaving their jungle pick for last here. Lily was banned out. We see the Kindred locked in. Could possibly be a Rek'Sai or maybe a Graves coming in here.
But it is Lysandra that's actually picked up for Cool right there, so not going towards his signature pick, but still getting a lot of kill pressure and lockdown as well as wave clear against the likes of Twisted Fate. I really like Lysandra. I don't think she's necessarily in the S-tier mid-group for 6.10, but her itemization got a lot of CDR on it. It's still a very cost-efficient build. She's got flexibility there. Good wave clear, the ability to run double teleport safely, offers junglers kill pressure just because they can kill the enemy mid laner in the duration of the Frozen Tomb. So I think she's in a relatively like A-tier good spot.
Forced to see her to pick the cleanse up as well on his Twisted Fate. So summon a spell of choice going in against Cool's Lysandra. So waiting to see what the jungler for Team W will be picked up as Dream picks the bands here. So far, they're hovering over Rek'Sai. Would not be surprised if Condi decides to go for this pick. He played a lot of that during Spring Split, I believe.
Yep. Big Rek'Sai player. Obviously, everyone is, whoever plays in professional play. Big thing, though, is that look at that back line as well as that tanky front line with the Cinderhulk, Rek'Sai, and the Maokai. They don't have a lot of sustained damage because Lucian's going to be more of an AD caster style of ADC, and Twisted Fate's kind of a poke-based champion. Unless he gets super fed, and then he can immediately delete people. So curious how Team W are going to play around their team fights.
I actually completely missed the Jhin coming in for OMG's lineup. So it's going to be Jhin Bard down in the bottom lane. A very oppressive lane for Team OMG up against the Lucian Braum.
Which is why you see the... Actually, you know, he picked Jhin into Braum. But that makes sense because SMLZ's signature pick is his Jhin. It's actually just always a joy to watch. He plays it very well.
Well, just to round up the team comps one more time. Echo, Kindred, Lysandra with Jhin and Bard in the bottom lane, and Maokai, Rek'Sai, Twisted Fate with Lucian and Braum in their bottom lane here. OMG and TW this time really looks like they want a 5-on-5 fight.
And it's more important that Cool is the guy stepping up and saying, okay, I'm going to determine when we fight. It's no longer up to Xiong. It's no longer up to World 6. I'm the veteran player of the team. Give me the Lysandra. We fight now.
Well, let's see if they can do just that as we head into Game 2 of this Best of 3 series between Team WE and OMG. Cool, still looking as cool as ever as you head on to Summoner's Rift for the second match of the final best of 3 for tonight. He's going to have to see if his Lysandra can pull one more back for his team.
You had the opportunity to make a pun like, hopefully his Lysandra stays cool, and you failed it. But I don't think he's trying to be cool there.
Freak would be disappointed in me.
I'm disappointed in you.
I can tell. You're always disappointed in me, though.
You make me out to be such a mean person, and I'm just like so nice to you all the time.
Sit next to you.
Yeah, and you play Gnar.
I play Gnar. It's a good champion. I've got 100% win rate on him. Pretty good.
Yeah, my first game with Fish as he's playing Gnar. Which buttons jump? I don't know, you've got 4 of them.
It's W, right? Well, we're going to take a look at the Keystone Masters really quickly. There's nothing too surprising coming out from these two teams. Pretty standard Masters coming out from everybody. So take a look at the fan vote as well. Lots of people think that Team WE are going to be the ones that pick up this game. I don't blame them.
Well, they've got the advantage as the first game went in their favor. More importantly, they had the deeper playoff run last split. It was OMG who actually had to go through the promotion tournament, although got confidently out of that.
Yep.
Having a giggle in the bot lane. It's cute.
Bard is an amazing champion.
This time around, though, no lane swap. It is going to be standard lane. So Jhin and Bard versus Lucian and Braum. See who's going to execute this one better, because there's a lot of kill pressure either way.
5 and SMLZ also opting to take the camp at level 1 instead of trying to disrupt Lucian and Braum from taking theirs.
And of course, Krepa would be disappointed. His mentality is that Bard's level 1 is one of the strongest in the game, so you should always invade to try to keep everyone at level 1 and make the most out of that power spike, rather than trade camp for camp.
This also means both the junglers will be starting on the top side of the map. So Condi will be taking the blue buff first, whereas Condi will be taking the red buff first, whereas Kindred will be taking his blue buff on the top side of the map. Moving down towards the bottom side, we will see Cool Sia duke it out in the mid lane. Sia will be taking on 957 up in the top lane. No cheeky lane swaps coming in anymore from these two teams.
Oh yeah, all eyes are going to be on the bottom lane, especially as the junglers will be playing over there. But cheeky level 2 from everyone. No one's going to go ahead and pull the trigger on an early all-in engage and back up.
Condi now working on trying to take down his red buff. On the flip side of things, Rek'Sai yet to move on towards his second buff of the game here.
It's more important that he takes control of the Scuttle Crab, simply because his lane is starting to push forward.
Unfortunately for him, not the Scuttle Crab that's going to be marked up by Kindred.
Oh, here we go.
So he's looking, has the Tremor Sense, sees
Now he
Condi.
knows.
Condi also getting spotted out now.
So we talked about how all of the aggression was going to be on the bottom side between these two junglers. We actually even have 5 pulling off early.
Trying to help him out.
Tension fizzled out.
Both junglers paying a lot of respect to one another here. Let's see how 957 up at the top lane, duke it out. Echo is just going to be a little bit more annoyed than the Maokai earlier on in this game.
This is so ballsy from World 6.
He's spotted out. They know that he's here. But
They know that he's there. It's because in the mid lane, Cool has Xie locked down and is following him now.
He's still trying to go for it.
Like, Xie has to go the long way around the banana brush to get into position here. So World 6 thinking that he had the space there because of his mid laner, but deciding against it. So good response from everyone on the map right there.
Good wave control coming out from Cool, able to help him out with that one. So we'll take a look back down towards the bottom lane. Nothing too fancy taking place here already, though.
There's a big CS difference between SMLZ and Mystic.
Yep.
Obviously, the big thing about Jhin is, yes, he's very fragile to all ins, but it's this idea... I thought for some reason that was going down into the bot lane. It's this idea that the only way to beat Jhin is to make sure that a trade lasts longer than 4 hits, so he doesn't just get to trade his crit on you and end it.
Cheeky Sapling coming up from 957 as well. Stops Siang's back, so... he has the advantage in his lane for now. Let's see if Sion can get it back in and teleport back to the lane soon. May lose some creeps to this tower. Go back down towards the bottom lane. We see the oppressiveness of this Jhin and the Bard here. Well, very quiet this game here. No lane swaps. So we don't see any towers falling down early. No ganks coming in. You know, we saw Kindred try to take away their blue buff, but nothing much else has happened so far.
Yep, and like you said, both TPs have now been traded. So not letting that advantage go on for much longer. Big thing is this mid lane constantly, though. The fact that Cool is beating Xie out of lane and trying to create space for World 6. Unfortunately, just continuing to fizzle out. So we'll see if maybe him posturing so aggressively has cost him some experience.
Kindred now is going to be able to take away the Scuttle Crab there, so we'll be able to pick up the mark for himself. Sia trying to go back home. Does get interrupted by the claw coming out from Cool. And nobody's really gone back to basics except for the top laner so far. Good stun. Comes out from 5. He's got all his healing pods set up. No more hot cocoa, which I'm used to seeing now. Yeah, still very, very quiet between these two teams then. No one ready to pull the trigger just yet. Condi in this mid lane, though, might try to start a gank here against Cool. Puts down the Prayer Seeker. Here comes the claw coming out. Cool is able to get away there, but relieves a little bit of pressure away from the Swiss of Fate.
Yeah, the only place that action is really happening on the map right now, like you said, is in this mid lane. Although, see if the junglers get involved with bottom as Condi's actually making his way down there. Good response and communication from 5, though. So Cool, you know, Rek'Sai heading down to bottom side, immediately walks up into try and places a ward.
For now, though, only top laners head back to base. So 2 Doran's rings on the Maokai. We just see Echo as well picking up his Null Magic Mantle, as well as the ring to go with his Corrupting Potion. But other than that, no major items coming out. Junglers picked up their jungle items as well.
Important to note that the Destiny is now available for Xie.
Yep. He's got no mana at the moment, so he's going to have to go back to base if he wants to use that. Has a cleanse as well, so can't match the teleport, so to speak, coming out from Cool. Has to use the Destiny.
But that's the important thing here is the fact that we know that the initial back is coming in from Twisted Fate, so he does have a window where he can look to make a play on the map. It is going to be the Lucidity Boots, first pickup, so really trying to make the most of that Destiny cooldown and get involved. Starting to head bottom. Nope, going to go ahead and go back mid.
Got a Negatron Cloak as well, so going to reduce some of the damage that Cool will be able to dish out in this mid lane. He's actually gone and picked up a Catalyst, so he's going to be working towards his Rod of Ages as soon as possible.
And still quiet on the Western Front.
It's very quiet between these two teams. Nobody willing to pull the trigger just yet. 11,000 gold each, 7 minutes, 30 seconds in the game. No turrets, no dragons taken either. We saw the first dragon available is the Ocean Dragon, so it might, decrease the priority that these two teams have over taking that one down.
Big fan of Ocean Drake.
So is Spawn.
Yep. I understand his reasoning.
957 just cheekily gets out of that parallel convergence. It's Condi now making his way towards the top side. Here comes a Destiny as well. They're going to try and take down the Echo. Stun card comes out. Flash from Sia as well. A nice knocker coming in from the Rex side too. Sia, he's going to get taken down. First blood goes over towards Sia.
Yeah, and too little too late for Cool on the return teleport right there. Will manage to pick up some CS as well as a tunnel for his troubles. But otherwise, commanding lead for Team WE.
Essentially using the Destiny wisely, and now with the Iron Boots of Lucidity as well. They'll be back up quite shortly too.
And the fact that Xie was actually able to get out of that lane without any sort of communication from OMG is a big concern there. Cool was doing such a great job keeping him locked down, so good job on Xie.
Take a look back down towards this bottom lane one more time here. Mystic still slightly behind in CS, but nothing to be worried about at the moment. You expect Jin to come out a little bit ahead during the laning phase. Being able to be a little bit more aggressive down here, though.
It's relatively difficult, actually, to farm sometimes on Jin if you have to consider trading your crit for a cannon or a trade.
The gold has swung quite significantly, though, in TWE's favor. It's completely even. Now they've got 1,000 gold lead for themselves, which is not bad to have just 9 minutes into the game.
Big thing is the fact that the first blood went over to Xie, so just seeing the change up in his itemization, having the Phoenix Codex.
Yep.
So even more power for him. With that Lucidity Boots, his Destiny is about halfway through. See where he's going to go next with it.
See if he's going to be able to continue helping TW impact the map. It seems like TW, they've come into both games here with a plan. First game, swap the map around, try and open up, delay it a little bit, find the team fight we're looking for. This time around, use Sia as that pivot point, try and teleport to parts of the map, create plays here and there. They've already started step 1 of their second tactic here. See if they can continue doing that with him.
Likewise, OMG have changed it up. We talked about how we wanted them to go towards more of a 5v5 based composition. They've certainly done that this time around. Although without 5 in the lane, SMLZ being very respectful of Mystic and Zero.
Yep.
But you have really nice bridging power points out of OMG's composition. So Lysandra peaks relatively early. She's not going to be the extreme late game damage that the likes of Victor and Azir will bring. But she has a good mid game power spike as well as offers carry junglers a lot of kill threat there. Kindred's going to scale very well into late game. Jin, of course, phenomenal in the late game with his crit passive. So they have options. They have good bridging points.
See if they can use those bridging points effectively, though, in this game here. Claw's actually being put out there. Cool. Looked like he wanted to be a little bit aggressive towards Sia there. Not opting to pull the trigger, though.
His jungler wasn't in position, but with so much aggression on the mid and bot lane, so taking advantage over Team WE's backs, it will be a free dragon for OMG.
World 6 should be able to pick this one up. If he is the magical journey, we'll get them out to safety as well. Opting not even to use Smite here, so easy picker coming in for Team OMG.
And it will be a Cloud Dragon next. Again, we talk about how the Ocean Drake is just nice, especially in these early games, because the region effectively gives your support and your jungler the ability to have 100% uptime. with that time, opening up more space for ganks, roams, and placing vision.
Especially when you have games as quiet as this one, means that not much fighting taking place, more time for the Ocean Drake to use and be effective here. Cloud Drake will be the next dragon here, one of the dragons that a lot of teams don't like to really contest for. They don't really like picking it up. Would much prefer a Mountain or an Inferno, even an Ocean Drake. But we have to see if OMG continue their trend with picking up dragons here, or if Team WE can take the wheel at any point in time.
I just think Cloud Drake takes a bit more time to ramp up into being really useful. It's still relatively cost efficient for stats that it's giving you. Obviously, you get a lot out of it if you have all three as well as Swifties.
If I'm not mistaken, all 3 Cloud Drakes gives you
45.
same movement speed upgrade as Tier 2 boots that are not Swifties or mobility.
It's second. Cloud Drake will give you that one.
Oh, wow.
But if you have Swifties and all 3, then you get mobility boots effectively. It's 105 to 115.
That is pretty sweet.
Yep. But the problem is you need 3 Cloud Drakes before you're like, yeah, man, this is sweet. Whereas if I'm sitting on like 2 Ocean Drakes, I'm like, damn, I feel it.
We'll sit on 3 mountains.
Jung-
Take Baron at 20 minutes.
Jungler takes a camp, stands out of combat for I think it's like 8 seconds, and he's just like, do-do-do-do, especially if he's red buff. There was a
Health
Pokemon
regenerate.
sound there.
That was a Pokemon sound?
Do-do-do-do.
I know Richard Chow sitting in production, you're just shaking his head right now.
That was it, right?
Close.
Okay.
For now, Team WE, Condi waiting inside the brushes behind Fog of War as well. Siang is already... He knows he knows this has happened before. It's happened to him once. Now he's going to stand up one more time in the Maokai, but just trading back and forth for now.
Maoka's, hello? Rek'Sai, please respond.
I started the fight. Do something, please. Hello.
Yeah, but choosing not to pull the trigger right there. Teleport is available for the mid lane, so
Yep.
possibly being cautious there.
Yes.
Or Xiong not committing as hard as they would have liked.
Destiny is up and available though. Sian needs to make use of that if he likes. He's already gone back to base, picked up the Abyssal Scepter for himself. Meanwhile, we see the Youmuu's Ghostblade being picked up by the Lucian. It looks like Essence Reaver is going to be the first item for SMLZ. With Rod of Ages already completed on the Slandra.
I'm not actually a big fan of Essence Reaver first on Jhin versus the Infinity Edge, just because of how the... Oh, hold on, though.
5, going to get locked down here. Is able to take the Magical Journey to safety, though.
Just because of how much more the Infinity Edge passive means for Jin's passive in terms of his damage output.
Yep.
Although I will say that by going Essence Reaver first, you open up more slots for just kind of flat AD damage. Which if you want to go into sieging, like I actually think that Essence Reaver on Jhin first as opposed to Infinity Edge when you're in a lane swap is superior. Just because, again, you get more slots for flat damage for taking down towers a little bit faster. Or a little bit earlier in the game. Can't crit a tower.
Said no Infinity Edge here means a little bit less damage to champions, a little bit more cooldown reduction once he gets his Zeal item up.
Bit more safety than...
Meanwhile, we just see the Lucian. He's picking up the Youmuu's Ghostblade, probably going to the Black Cleaver build as well. So, it doesn't really have anyone really to shred for here. You could argue Condi does a little bit more extra physical damage. But still a very popular build on Lucian right now. Take a look at the top lane as well. Barmy's in picked up by the Echo. He's gone for the Spectre's Cowl as well. Maokai, on the other hand, he's got 2 rings, and that Spectre's Cowl probably going for a Spirit Passage first. Which would...
It's got the ring power.
Mm-hmm.
Just so quiet.
Yeah,
No one just making a peep. They're just totally fine.
Going back into a very quiet game. We saw this game 1, but it was a lane swap. So, you know, towers were falling here and there. We saw them rotating around the map. But now game 2, just standard lanes, but nobody ready to pull the trigger.
I have a feeling that the trigger is about to be pulled, though. So Xie made his back, and he picked up a Sheen. Definitely has a lot of power on this Twisted Fate right now. Like you said, having that completed Abyssal. So... Sitting pretty high and mighty, Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute and 14 seconds, so I have a sneaking suspicion that Team WE are about to pull off something so they can rotate quickly into that Cloud Drake.
They've got a minute to do just that, so we'll have to see if that's the objective they have in mind to pick up. We'll have to see how they execute it, but for now, it's 0-1, 1 kill over to Team WE so far. No turrets taken down just yet. A single Dragon has gone over towards OMG, but Team WE, they're still the ones in the lead at the moment, about 1,500 gold in their favor.
OMG also being much more responsive than they have been proactive despite running the double TP. I understand picking up the TP against the likes of Twisted Fate so you can continually follow the Destiny. But obviously you have very different cooldowns on either of these abilities. So I would have liked to see Cool take a bit more advantage over his map presence as opposed to just kind of letting Xie dictate the pace of this game. Especially because he had the winning lane for a big portion of the lane phase, really threatening and bullying Xie around. But here we go, they're moving bottom.
Cool's still doing really well in this lane though. He's about 30 CS up ahead of the Sia at the moment, so good lead for himself.
Yeah, but if you continue to win your lane while the other guy is winning the map, does it really matter?
Top lane, relatively even. You know, you can see Rek'Sai farming up a little bit more than Kindred at the moment. Bottom lane, not much of a discrepancy at all as well.
There we go, Cool back to being a bully, trying to threaten over the pink ward.
Condi he just wants to kill the pink ward. Let him. He's got his Cinderhole picked up here with another giant spell, so lots of health onto this Rek'Sai. Even picked up a side stone, so contributing to vision a little bit more.
No reason for Team WE to push over this dragon. Again, it is just a Cloud Drake.
Certainly looks like they want it though. They've been trying to set up for it. Condi, you know, trying to be a little bit of a nuisance in the river.
As Spawn would say, free things are still free. So if you can get it for free, you might as well take it.
Well, they're trying to.
But they're not going to force it as heavily as they would unless they have the perfect engagement because Cool is very strong right now.
OMG not really letting them do that either. As we see 5, he's in the back of this pit here, trying to do the same thing he did last time. A fail hop over the wall though. Weren't quite able to get over there in time. Means 5 tanks it up a little bit more, but TWE, they don't know this is happening just yet. Zero's going to be able to spot them out. Now they know that's happening. Cool. He's going to be inside of this pit as well, able to spot them out, or able to help them out. And that's another dragon going over towards OMG. They pick it up.
So Ocean and Cloud Drake now in their back pocket there.
Yep.
Third dragon will be another Ocean. So OMG, good early game control, taking the free objectives where they can. And again, it's really on the back of the fact that Cool has control in this mid lane.
He's been doing a pretty good job at that. Sia has not been able to use the Destiny since his first gank up into the top lane. And since then, hasn't been able to upgrade his Sheen either.
I don't think I've ever seen Cool use his Frozen Tomb this game yet either.
Not once. Just been farming it up.
The classic 19 minutes sitting on Lysandra ult.
Curtain Call comes out for Jin just to clear out the wave. Not as dramatic as the ability is entitled to be. But yeah, still very quiet game between the two teams. We have lots of time to check in with the items for the players here. 957, he's gone back, picked up a Balmy Cinder after his Spirit Passage for himself. Take a look at Echo, he's got his Sunfire Cape and sitting on a Spectral's Cowl for himself. Now Condi, looking like he wants to... Sorry, not Condi, looking over at World 16, he wants to try and pick up his Zeal item next. After he's gone for the Blood Razor. Condi on the other side, he's gone for a Warden's Mail, so possibly go for a Randuin's Omen as his next pickup.
Condi has a level advantage as well as a massive CS advantage. And again, in the jungle, that means even more because those creeps are worth more.
He's getting really tanky in this game. Lots of health onto that champion, especially with the Side Stone, with the extra Giant Spell to its name as well.
And it's starting to breed this confidence as Condi is invading and investing more and more time deeper and deeper into this jungle. We could have a bit of a skirmish. Nope, he's going to go ahead and pull the trigger on it. But you see Xie shadowing on top of him, looking for the Destiny. So Team WE are starting to find their confidence in this match.
Certainly are, but they're still, you know, opting not to pull the trigger just yet. They're still about 1,500 gold ahead of OMG, lacking dragons at the moment, but not too fussed about that, it feels.
This is like watching them play Ezreal. So Team WE have this habit. As I say this, though, we might actually get... Oh, TP! Yes, we got one!
They're going in for the fight here. OMG wants to be the ones to start this one off. Cool, didn't opt to take the claw to go in there. In fact, all the damage went up to Braum. Now, WE looking to try and see if they can turn things around. Maokai's here as well. 957 trying to create a zoning distance. Pops his ultimate, looking to try and see if he can get a twisted advance there, but they're just backing off for now. It's a 5-man showing up into the bottom lane, but nobody really wants to start a fight here.
Fight!
They're not going to.
Flash!
Do something. No, that's it. That's all they get. Just teleport there and, you know, say hi.
We had
wave.
2 teleports and no one died. They want this tower. They're like, we're not wasting the teleport. Something is falling.
His Destiny as well. Nobody wants to fight just yet, Frostco. Calm down.
Press R!
But yeah.
Oh,
both
what a
teams
world.
we're having an ARAM down on the bottom lane at the moment.
No, okay. Important people to watch. Maokai, Lissandra.
Okay. Curtain call, though, is going to be popped out here. Gets one tag onto Twisted Fate. The door's been put up by Bronze. He's going to be able to block out a lot of the damage. 957 takes that crit shot to the face. So else he doesn't find what he was looking for, but still, W is slowly getting poked out here. Healing up wherever they possibly can.
We're actually having an extended ARAM in the spot lane.
Yep. This is interesting. I don't think I've seen this
They're
before in the
continuing
LPL.
to siege.
They're looking for the claw. Does come out here. 957 trying to take up as much damage as possible. They're still trying to siege this lane.
So what's happening is every time Cool has the Glacial Path up, Lissandra acts as an excellent sieging tool where she's going to throw it, and immediately you see that Team W you have to respect, disengage off of it. So eventually OMG get down enough chip damage, safely play this one, and should pick up the objective. So overall, good job on OMG. They get the advantage. They get the lead.
Look to try and take down this turret as well. I believe the rest of the champions for the side of Team W moving back towards their respective lanes. Going to try and see what advantage they can take out of OMG being in the bottom lane for an extended amount of time. Well, yeah, still very quiet game. 2 turrets to none now in
He
favor
hasn't
of
ulted
OMG. One
anyone.
turret, sorry.
We have a 23-minute game, and Lissandra hasn't ulted anyone.
He's ice cold. Cool's not ready for this. At this point, he might as well melt. He hasn't used any of his freezing abilities yet. Doesn't
I had
lock
to lean
anyone
over
down.
and check to make sure you put a point in it.
Sia, you know, hasn't been able to use its cleanse either. Wasted some of the spell. Might as well take an ignite. Burn people.
This is the strangest thing. Like, it goes back to this idea of, like, rebuilding. Because OMG were the tower diving team. Like, the classic... I don't want to use the word meme. But the joke of, like, the Chinese aggression. Oh, we have another TP.
Oh, here's some aggression
It's
coming in
Cool.
towards Mystic. Cool's
He's
coming
got
in.
it.
There's the
Yeah!
ultimate. We see it finally. 23 minutes into the game. SMLZ blows someone up as well.
Okay, we got the TP play. They're now playing to their side lanes. Ping immediately goes onto the top tier tower. We've got action. We've got life.
We're back into the LPL. Don't worry. We didn't go anywhere. Well, we did for a bit. Well, we're back.
Meanwhile, in response, though, Team WE collapsed down onto this tower with that empowered Lich Bane. Blue card, Twisted Fate, it is going to shred, so TP is immediately punished, and we're now looking for a fight.
Let's see if the Destiny can do anything here. It's Cool. He's been locked out. Good Temper Fate is going to stop the Destiny distracts. Here comes the Kindred as well. Pops down the Lancer Spy. Going to keep lots of WE members alive for longer, though. Zero now. He's going to be one that gets taken down. 957. He's trying to stay alive. Not going to be enough. OMG just turn on their team fighting capabilities and pick up 2 more kills.
Much better play this time around from Five's Bard right there. The Tempered Fate buying enough time for the rest of OMG to get in position and clean up that fight. It should be a counter push on the outer mid tower, so they do lose the objective, but picking it up on the back half is now Xie, caught behind enemy lines.
Still being chased here with all that being picked up by OMG. They got 3 kills. They picked up another turret for themselves, but they're still even on gold with OMG. They're going to take another dragon for themselves, so.
That should be, what, their second Ocean Drake?
Yep, second Ocean Dragon. They've got a Cloud Dragon as well. The next dragon that's going to be spawning up seems like it's going to be another Ocean Dragon.
Wow, back-to-back spawns, so we have the opportunity to look for all 3 again. Out of 5 dragon spawns, the chance of getting 3 of the same type is about 37%, but finally OMG coming alive here. We talked about this. What are the adjustments that you make from game 1 to game 2? I think it's to take a 5v5 comp. We know that Team WE have no problem playing a very slow-paced game, so just meet them late game in that 5v5 and take the free farm lanes.
I think scary thing for me, though, is it's still dead even. WE... 41,000 gold to 41,000 gold of OMG as well. It's a little bit scary that OMG, you know, they've been playing these team fights, they've been taking more structures, but they're still behind, or still even, so to speak.
But you also have to think about what are the win conditions for these teams in a team fight. So you have great pick potential as well as engage potential for Team WE with the Twisted Fate and the Maokai. But Lucian, you know, choosing to go for this more Korean earlier power spike build, it's not going to have the same late game potential and damage that the traditional AD carry build will go. Especially when you look across and compare to the likes of Jhin, who's going to do absurd amounts of damage into that late game. So it's kind of like OMG waited their power early in kind of Lissandra's hands, and then Jhin and Kindred will take over. But they'll still have that backline threat of Echo and Lissandra, and I don't see the same flexibility out of Team WE's comp. Yes, they can still make those crazy, amazing picks. Twisted Fate can always backdoor and play the side lanes, but it's not as clear-cut.
Have to see what they're going to be doing in the future. As we take a look at the items really quickly, Lichbane has been completed by that Twist of Fate, as well as his Bissell Scepter, looking towards his Zhonya's Hourglass next. You did mention Lucian already picked up the Yoma's Ghostblade Black Cleaver build, now has a Zeal component as well picked up, so looking for his first Zeal item.
And a lot of the strength for Team WE is actually in the back pocket. That was cute.
Siang, hello. Welcome back to bottom lane.
Is actually in the back pocket of Condi here as the
Ultimate's
teleport's
coming
done.
out. Teleport's coming as well. Cool. He's going to pop the ultimate onto himself, try and keep himself alive there. The Bard also only locks that 957. This is looking good for TW so far. The Layers of Spy comes out. Cool. He's going to go into his Zhonya's Hourglass there. Zero takes a brunt of the damage, but they take down Cool first. Into the backlines. Lucian trying to dash in and out. Siang doesn't have his ultimate available to keep himself alive, but there goes Mystic straight into the front lines. Takes so much damage for it though. And see the backline, Sia is going to get taken down. They're going to try and jump on top of the Twisted Fate. Pops out a blue card, gets a bit of damage down. But here's the Cursicle. Gets one on the Connie, gets two. The third will hit Sia. The third one is going to finally hit Zero there. Zhonya's might not keep him alive as the Bard will come back in. OMG trying to turn this one back around. Jin picks up another kill for himself with a Death Fire Touch. And only Mystic left alive for Team WE.
And it's a effectively 2 versus 1 right now as Mystic entirely has to evacuate the area. So in the end, OMG take the team fight as well as the objective, and let's get a replay of that because that was a pretty chaotic fight. First thing to look at is how the Bard ultimate locks everyone up, as well as the Kindred ultimate comes out actually really early in this fight. World 6 is about to use it on the back half of this, and he's only really saving Cool, who's on the very edge of it with the Zhonya's Hourglass, whereas it could have been used a lot more effectively. Mystic then kind of comes in on the second wind, obliterates people. He's going to get aggressive flash forward here, immediately get punished by World 6, who then gets locked up by a gold card, and finally goes down with 957 being pulled into tower aggro with him. So just a very chaotic and very scrappy fight, and it's really the 280 carries that shine.
So this is with the Curticle coming out there. That last tag onto Sia, took it down low enough. Connie eventually dies to the Death Fire Touch coming out from the W, the Deadly Flourish. The Mystic just sits there and watches the rest of the team got obliterated in that fight.
Rek'Sai walking onto the trap.
Yep.
Check out these damage.
Jin did a lot of work in that team fight.
And that's only going to go up, whereas again, Lucian sacrificing a little bit of that by not going a traditional late game 80 carry build.
The big thing for TWE as well is they're not going to find a fight like that anytime soon because that was Siang without his ultimate. He used it to get down to the bottom lane. Immediately, fight was started by TWE, even without a major ultimate. OMG still able to pull ahead after some time. But still anyone's game. 2,000 gold separates these two teams as OMG the leading 3 turrets to 1, 3 dragons to none at 7-4 in terms of kills in the moment. Looking to try and take down the mid lane inner turret.
OMG have a lot more passive control over the map as well as the monster objectives. Engagement. Can't quite get it.
They do take down the turret one more time, so now 3,000 gold lead for OMG here. Sia able to dodge out the Deadly Flourish. Looks like they want to see if they can start out a team fight here. Siang's going to take up a lot of the damage coming out from that Twist of Fate. A minute till Dragon spawns too. Initiation might come in from Cool here. There's the Tempered Fate. Locks down 3 members there. OMG definitely looking to fight. The door's been put up by Zero, soaking up so much damage here. But Siang, he's back into the backlines 5. He's the first to go down. But Zero going to get popped as well by the Jin. Destiny's coming to the backlines. Cool, he's been locked down. Gets taken down as well. Zhonya's popped by the Twist of Fate. Jin's trying to stay alive. But Team WE somehow pick up this team fight. They get 4 kills here with only Kindred left up alive.
Much better team fight this time around from Team WE. Mystic comes up huge. So, like you said, Zero is absorbing all of this damage, but check out Lucian in the side. Starts out great. Have the Tempered Fate, but no one on OMG is able to connect with it or get back onto them. Now check out where this culling comes across. Just ripping through so many members of OMG. That's 2 members that Mystic alone is taking off. And then the Destiny, that's what I'm looking for. Destiny coming back in janitorial duty at this point. They're just trapped in this tiny little choke point and getting ripped alive.
Certainly weren't. TWE immediately one more team fight. That's all it takes. Swing the game wide open one more time for themselves. Let's see what they can take off of this. They're going to try and take that Ocean Dragon for themselves. On top of that, they close out the gold gap that they were previously facing. And now only 1,000 gold behind OMG. The next Dragon to spawn will be the Elder Drake. So an Ocean Dragon for TWE, 2 for OMG, and a single Cloud Dragon for them as well.
Yeah, denying that third Ocean Drake is going to be pretty big, but I'm just so impressed that Team W were able to win that team fight, especially in a choke point. Again, you expect with a composition like OMG that they'd be able to do that better, but not able to follow up on the Tempered Fate as the Baron is actually being started.
Has been started by OMG. They get it down to about 3/4 of its health. They decide to back off immediately. They're not going to risk it anytime soon against TWE.
Likewise, you also have the Destiny available, so hard to sneak objectives like that when you have Rek'Sai, Twisted Fate tandem. So much vision control. Weird vision control.
Definitely weird.
Bless you.
Thank you.
It's all good.
But yeah,
OMG now looking to siege here using the classic tested strategy of Glacial Path at tower.
Parallel convergence behind that.
Ooh.
But here's the teleport. 957 wants to start something. Zero misses everybody with his ultimate. The tree's going to come in here, puts down a sapling. Pops his ultimate, going to reduce some of the damage here to taking the fight slow. Mystic uses his Yomish, trying to get some distance there, but nice work from OMG, I believe. They're able to back off and, you know, waste a lot of crucial ultimates there.
Wasting a lot of crucial cooldowns, more importantly. Having that TP done on 957 is the big thing. And return to sieging with the wave.
This tower already down to about half its health. There comes the curtain call here, trying to start off a fight. It seems tower's going to take it down incredibly low, but it's not down just yet. That's a major ultimate for Jin down, so TWE might be a little bit happy. A quarter of this tower's health is all that remains.
Again, we're into a situation where Team WE just need to pull the trigger. It didn't work on the teleport, so good disengage from OMG, but they may be overstaying their welcome here, not having that Jin ult.
Taking it very patiently. Now it's an ARAM up in the top lane. Deja vu almost.
And they finally decide not to try for it. No, it's kind of just cute what they do. Again, approach a tower, parallel convergence behind it for zoning. Glacial Path on top of it to threaten Lissandra connecting, and then SMLZ just steps forward and just starts chipping away slowly.
See the gold swing for the entirety of this game. It was in WE's favor. Swung back OMG now. It's slowly declining, going back towards Team WE's favor. They're almost dead even one more time. Only about 500 gold separates these two teams. It's really the Dragons that are the huge contestant point at the moment. 3-1. So an Elder Drake, you know, not that great for Team WE, but if OMG pick it up, it's going to be devastating.
Again, it's onus on Team WE to deny it rather than to prioritize. Likewise, the combat stats for 90 seconds are still a nice thing to have. No one will say no to free damage.
Baron is up and has been up for the past 15 minutes as well, so it's possible we can see a team try and prioritize for that as well. WE, though, they've been looking really good in these 5-on-5 team fights so far.
It's really hard for OMG to try to take a sneaky dragon or even to set up a trap there. Again, the fact that Team WE have control of Rek'Sai with her Tremor Sense as well as Twisted Fate's Destiny, so I don't blame them for not tunneling hard on that objective.
Now they're moving in towards the bottom lane inner turret, seeing if OMG can put on their ARAM show one more time here.
It's all random, all bot. It's not even ARAM.
Gonna see what they can do right here now.
Oh,
so look at this. 957, he wants to go in. Zero's gonna try and follow up with the initiation. Glacial 2 be put on top of Lissandra there. There's the layer of sight being put out very early coming from the Kindred here. OMG, they're looking to have to retreat here as 957's taken down cool. They're looking for more. 5-speed lockdown. He's gonna get taken down. OMG are running for the heels and the Destiny comes out as well. SMLZ tries to kite backwards, but that's a double kill for the Lucian. The Glacial tap is not gonna come out from the Braum there, but they still pick up 3 kills. Curtain call though, looking for Mystic. He hits one. Condy body blocks the second. The team just has done it the third. The fourth one's not going to connect. Deadly Flourish not going to be enough, but low health loss of WE. They're trying to run away.
Xian can still continue to chase this, though. Now he can't. Now that he's tagged with the slow, but the gold card was about to expire in SMLZ. Ooh, okay.
Big team fight for TWE, though. They pick up 3 kills ahead of OMG.
And like you said, these Kindred ultimates, the Lamb's Respite not used as optimally as they need to, but it's really the SMLZ versus Mystic show. And the primary difference is that it's so much easier for Lucian to utilize his ultimate over the course of a team fight than it is for Jin. That's 2 times back-to-back that we've seen the curtain call come out as a chasing maneuver.
We see the damage dealt during that team fight as well. Jin, so much damage coming out from him, but just nobody getting taken down.
His front line's completely dead, and he's ready to fight. So good positioning. Again, it comes down to this issue that Lucian's able to put out so much more damage during the fight, and SMLZ is kind of either has to put it out before, like have the poke laid down, or he's got his chasing execution. And unfortunately, just really unlucky draws of not being able to execute to finish out all these blinking health bars. So these fights are very close in both instances.
Saving grace again, you could say, is the fact that it's still dead even in gold. So 61,500 gold each for both these teams. 4 turrets to 1 in favor of OMG, which means if WE find a good team fight where some of their members are not low and they can actually contest Jin once his ultimate is down, they're going to be able to take so many standing objectives and just boost up that gold deficit.
OMG just need to create a front line for SMLZ and to stay alive long enough for this guy. Obviously, he's outputting the damage, but he's so much healthier than anyone else on his team.
Certainly is. Taking a look at his items really quickly. He's got his Infinity Edge, also has the SS3 with the Rapid Fire Cannon, has picked up Lord Dominic's Regards, and also the Cleanse, the QSS coming out. Take a look at the side of Lucian. He's got 5 items picked up already. The Bloodthirster, as well the Phantom Dancer to add to the Yoma's Ghostwave Black Cleaver build. As Sia and Xiang just going to trade it back and forth up at the top lane. Speaking of Sia, he's got his Zony's Hourglass now, the Void Star, as well as a Neasly Large Rod. So almost 6 items onto this Twisted Fate, sorry.
He's, I mean, the most important thing is that he can A, pick successfully, pull a Messiah by starting a team fight with an Hourglass, or he's got side lane, backdoor threat pressure, as long as he has a creep wave.
Their front line for TWE look really strong at the moment. You can see the likes of Rek'Sai has that random wins, also the Dead Man's Plate and the Spectre Skull.
But you also have a lot of pseudo-tankiness on the side of OMG. So yeah, you have just like the Cinderhulk Rek'Sai build as well as the big frontline Maokai. But Echo's his ability to reposition his health bar with his ultimate, Kindred with the Lamb's Respite, Cool with Stania's Hourglass as well as Frozen Tomb. You still have a lot of tankiness and survivability there. It's just not being utilized as cleanly as it could be in these team fights.
OMG really want this Elder Dragon. They're trying to take it down. It's already at half its health. Nobody from the side of TWE is here to react to this. Destiny's been popped here. They know what they're doing. WE going to rush towards the Baron. Elder Dragon actually resets here. That might give them a little bit more time to try and take down this Baron. They're on top of it, looking to try and take it down. That's at half health already. They're just going to trade these major objectives.
That's going to be 2 Ocean Drakes as well as a Cloud Drake being augmented for Team OMG, and then the 90-second battle stats off of the Elder Dragon versus the Baroned up creeps.
But OMG are going to be able to push down for the bottom lane inner turret as well, taking it down with relative ease.
I think the Observer is showing us which dragons are being augmented. Thank you, Observer.
Thank you.
At this point, though, I'm actually going to go ahead and say that this is worthwhile to Team WE as long as they don't run head first into OMG.
Yep.
Just wait out the buff. Baron buff also got fine-tuned, where it got 30 seconds extra on its duration. Should be enough to slow down OMG, especially because you're not also facing across from any Infernal Drakes or Mountain Drakes.
Still 3 dragons buffing up the Elder Dragon. Something you don't want to underestimate when you fight up against OMG.
It's their big region, so you have to think that they have 3.5 Ocean Drakes now on.
Yep.
And we've now gone into Xie trying to create another split pushing point. As long as Team WE cannot dive over this. If it comes down to giving up this inhib, they just need to let it go. Because if they die here, that could mean the end of the game.
Certainly could, especially with the Dragon up members on the team. They're going to have to really rely on the Baron buff to hold out and last longer.
Okay, but this mentality of pulling off Xie as opposed to continuing to allow him to split push means that they want to fight. So the mentality is if OMG see that Twisted Fate's continuing to push, then just give away the tower for free if they threaten a dive, because it's not worth facing a 5v4 and losing a game possibly. Because Team WE pulled over Xie, though, it means that they actually think that they can fight this, that they can stall them out long enough.
Gold is still dead even between these two teams. 70,000 gold apiece here. It's just going to come down to one final team fight, it feels, and if that's the case, TWE might be a little bit confident with that.
Well, they've definitely been winning the last few team fights, so I would say yes.
Big thing as well is that TWE, they only have 2 turrets to 6 of OMG, so if they pick up that fight, they've got a lot of structures they've got to eventually take down here.
This is such a classic Team WE game.
just spiking back and forth like, oh.
Just a very... What are they good at? They're good at allocating the proper resources to where they need to go. Saying this guy is behind, we need to get him back in line, and then stalling out the game long enough. They're very good at defensively stalling out games.
And I like this from TW as well, using the Baron buff. Now they know the Elder Dragon is no longer active. Push down the lane.
OMG are a very reactive team. And when you have, I mean, we saw this, when Team WE choose not to do anything, OMG are not very good at being a proactive team. They will just continue to also not do anything. But when you're playing Team WE's game, guess what? One of these teams came second. The other one faced into promotion.
Well, let's see what Team WE are going to do now as they're trying to push out this wave. Door comes up from 0. Temper Fate actually coming down, trying to lock down Mystic. He's not going to get caught out. The Claw is going to come out from Lissandra as well. Not going to follow, but that's a big ultimate down from Bard.
Likewise, Xie on the hunt here, looking for lone towers and free creep waves.
Immediately matched up by Cool here. So once again, still very quiet. We're 42 minutes into this game. Just neither team really wants to pull the trigger just yet.
It's not neither team. It's literally the pace of this game has been entirely dictated by Team WE, and they are playing a Team WE game.
It's like Team WE is like, okay, OMG, you can come siege us, and then we fight you. If you don't siege us, we're not going to fight you.
It's like that awkward moment when you hold open a door for someone who's like 15 meters away.
And you have to wait there smiling, you know, hello, take your time.
Yep. That's OMG. They're holding the door awkwardly, and they're waiting for Team WE, and WE's like, no, it's cool.
It's all right, I can get it. Mystic, they're going to be really happy with farming up all these minions down in the bottom lane. Has his own quick Silver Sash now, looking to try and pick up his Mercurial Scimitar. It's already been picked up by SMLZ. He's at 6 items already.
Scimitar?
6 items is also online for Sia as well. He has his Rabadon's Death Cap as well as the Void Staff now on that Twisted Fate. He's going to pack a punch. Cool still waiting on his final item here. Condi also technically at 6 items if you count the Sightstone.
Everyone's got everything, Fish.
They've all got everything. They're ready for one final fight.
We've seen a 43-minute game with, I think, 2 Frozen Tombs in it. People are always like, LPL, it's so aggressive. Everyone fights all the time.
You watch this game.
It's just so weird. OMG, they were the tower diving team.
They were the freight
Bash
trains.
Brothers. The 3v3, the 5v5.
Not this game. They're playing as Team WE. They're like, settle down. Look, we do things civilized in these games.
SMLZ and Mystic are just very similar AD carries, especially in how they're treated. So Team W, it makes a little bit of sense because if you think back to their Wei Xiao days, obviously Wei Xiao was their captain and shot caller, and so they wouldn't fight unless the AD carry was ready to fight. And historically, it's always been kind of a 3-item power spike. So back when Team WE were World Elite, I'm waiting for it, but it's never
not
going to
happen. Continue from
They would just kick their AD carry out into a side lane, and Wei Xiao would be like, we fight them at 35 minutes. Wait till I have items. And so they would just kind of dance around the map and stall everything out until their AD carry was ready and powerful. He'd rock up, and then they just win the game off of team fights.
He's got items.
World Elite used to do it. But it's just so funny that Team WE, with a completely different roster, have kind of turned into the same thing. Especially when Mystic plays Ezreal, which he's a phenomenal Ezreal player, but it's just this cute thing where, oh, I fell behind in lane. I'm 80 CS down. It's totally cool, guys. I'll just get kicked out into the
side lane,
farm it up. 45-minute victory.
I mean, what else could he buy, though? He's got 4 items. Why does he need to farm anymore? Give it over to Condi or give it over to 957 now. They need it more.
I mean, at this point, you're just making sure, because it comes down to a single team fight, that you get the perfect team fight. They have a lot of pick potential. Again, it's not as punishing late game when you aren't able to place as many wards. Simply because there's no available slots in the majority of your team, because you have Rek'Sai and Twisted Fate, so a little bit of an advantage there for Team WE, but it's still trying to orchestrate finding these picks.
We'll have to see if they can find any of those now, because we're approaching 46 minutes into the game. Baron's actually coming up the next 20 seconds.
They even smartly did this beautiful thing where they retained 2 trinkets as opposed to just 1. So Xiong still has his trinket, but you still have it on Mystic as well as 957, and you're able to do that. Like an AD carry who doesn't have blue trinket? What? Well, again, you have Destiny, you have Tremor Sense. You don't need that to check Baron, especially not from red side.
Speaking of Rek'Sai, he's actually sold that Sightstone and picked up a Thorn Mail for himself, so he's done. He's got all his items.
He's also not warding.
That's okay.
At 46 minutes when it's a single team fight.
Yeah, just use Destiny. You said it yourself. Sia's like, pop! Oh, we can see everyone. No need wards anymore. That was an interesting claw interaction. Going through all the minions there. You know, we've seen so many claws come up but nothing going down. But here comes a Tempered Fate here. It's going on to 957, though. Not the person he wanted to go on to. Destiny has been popped already, though. Now Team W looking to see if they can start a fight here. See, I'm going to take a little bit of damage. The claw comes in one more time, decides not to take it, and, you know, gentleman's handshake, back off.
Still holding the door.
Yep. Oh, hello. It's okay. Take your time.
Yeah, and it was really just because, like you said, the Tempered Fate hit the least likely target.
But cool now, he's been caught out here. Has to pop his Zodia's Hourglass. Probably have to use the ultimate on himself as well. He's not going to get stunned up though. Mystic now in the back lines, occupied by Sia. Has to dash left and right. TWE though, they're losing their front line. Condi's going down. 957 should be getting out shortly as well. There's the ultimate coming in from the Kindred. As now Sia going to dash it forward. 957, he should be going down. Nice twisted and fast to keep himself alive there. They only lose Condi, but this is Baron, and that's 3 Ocean Dragons. They're just going to keep regenerating health.
Great escape from 957, but more importantly, OMG win the team fight. And like you said, they're on the Dragon. They have the Ocean Drakes. Excuse me, they're on the Baron. They have the Ocean Drakes, and this is going to be a free epic monster for OMG.
Kindred picks up that one. Magical Journey comes out here. They're looking for the nice ultimate coming in from Bard there. They're able to lock down Twisted Fate. Cool comes here, but they fancy a fight here. Cool gets taken down. Sia gets the kill there. They're going to continue. 957, he's full health. Destiny into the backlines. Here comes Twisted Fate, but it's going to be him getting taken down by SMLZ. He's going down to Mystic here. They're chasing onto Condi. He's got no ultimate. Here comes a relentless pursuit from the pollution. Uses the skim itself for more movement speed. Takes him down. They get the ace. Team WE fight a 4-on-5 against OMG.
Are you kidding me? Cool died without using his ultimate.
He's gone. He didn't use it all game. He removed that button. This should
Look
be
at
game.
the death timers. They're going to be able to end this. This is a Twisted Fate with a blue card at 6 items. They have a creep wave behind them.
This is game.
OMG just got Baron, didn't use Frozen Tomb, died, and lost the game.
Well, it's nothing too different because Frozen 2 was only used about twice in that entire match there. But after a long 15-minute battle between OMG and Team WE pull it off after a 4-on-5 team fight. They keep their dreams and pick up the 2-0 win against OMG.
In classic Team WE fashion, this is the most... If you've never seen a Team WE game before, it's exactly like this every single time. It's just these ridiculous, drawn-out games where they win these miraculous team fights. Cool didn't ult anyone.
Couldn't have been scripted better. Cool was not cold enough for the Frozen 2. And that is Team WE picking up the victory there. But what a massive fight from them. It almost looked like Certain Dune, you know. Tempered Fate landed on Twisted Fate. Claw came out. He was certainly dead. Like, that was it. But no.
Well-deserved bow off of this Team WE squad and continuing to solidify themselves as the second place in their group. See if things start to adjust.
You're just dumbfounded by that game?
I'm tilted.
Are you okay for us?
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, I hope you're okay there because that was a massive game for Team WE there. I mean, that was just very quiet, very back and forth between these two teams. And that one fight looked like OMG, you know, they're going to take the Baron, going to push for objectives. But that just came down to one ability from Cool, and that pretty much costed them the game, it feels.
It feels like both teams are constantly saying in every game, don't worry, we have the late game. Like, that's the only way that I can think about it, because you had double TP on OMG's composition, you had the Destiny from Team WE, and just no one willing to make a play around the map, giving so much respect to each other, or maybe not enough confidence, or just saying, you know, let's just farm it up. If we have the late game, it's fine anyway. So, I don't know.
Well, it didn't really look like either of those teams had the late game because there was a couple of team fights where we saw how they were just fighting back and forth, but you know, they'd poke each other out, move back. There was ARAM top, ARAM bottom.
That is something that could be taken away from this game, is the superior team fighting out of Team WE. Much better target priority, much better setting up their CC correctly, hitting the the right people standing in the right positions. Mystic in particular looked phenomenal on Lucian, so aggressive, stepping forward. SMLZ is always a treat to watch on his Jhin play, but unfortunately he does not have the same front line and the same control from his team that Mystic is getting from the likes of Condi and 957.
You know, it almost felt like Team W, they also reacted quite nicely to how OMG were playing that matchup, because we saw how OMG, you know, tried to siege the top lane turret, tried to siege the bottom lane turret. Team W like, yeah, sure, we'll let you do just that. We'll just wait and wait and wait. They're very patient, it feels, in that game.
Yeah, and that's what it was. Even in the smaller team fights, like you would see the Kindred ultimate go down, and Team W were so good at just consistently waiting that one out, and suddenly you'd see like the Lucian ultimate on the very back half of it, because obviously he doesn't want to burn that into the Kindred ult, but just making sure that there's never a point where the Kindred ult is being used to counter any of that damage output.
Well, let's take a look at the results for today. In the first match, it was IMA, the LPL team, taking down LGD in a 2-0. Very quick victory for them. In the second match of the night, it was RNG taking on Vici, where we saw a 2-0 going to RNG. They still look very dominant coming into the LPL here. And the final match of the night, it was another 2-0, but a very long 2-0 coming in from Team WE and OMG there. It was a gruesome second game between these two teams, all the way down to 50 minutes to one on Saturday. Sorry, 2 final team fights.
It is brutal to lose like that too, especially after taking a team fight and a Baron, and then to lose the game in one single mistake. So
they were just all stunned, looking at their screens, but gives us some time to look at the standings for Group B. IMA sitting at the top of the table with 2 wins here. They've got, and then just right behind them is RNG with 2 wins as well, but
and
they did drop a single game.
Yeah, it's the difference between the 2-0s versus the 2-1 that RNG had against Team WE. And of course, following, it's going to be Team WE and Vici, and then LGD and OMG bringing up the rear.
And that sums up Group B at the moment. We know IMA, they look at the top right now. You think that Team W, they're going to be the second place team here. They've only dropped against RNG. You know, after that match, they still look great. Still look like Team W. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, the bigger question is kind of where IMA really fit in the scheme of things. Obviously, we've only seen them face kind of the bottom 2 teams, OMG and LGD sitting down there. So, you know, what will IMA look like against the likes of Team W? Will they be proactive enough in the early game where Team W seem to falter and get an advantage there to open it up? Or are they going to be a 4th or possibly even 3rd place team in their group? And then what do they look like when you then pull in Group A? Yes, Group
And
A.
you know, big thing for me that stands out is the fact that Team W, they were able to pick up a win against RNG as well during their first match. They picked up 1 game. Their best of 3 series looked good there too. Coming into this match against OMG, still looked great. So, you know, looking good for now. But looking at the bottom half of the table, Vici, you know, their first game back, not looking very promising at all. It looks a little bit similar to Split 1 for Group B here.
I mean, this is what we kind of expected from the LPL. The top-tier teams seem to be getting a much farther ahead, like head and shoulders from kind of the middle of the pack. But the middle of the pack is quite thick. It doesn't seem like we have a very clear-cut, you know, this is the worst team in the LPL. These are kind of the bottom-tier teams in the LPL. Because even the likes of GT are really surprising.
Yeah, it certainly does. But, yep, Group B, been very good. Today's game's been crazy as well. I mean, we saw RNG clinical, Team W clinical here. What has been surprising so far? First week back in the LPL, we've seen all the teams play so far. Anything that's been standing out? Anything that's really surprising so far?
I think GT and IMA are kind of the most surprising things. People were really unsure. I mean, like, we had our own internal power rankings of where we're trying to match up all the teams, and it was vastly different there, so trying to see how these rosters would stack up. Again, we don't really have the sample size. They haven't faced any of the elite teams to really say so, but it's definitely a good sign if you become fans of these teams. Obviously, still very new game talents, and IMA, they're exciting to watch. They're doing well for their first week, so 2 teams that you definitely want to look at is... Let's look back at Team WE, and MVP is actually going to 957, and I agree, his team fighting was so on point, and that was the big difference for me between Mystic and SMLZ's performance, is that Mystic has this guy standing in front of him, and SMLZ just didn't have the same support.
He played phenomenally on that Maokai. Hopefully you get to see a couple of his highlights as well. So as we jump back into that game for Team WE, you can see here we actually have all their player cams here as well. Frosco, take us through this replay, because this is the 4-on-5 fight.
I don't actually remember it because that game was so long.
This is when Cool couldn't use his ultimate there.
This was the last fight of the game. Yeah, so like you said, Tempered Fate hits out Xie early. Cool is unable to connect on the Frozen Tomb. You can see that Lissandra still has that ultimate available to him. And with that down, Team WE just collapse on OMG and rip them apart.
Mystic was just ready for this. He knew Siyoung's ultimate was down there, and they were just very calm, very collected. You saw all their player cams there, you know, they were a little bit excited when they picked up the kills, but very calm, very collected, just like another day in the office with Team W, it almost felt.
Just slow-moving train, and it just keeps going.
The slow mini train of Team W, slowly going there, but, you know, able to pick up the win there. Was there anything else that stood out for them? Because this is what we expected from the team. Nothing much changed. OMG, a little bit disappointing. They don't really look like their old selves. Is there anything from this matchup that we could pick out from these two teams?
I think we called it unbaked cookies. We used that type of mentality. So Team WE, OMG, obviously long-standing organizations, pillars, if you will, of the LPL. They've been around forever, completely reinventing themselves when it came to 2015. And unfortunately for OMG, still a little bit half-baked, not quite there, really trying to figure themselves out. Obviously, they have a roster that they've been rotating through quite frequently. 2 different mid laners. They picked up a couple different junglers, World 6 and Dre. We'll see if maybe Dre gets some time, or if World 6 is going to be the development that they go with. Whereas on the other side, Team WE they set out to kind of remake World Elite. Obviously, they rebranded, and it's just been so much more successful. And it's nice to see it finally pay off, that they've solidified themselves back into the top end of the LPL.
Well, let's see if that's the way that the cookie crumbles. As that's all from us this week on behalf of myself, Frosco, and Atlas Sport, and Rusty. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys next week for more LPL action.